Chapter 11:13, Refining the Tao Fruit. To secure territory in the Eastern Mausoleum region, the five element sect disciples would inevitably have to leave behind a significant number of people. With Chen Mobai's authorization, Zhou Wangshan promised many benefits. For example, Qi refining disciples who reached the ninth level of perfection could choose one of the three treasures for foundation establishment, which the sect would provide free of charge. For foundation establishment cultivators, core formation medicines would be given priority. For cultivators in the heavenly river realm, the desire to improve their cultivation level is ingrained in their very bones, so once they learned this, the vast majority chose to stay. However, Chen Mobai still took quite a few people with him when he left. When the Five Elements sect led this group of disciples to reclaim the wasteland, they said it would take a maximum of 10 years, so most of their belongings were in the eastern wasteland. Now that he plans to settle in the Eastern Mausoleum region, he naturally needs to take care of things. For example, the cave dwelling he bought with gritted teeth back then, now that the property prices in the Eastern wilderness have skyrocketed, he can make a fortune by selling it. Many other disciples returned to the Eastern wilderness to bring their families with them. With Chen Mobai, a nascent soul true monarch, escorting them, the group returned to Baiyuan City safely and easily. They then used the city's advanced teleportation array to travel to various parts of the eastern wilderness. Green Pearl was the elder in charge this time. She gave each disciple a month to handle their personal matters, and then she would lead everyone back to the Eastern Mausoleum region. She herself also took this opportunity to go to the Eastern Barbarian lands to meet with Zhou Yi. Chen Mobai informed Yi Yun about the Dongling branch sect's relocation, instructing him to fully cooperate with the disciples' relocation. Since a month is not a long time, large transactions like real estate might not find suitable buyers, so the sect could purchase these properties in advance at market price. Of course, this is just the minimum guaranteed price, so most of the disciples who own houses list them with real estate agencies. When they sell them in the future, they can come to Dongwang to handle the formalities. Shen Shanking made a fortune in this wave. Chen Mobai also considered the inconvenient transportation between the main branch and the branch sects, so he specially asked Zhang Pengkong to help set up a large teleportation array. Not only him, but all the other righteous forces in the eastern continent who had occupied territory in the eastern tomb domain, after gaining the approval of the moral sect, the first thing they did was to set up teleportation arrays. As a result, the Taixu Misty Palace has been extremely busy recently, with orders booked up for 10 years to come. But Chen Mobai's reputation was different. After receiving his message talisman, Zhang Pengkong immediately dispatched a team to help with the arrangements in the Eastern Mausoleum region. Chen Mobai instructed Zhou Wangshan to handle the arrangements and to provide proper hospitality. After using his connections to handle the transportation arrangements, Chen Mobai stopped worrying about other trivial matters. He took Yin Qingmei back to Liujia Mountain, with Luo Yixuan following along. Han Jiling went to Zionan Mountain to visit her master, Zhu Ming. The two had a very close relationship. Looking at the majestic jade-green parasol tree standing atop the mountain, Yin Qingmei felt a sense of peace welling up inside her. For cultivators of the Azure Emperor's longevity scripture, their natal spiritual plant is like another part of their body. After so long, seeing the lush and verdant jade phoenix again, Yin Qingmei felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and peace, and her cultivation levels seemed to have improved slightly. She gently flew down to the mountaintop, reaching out to lightly stroke the tree trunk. The jade phoenix tree sensed her return, its branches and leaves swaying slightly, making a rustling sound, expressing its joy. Chen Mobai and Luo Yixuan landed to the side without disturbing her, and Chen Mobai explained the various key points of refining the heavenly pure water to his disciple beside him. To ensure that his disciple would remember Qing Nu's kindness, Chen Mobai claimed that after Qing Nu's cultivation breakthrough, she obtained a rare treasure from the storage bag left by her master, which could allow ordinary cultivators to refine it and acquire the heavenly water spiritual root. Since Qing Nu herself possessed the heavenly water spiritual root, she didn't need this and left it to Luo Yixuan. Luo Yixuan was deeply shocked after hearing this. A strong sense of shame welled up in her heart, and it was at this moment that she finally understood why her master had taken a liking to Qing Nu. Both of them possessed noble character. Compared to them, Luo Yixuan felt that her heart was really too black. At this moment, Luo Yixuan began to truly accept Qingnu as her master's wife. After refining this, you should have no problem forming your nascent soul, but if you want to become a deity, you will need a special opportunity. While Yin Qingmei and Biyu Wudong were communicating and studying together, Chen Mobai also gave the heavenly pure water to Luo Yixuan. Of his 4 disciples, Zhu Ming and Jiang Xingheng are both at the nascent soul stage. Liu Wenbai and Luo Yixuan are far behind. The latter was barely able to form a nascent soul before, but with the heavenly water spiritual root and the assistance of resources such as the 3 spiritual medicines and the 3 lights divine water for nascent soul formation, she will eventually succeed after a few more attempts. Of the 4 disciples, only the eldest disciple, Liu Wenbai, was missing, but Chen Mobai had already made arrangements for him. He planned to ask the great Chun tree for 2 more pieces of its heartwood, so that Master Yu could refine 2 fifth-tier wood spirit talismans. 1 piece for Liu Wenbai and 1 piece for Qingnu. Qingnu originally possessed the heavenly water spiritual root, and with the addition of the heavenly wood spiritual root, she was only missing the heavenly earth spiritual root to be able to cultivate the everlasting spring technique. Because of the abundant resources in the heavenly river realm, she had already consumed resources such as the earth vein pill, and with the flesh and blood of the tanuki, after using the immortal technique to mend the sky, she could raise her earth spirit root to over 80 points. However, since he was going to use immortal techniques, Chen Mobai definitely hoped that Qingnu could achieve 100 points of immortal earth spiritual root in one go. Therefore, over the years, he had the 5 elements sect collect some resources to improve other spiritual roots, just waiting for Qingnu to come out of seclusion. I'm content with just reaching the nascent soul stage. I wouldn't even dare to dream of reaching the deity stage. Although Luo Yixuan was proud and arrogant, she was very self-aware. She probably only managed to form a nascent soul because of the help of her master, Chen Mobai, who was a nascent soul cultivator. As for nascent soul, well, if one possesses the heavenly water spiritual root, it's not impossible. After Luo Yixuan finished speaking, she realized that after refining the heavenly pure water, her aptitude was no worse than Yin Qingmei's. As her master's disciple, she might be able to succeed. For over 100 years, she suffered greatly from the spiritual root's torment, watching as Yin Qingmei, who had reached the core formation stage later than herself, made rapid progress as if riding on a flying sword, easily breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Despite her diligence, hard work, and abundant resources, she barely reached the late stage of core formation. The stark contrast caused her to lose her composure, but over the long years, she gradually accepted her mediocrity. And now she can be just like Yin Qingmei. Thinking of this, Luo Yixuan's eyes lit up, and her long-dormant fighting spirit surged up again. Even if I can't catch up with my master's wife, I can at least not be worse than Yin Qingmei. Sect leader, I am ready. At that moment, Yin Qingmei opened her eyes under the jade phoenix tree, indicating that she had finished studying with her natal spiritual plant and could now attempt to refine the wood element Dao fruit. Okay, let's begin. Chen Mobai nodded, then asked Luo Yixuan to take the heavenly pure water to any cave to refine it, while he himself went to the jade wudong tree. Luo Yixuan obediently left and arrived at Yin Qingmei's cultivation room with familiarity. Before she could even activate the restriction, she saw the spiritual energy of the entire Liujia mountain surging towards the top of the mountain like clouds and mist. It was clear that her master was teaching and practicing a great technique. At this moment, Luo Yixuan yearned even more urgently to form her nascent soul. She wasted no time, because the heavenly pure water did not require spiritual energy, so she also began her own seclusion. At the summit, Chen Mobai retrieved the wood element Dao fruit from his chaos pearl. It emitted a faint greenish-blue immortal light, and its appearance immediately caused the true energy within Yin Qingmei's body to become active, even attempting to break free and surge towards the Dao fruit. Yin Qingmei sat down under the jade parasol tree, used the 1 yuan seal to bring the wood element Dao fruit to her side, felt the rich and mysterious power contained in the Dao fruit, and began to refine it together with her natal spiritual plant. As time passed, a faint green halo appeared on the summit of Mount Rikaku, and Yin Qingmei's aura grew fainter and fainter. She seemed to merge with the heavens and earth, and if Chen Mobai closed his eyes, he would not be able to sense her presence. This indicates that she was blinded by her own limited perspective, and that she was constantly refining her Dao fruit. It's not just this great technique. Chen Mobai sensed that her true energy combined with her Tao body, and under the power of the Tao fruit, it opened portals to absorb life force, advancing towards the longevity technique. A bluish-green pearl rose from behind Yin Qingmei's head and gradually transformed into a human form. This is her azure wood yuan pearl. Under Chen Mobai's guidance, she had been using it to cultivate her external avatar for a long time, but she had always been stuck at the stage of transforming into human form. Today, however, a blessed spirit has arrived, and with the wood element, wood spirit, and wood essence, the heavenly marrow, heavenly veins, and even the heavenly organs have taken shape. Seeing this, Chen Mobai nodded slightly, and then used the Hunyuan pearl to transform the spiritual energy of Liujia Mountain into the purest five elements energy, which was then evenly sprinkled around her Bimu Yuan pearl. Yin Qingmei clearly sensed this as well. A look of gratitude flashed across her closed face. She then immediately used the method of creating an external avatar to refine and perfect her heavenly body realm. Chen Mobai still had some of the earthly fiend qi left over from when he condensed the myriad swords Dharma body. It was formed by the immortal sect, using the innate turbid yin qi to be downgraded and fused with the essence of the five elements. It was extremely pure, and he also took it out, and based on his own cultivation experience, accurately injected it into the various acupoints of Yin Qingmei's external avatar. Time flows slowly by, and a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Normally, refining a Tao fruit wouldn't have taken this long with Chen Mobai's help. However, Yin Qingmei's compatibility with this Tao fruit far exceeded Chen Mobai's expectations. During the refining process, the Tao fruit actively helped her enhance the Azure Emperor longevity scripture and even various related major techniques. Thank you for your protection, Godfather. That day, Yin Qingmei stopped her cultivation practice, opened her eyes, and saw that there were only the two of them on the mountaintop. She immediately stood up and performed a grand salute. No need for formalities. Your affinity with the wood element Tao fruit is very high. You may even be able to achieve nascent soul status in the future. However, the longevity sect's cultivation methods are somewhat special. If you notice anything unusual, remember to tell me immediately. With his back to Yin Qingmei, Chen Mobai thought of the heavenly venerables branch in the divine tree secret realm and couldn't help but give her some instructions. Chapter 11:14, Unable to go back to the past. Chapter 11:14, Unable to go back to the past. Thank you for your hard work, Saintess Yuan. In Baiyuan City, Chen Mobai smiled as he accepted the Azure Mirage bottle from Yuan Zhen and returned the now empty northern profound void cauldron. Over the years, he has continuously refined immortal spiritual energy to enhance his myriad swords Dharma body, which has now been completely stabilized at the 5th level. Of course. Yuan Zhen smiled and put the northern profound void cauldron into her storage bag. Then, she naturally picked up the enlightenment tea that had already been brewed on the table. When I was in the eastern mausoleum region, I met two seniors, Wuchen and Dakong, and we talked about joining forces to deal with the Xuanjiao royal court. While drinking tea, Chen Mobai began to talk about the primordial water control flag. After listening, Yuan Zhen's expression became serious. She naturally hated the Xuanjiao royal court to the core, but dealing with this opponent was beyond the capabilities of the current 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect. However, if the 5 Elements sect, the Morality sect, and the Taixu Misty Palace are all willing to help, this matter can indeed be accomplished. The key lies in Dingyuan Zhenhai Pearl. I'll go back and discuss it with my senior brother, the sect leader and elder Nai. Yuan Zhen nodded, indicating that she would pass on the message. Although the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect now has a new nascent soul cultivator, its strength has not recovered to what it was when Yuan Kink was there. If it were to go to war with an opponent like the Xuanjiao royal court, the consequences would be too great. Moreover, if they cannot borrow the primordial water control flag, they can only manage a small skirmish at most. After having Gu Yan send Yuan Zhen away, Chen Mobai took the immortal spiritual energy he needed for his cultivation, left the Azure Mirage bottle in the eastern wilderness, and returned to the immortal sect. Principal, the latest news has come from 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain. Zhongli Tianyu has successfully formed his nascent soul. In the office, Zhuang Jialan reported the latest and hottest news from the immortal sect to Chen Mobai. With Yuangsu's skill level, refining a batch of nascent soul pills would be a piece of cake. Since the allocation of pills had already been determined beforehand, the pills were handed over to Zhongli Tianyu and the others without any further discussion, as Chen Mobai and the other nascent soul cultivators did not speak up. Chen Mobai was not surprised by Zhongli Tianyu's success at all. After all, if it weren't for him, Zhongli Tianyu would be the #1 person of his time. Thinking of this, he took out his phone and sent Zhongli Tianyu a congratulatory text message. However, there was no response, presumably because he is currently consolidating his realm. Chen Mobai put down his phone and asked Zhuang Jialan, "Where are 2 from the Dao Academy?" This batch of nascent soul pills contains 8 pills, and Deng Daoyun and Wang Xinfu from the Dance Weapon Academy are both on the list. Compared to Zhongli Tianyu, who has already become Qi Yuheng's disciple, he is definitely more concerned about these 2 of his own people. Before the 2 received the nascent soul pill, Chen Mobai had already given each of them a top-grade spirit stone, a complete 9 heavens pure spirit purple Qi and pure yang purple Qi, and personally guided them for a period of time. Director Deng is deep inside the Wanbao cave, currently gathering 6th-order fire spiritual energy. It seems he's close to completing the task. As for Counselor Wang, he stopped absorbing spiritual energy some time ago, so he probably failed. Zhuang Jialan nodded and told her everything she knew. After listening, Chen Mobai nodded slightly. Then, he used his divine sense to control the operation of the spiritual veins of Chicheng Mountain, and deduced that Deng Daoyun had indeed formed his nascent soul and was currently in the stage of merging with his divine sense. Reaching this stage means one can already be considered a nascent soul cultivator. Knowing this, Chen Mobai smiled. Because of his connection to the nascent soul stage and Chengshuan's status as the only nascent soul stage principal, Wuqi Dao Academy firmly holds the position of the #1 university in the immortal realm. However, the number of nascent soul cultivators is somewhat unworthy of the university's reputation. Although the upper echelons of the immortal sect all know that Jiang Xuanzhu and Yan Qiangji are both from their lineage, and even Yu has been actively trying to get closer to the dance weapon lineage in recent years, none of these people were cultivated by the Dance Weapon Academy itself. Therefore, when debating online, students from the Dance Academy often find themselves at a disadvantage because of this. This is also because Chen Mobai advanced too quickly. He reached the nascent soul stage in just 100 years and then became a deity, leaving a gap in the nascent soul cultivation pool of the Dance Weapon Academy. Now that Deng Daoyun has successfully achieved nascent soul stage, the students of Wuqi can finally argue with others online with full confidence. Please give my regards to Wang Xinfu. This failure is nothing to worry about. Consider it as gaining experience. He's still young, and it's not impossible for him to try again for nascent soul resources from the immortal sect next time. Chen Mobai didn't forget to comfort those who had failed. After all, since he resigned as the head of the Zhengfa Hall, the Wuqi lineage relied entirely on Wang Xinfu and Hua Zijing in the 3 main halls. Although Wang Xinfu had failed this time, he was still not even 300 years old. Chen Mobai believed that after the next war, the resources of the immortal sects would experience another major boom. By then, he could launder some of the resources of the Heavenly River realm and give Wang Xinfu another chance to reach the nascent soul stage. That would definitely not be a problem. Yes, Principal. Zhuang Jialan nodded and immediately went to do it. At that moment, Zhongli Tianyu called back. After Chen Mobai answered, he heard Zhongli Tianyu say with emotion, "Finally, I'm only 1 realm away from you again." Chen Mobai, your thinking is wrong. You can't compare yourself to me. The more you compare, the more desperate you'll become. Even if you want to improve, you need to find someone suitable. Lan Haitian is good. His talent is no worse than yours. He just took more than 10 years to reach the nascent soul stage. If you work hard, you might be able to catch up with him later on. Previously, Chen Mobai thought it was quite good to have Zhongli Tianyu see him as a role model. After all, he felt that at most he could reach the nascent soul stage by relying on the resources of the Heavenly River realm, and the void refinement stage was just a dream. He didn't think he could actually achieve it. But after entering the Purple Cloud Palace and becoming an apprentice, Chen Mobai's horizons and knowledge were broadened. The master, Zixao Daozun, is an existence who has ascended to the other shore and attained eternal enlightenment. His senior brothers and sisters are all top-tier experts in the vast universe. The students around me are at least at the void refinement stage, some as outstanding as Wangji in front of me, and some are even true immortals at the Dao integration stage. Chen Mobai felt that he could at least maintain his cultivation level and strive for Dao integration. If Zhongli Tianyu continues to take Chen Mobai as his goal, his hard-won Dao heart will likely become more and more shattered over time. Because the higher you go in your cultivation, the greater the gap becomes, and sometimes even a small realm can become an insurmountable chasm. Zhongli Tianyu, I have something to do, I'll hang up now. Chen Mobai had just finished speaking when he heard a busy signal. This kid actually managed to kill me, unbelievable. Chen Mobai was very angry. He had meant well in trying to persuade Zhongli Tianyu, but he hadn't expected that Zhongli Tianyu would be so sensitive and unable to accept the truth. It seems that after reaching the nascent soul stage, he felt he was capable again. Just as Chen Mobai got up, preparing to teleport over and teach him a lesson in person, he suddenly remembered that he was already someone else's disciple and sat down again, feeling dejected. Not long after, Deng Daiyun successfully formed his nascent soul. Although his aura could not compare with that of Chen Mobai when he transformed into a deity, it was still exceptionally magnificent. Upon receiving the news, Chengxuan rushed over immediately. Good, good, good. Little Deng has successfully formed his nascent soul. I can finally rest easy. Chengxuan was overjoyed. Deng Daiyun, as the head of the weapon refining department, was practically his personal protege. He also cultivated the Cantong Qi, making him the most direct descendant of the Wuqi Dao Academy. Deng Daiyun's formation of his nascent soul signifies that his lineage has a successor. After teacher Deng gains a few more years of experience, I'll be ready to retire. Chen Mobai felt the same way as Cheng Xuan. The main reason he chose to become the principal of the Dance Weapon Academy was because there was no one else. On the immortal sect side, the connections to the three main halls have been severed. Once the connections to the Dao Academy are also severed, only his own connections will remain, which will be of great help to the Void Refining Society. What do you plan to do after you retire, junior brother? Will you go into seclusion on Wangxian Peak or leave Diyuan Star? Chengxuan asked with some curiosity. Chen Mobai's cultivation level is already the highest in the immortal sect, but in his daily life, he doesn't seem to have any other hobbies besides cultivation. I haven't thought about it in detail yet and I might leave, but right now, all my thoughts are focused on starting the next war. Only after I get through that can I talk about anything else. As his cultivation level improved, the immortal sects were no longer something that Chen Mobai paid much attention to. He will definitely devote more of his energy to the heavenly river realm in the future. After Zixale Palace descends, he will gradually fade out of the immortal sects. Leaving is one option, but he may also, like Bai Guang, simply announce his seclusion and remain out of sight for hundreds of years. Indeed, the immortal sect still has a great calamity to overcome. Chengxuan nodded after hearing this. Deng Daiyun emerged from seclusion after achieving nascent soul cultivation. According to common practice, every newly promoted nascent soul cultivator in the immortal sect needs to pay homage to the divine transformation cultivator. This was very convenient for him, as Chen Mobai and Chengxuan were already waiting for him in the office. Then came the celebration. Deng Daiyun felt that his nascent soul formation was just a small achievement, but Chen Mobai and Chengxuan felt that it was something that could make the entire Wuqi lineage happy. Soon, all the prominent figures from the Wuqi Dao Academy within the immortal sect arrived at Chicheng Mountain. I'm so envious. Seeing Deng Daiyun surrounded by admirers, Ming Yihua vowed in his heart that one day he too would successfully achieve nascent soul formation. Don't worry, next time our branch will mainly promote you and Senior Bayan. At their table were all people from the original nascent soul class, arranged by Zhuang Jialan at Chen Mobai's request. He sat in the main seat, with Ming Yihua and Yun Yangbing on either side of him. Hearing his good brother's words, he smiled and made a promise. Old Chen, I must have accumulated 8 lifetimes of good fortune to have a brother like you. Upon hearing this, Ming Yihua was overjoyed. Although he had a general idea that he would be given special attention when he was assigned to the military, now that Chen Mobai, as a nascent soul cultivator, had said it in person, it was a foregone conclusion. Hearing their conversation, Wang Xingyu and the others at the table were filled with envy. Indeed, Ming Yihua's cultivation at the 8th level of the Golden Core stage was second only to Chen Mobai at this table, followed by Yun Yangbing at the 6th level of the Golden Core stage. Everyone suspected that Chen Mobai had given their 2 good brothers more cultivation resources, but they only thought about it in their hearts. Gong Ranran kicked her husband Wang Xingyu under the table and gestured with her eyes to the wine glass in front of her. Back in the academy, they had a good relationship with Chen Mobai. However, after graduation, they started families and focused on their families. In addition, Wang Xingyu was introverted and rarely took the initiative to contact Chen Mobai, so their relationship gradually faded. Not long ago, their great uncle Wang Xinfu failed to achieve nascent soul, casting a shadow over the family. Now that they had a rare opportunity to talk to Chen Mobai, Gong Ranran felt that Wang Xingyu could not miss this chance. True Lord, I haven't yet congratulated you on your transformation into a deity. After understanding his wife's meaning, Wang Xingyu immediately picked up his wine glass and stood up to toast Chen Mobai. Sai, what kind of relationship do we have? Calling me True Lord feels a bit distant. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately corrected him, explaining that the reason he arranged this table today was to relive the simple and beautiful times they spent together in school. He found a bit of that feeling in Ming Yihua, but Wang Xingyu's words brought Chen Mobai back to the cold reality. He was no longer an ordinary student at the Wuki Dao Academy. He was now a top-tier nascent soul true monarch in the immortal sect. Sorry, Lao Chen, I'll have a drink first. Wang Xingyu stammered a few words before downing the wine in his hand in one gulp. My son isn't very good at talking, as you've always known. Gong Ranran immediately stood up to help smooth things over, while raising her wine glass. Let's all have a drink together. It's been so long since we last met, I've missed you all so much. Chen Mobai glanced at the awe in everyone's eyes and knew there was no going back. He sighed inwardly, then stood up and clinked glasses with everyone. Old Chen, I could tell you were extraordinary from the start, that you had the potential to reach the nascent soul stage, so I named the nascent soul class. After receiving Chen Mobai's promise, Ming Yihua repeatedly toasted everyone at the table, and his words made everyone nod in agreement. Some even praised Ming Yihua for his good taste. Is that so? Chen Mobai couldn't quite remember, only that after leaving Qi Yucheng, he had a drink with Ming Yihua and Yun Yanbing because they were both cultivating the pure Yang scroll, and then he was dragged into it in a daze. That's how it is, you can ask them if you don't believe me. As soon as Ming Yihua finished speaking, everyone nodded again. Looking back now, I realized that life was most carefree and enjoyable when I was in the academy. All I had to do was study hard and cultivate without worrying about anything. If the sky were to fall, seniors Kaixing and Baiguang would be there to hold it up. Now, I have to hold it up myself. No one dared to respond to Chen Mobai's remark. At most, they are at the core formation stage, and some are even stuck at the foundation establishment stage. Old Chen, the capable, should do more. You are now the hope of the 300 million people of the immortal sect. If you have any troubles in your daily life, you can always come and talk to us. Yun Yanbing spoke up. Among the students in the nascent soul class, he had the most interaction with Chen Mobai. Now he was the deputy director of the Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network Administration Bureau, so he could barely understand Chen Mobai's feelings. Haha, I was just saying, come on, let's continue drinking. As Chen Mobai raised his glass with a smile, he knew in his heart that things could never go back to the way they were before. End of this chapter. Chapter 11:15 is a line. Chapter 11:15 is a line. After Chen Mobai finished his round of drinks, he and Chengxuan left early to have some tea. Zhongli Tianyu has formed his nascent soul, and the Kunpeng lineage is already working on his appointment as the master of the righteous law hall. Chengxuan brought up what Yunhai had mentioned to him. Although the current head of the Zhengfa Hall is Wenren Zuwei, everyone knows that she was only able to take the position because Chen Mobai supported her. Therefore, if Zhongli Tianyu wants to take the position, he will definitely need the approval of the Wuki lineage. He's one of us, and we should always give senior brother Qi face. Chen Mobai had no interest in worldly power, and Qi Yuheng had mentioned this to him before. The influence of the Jumeng lineage was definitely not as great as that of the transformation god True Lord. Then the two of us can stay out of it. The Kunpeng lineage will take care of everything else. Chengxuan nodded slightly after hearing what Chen Mobai said. Without the support of the nascent soul stage cultivators, the Jumeng lineage would not be able to secure the position of Lord of the Righteous Law Hall. I should still tell Wenren Zuwei, after all, she's been working for me all these years. But for her, leaving that position might be a good thing. It should be noted that Wenren Zhuwei was once on par with Chen Mobai in the immortal sect, possessing the potential to become a nascent soul. However, she was somewhat lazy and lacked the resources to match his, so for over 100 years, her cultivation level remained at only the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. However, this progress is already very rapid compared to other nascent soul cultivators. Among the current nascent soul cultivators in the immortal sect, her probability of reaching the divine transformation stage is second only to that of the primordial void cultivator. Okay, then thank you for your hard work. After Chengshuan finished explaining, he got up and left. Deng Daiyun had reached the nascent soul stage and was qualified to use some 4th-tier resources from the Tao Academy and the immortal sect to improve his natal magic weapon. Chengshuan, as the #1 weapon refiner in the immortal sect, and having reached the divine realm through the Cantong Qi, would now give him some guidance. Chen Mobai glanced outside and saw that it was getting late. Remembering that Meng Huinger had also attended today's celebration, he teleported to her mountaintop villa. However, Meng Huinger has not returned yet. As an outstanding graduate of the Dance Weapon Academy and a Tao seed of the profound sound and wonderful method, she is regarded by many as a potential nascent soul cultivator and is considered a focus of attention. With 2 true monarchs here, the Academy will have no shortage of resources for nascent soul formation. After Director Deng, it should be Junior Sister Bayan and Junior Sister Meng. In the banquet hall, the female cultivators who had reached the core formation stage sat at a table. Bayan Jingchen and Meng Huinger, who were relatively young, were frequently toasted and flattered by everyone. No, I'm still far from good enough. Meng Huinger spoke modestly and was just about to raise her wine glass when she suddenly sensed something. With a quick thought, she saw the message popping up on the vibrating screen of her phone in her handbag. Sorry, I suddenly remembered I have some things to take care of in the department. Let's drink to all the senior colleagues. With an apologetic look on her delicate face, Meng Huinger downed the wine in one gulp with her slender white hands, then hurriedly took her leave. Everyone looked puzzled. After all, the arts department where Meng Huinger worked was arguably the most relaxed department in the immortal sect when there were no major performances. Moreover, everyone in Chicheng Cave Heaven should know that she had come to the Dance Weapon Academy to participate in the celebration. It was inconceivable that anyone would be so foolish as to seek her out at this time. However, everyone's attention immediately turned to Bayan Jingchen. Compared to her, Meng Huinger seemed like someone just there to make up the numbers. Bayan Jingchen is a true genius. She is already at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. Moreover, Chen Mobai's words at the memorial service and at the dinner table just now have been widely circulated. With the favor of the nascent soul true monarch, there's no need to worry about resources for nascent soul formation. Moreover, compared to the other 3 lineages, the Wuki Dao Academy also has the 9 heavens pure spirit purple qi bestowed by Chen Mobai, which increases the success rate of nascent soul formation by 10%. Junior Sister Bayan, when you celebrate your nascent soul stage in the future, don't forget about us older sisters. A rather mature female cultivator smiled and toasted Bayan Jingchen, who then put aside her doubts about Meng Huinger's sudden departure and began to socialize. A villa on a hilltop. The indoor temperature was several degrees higher than the outside temperature. Since it was winter, there was even some frost on the windows, making the view through them somewhat blurry, but it gave Chen Mobai a unique feeling of alternating warmth and cold. He didn't know how much time had passed when he let out a long breath, patted Meng Huinger on his body, and she immediately collapsed, panting and weak. I'm so tired. Meng Huinger pouted and said that her cultivation level was still a bit low, but because she had cultivated the longevity body, she was the most able to withstand any hardship. In addition, she is very open-minded, so Chen Mobai finds being with her the most relaxed and enjoyable experience. You've worked hard, take a break, I need to take this call. Chen Mobai comforted her gently, one hand holding her and playing with her soft, moist parts. Although it was far less than Yan Bingshuan's, it still had its own waves of pleasure. With the other hand, he dialed the answer button. The call was from Wenren Zhuwei. Before Meng Huinger returned, Chen Mobai had told her about the position of Master of the Righteous Law Hall. Wenren Zhuwei herself was willing to step down and give way to a more capable person, but the Jumeng lineage clearly had other ideas. Because Pei Qingshuang is also a nascent soul cultivator, and with her efforts over the years, Her prestige and influence in the Hall of Righteous Law are no less than Zhongli Tianyu's, so she wants to compete for it. Chen Mobai naturally didn't care about this, saying that he would let the two factions compete, and that the Wookiee faction would remain neutral for her sake. Compared to Pei Qingshuang, Zhongli Tianyu was at least a graduate of the Dance Weapon Academy, so Wenren Zuwei was already very satisfied with his promise. Originally, Chen Mobai thought that everything was settled and he could finally relax and enjoy the beautiful time with Meng Huinger. However, he did not expect that Wenren Zuwei would call again. Principal Peach Blossom wants to talk to you about something that only you can know. Chen Mobai looked surprised after hearing this. Master Peach Blossom, are you kidding me? He's a nascent soul cultivator now, yet he dares to keep us in suspense. No time, I'm busy right now. After saying that, Chen Mobai hung up immediately. Meng Huinger also consciously knelt down. Soon, the breathing rhythm in the room began to change again. In the morning, Chen Mobai arrived at the principal's office feeling refreshed. He turned on his phone, which had been switched off the night before, and soon several text messages and missed calls popped up. He called Hua Zijing first. True Lord, I have already spoken with Minister Zhongli and conveyed your message to him. Wang Xinfu failed to achieve nascent soul and is currently in seclusion to recuperate. Therefore, all the personnel in the three major halls of the dance weapon lineage are currently under the coordination of Hua Zijing. Most people in the Wookiee lineage still approve of Zhongli Tianyu's appointment as the head of the Zhengfa Hall. Compared to Wenren Zuwei, at least she graduated from their lineage. If Minister Zhongli is promoted, the position of Minister of Law Enforcement will be vacant. Lin Yin from the Patching Heaven group has sufficient qualifications, experience, and ability, and is also your old subordinate, True Lord. I plan to transfer her to the position. Hua Zijing then brought up a series of personnel transfers, to which Chen Mobai had no objections. Since Chen Ziohe took over as director of the Forestry Bureau a few years ago, there was nothing left for him to care about in the immortal sect. You can arrange it as you see fit, I trust you. After listening, Chen Mobai said this. True Lord, there is another matter. The release process for True Man Yu Tianguang has been completed. From now on, he will no longer be imprisoned. Hua Zijing eventually gave Chen Mobai another piece of good news. Yu Tianguang accidentally cultivated the Devouring God technique, which resulted in the planting of a divine seed by the master of the Divine Imperial Pavilion. According to the rules of the immortal sect, he was to be imprisoned for life. However, Chengxuan had put in some effort for him, imparting 2 parts of divine techniques. As long as Yu Tianguang could remove the divine seed and be certified by the relevant departments of the immortal sect, he could be released. However, the effects of the forbidden technique were far deeper than imagined. It wasn't until recently that Yu Tianguang was able to remove the influence of the divine seed. With this most difficult hurdle overcome, given the current strength of the Dance Weapon Academy, the remaining procedures can naturally be completed as quickly as possible. Okay, I'll go pick him up myself. Chen Mobai remembered the kindness Yu Tianguang had shown him and immediately stood up. The place of imprisonment was arranged by him personally. With his current cultivation level, he didn't even need the heavenly curtain and earthly network array to help him locate it. With a turn of his divine sense, he was already there in an instant. The local law enforcement department was in charge of the imprisonment. Upon hearing that Chen Mobai had arrived, the heads of various departments in Dongshan City flocked over. However, Chen Mobai had already left with Yu Tianguang before they arrived. I never imagined that I would one day be able to fly freely. In the sky, Chen Mobai and Yu Tianguang flew slowly. The latter rode a crimson cloud, looking at the vast blue sky and the boundless earth, and couldn't help but shed tears. Chen Mobai vaguely remembered that back in Dangxia Pavilion, Yu Tianguang was in his prime, full of vigor and ambition. But now, more than 100 years of imprisonment had turned him into a man with a full head of white hair and a weathered face. Alas, if it weren't for this calamity, with your talent, you might have had a chance to reach the nascent soul stage. Chen Mobai sighed. Qin Baikan, who was in the same year as Yu Tianguang, had already reached the 9th level of the Golden Core stage after switching to the Burning Heaven technique, and his true qi had been condensed into 27 strands. Chen Mobai plans to release Qin Baikan ahead of schedule for the next batch of nascent soul elixir, refined by the immortal sect. In comparison, Yu Tianguang's Danshan and Qi Si had been imprisoned for the past 100 years, preventing him from cultivating. Only because he wanted to cultivate two parts of divine techniques did his divine sense break through to the level of perfect core formation. However, because nearly half of his divine consciousness was separated, his purple mansion sea of consciousness became somewhat empty and shrunken, showing a tendency to fall in realm. Being able to come out and breathe free air already makes me very satisfied. Chenyang, thank you. Yu Tianguang said to Chen Mobai with a grateful expression. He naturally knew that he was able to get out of there thanks to the man in front of him. What are your plans for the future? As Chen Mobai led Yu Tianguang toward the Dance Weapon Academy, he asked a question. Chapter 11:16, The Gatekeeper of the Back Mountain. Chapter 11:16, The Gatekeeper of the Back Mountain. After Yu Tianguang was released, all he wanted was to live a good life. For him, being able to breathe freely is already a great satisfaction. Although he was released, he still needs to report his whereabouts to law enforcement every now and then for record keeping. Because he was arrested in Danxia City, according to the rules of the immortal sect, he was not allowed to go there, nor could he engage in the education industry. Although he had sworn before his release that he would not reveal a single word of what he knew about the devouring God technique to a second person. It's good that you're out. At the Wuki Dao Academy, Cheng Xuan was also gratified to see Yu Tianguang, whom Chen Mobai had brought back. Back when he was the principal, he had been selecting successors who could form a nascent soul, and Yu Tianguang was one of the people he favored. He had even personally crafted the embryo of Yu Tianguang's natal magic weapon. Principal, I'm so sorry. Upon seeing Cheng Xuan, Yu Tianguang was filled with shame and trembled as he apologized. In his imprisonment, he could only read old newspapers and books, roughly up to the time when Chen Mobai became the master of the Righteous Law Hall, and the immortal sect won the war against Dragon God Star. He was unaware that the immortal sect and the Dance Weapon Academy had undergone a complete transformation. I'm not the principal anymore, Chen Yang is. Cheng Xuan shook his head, helped Yu Tianguang up, pulled him to sit in a chair, and asked about his experiences in prison over the years. It was probably Chen Yang who gave the order. I'm relatively free inside. When Yu Tianguang finished speaking, he thanked Chen Mobai again. The latter waved his hand, indicating that it was what he should do, and then personally brewed a cup of tea and handed it to him. Speaking of which, our Dao Academy's current status as the #1 immortal sect is entirely thanks to you recommending Chenyang to the Dao Academy back in Danxia City. Cheng Xuan mentioned Yu Tianguang's greatest achievement, which was that when he was in charge, Chen Mobai entered the Dance Weapon Academy with the highest score in the entrance exam. If it weren't for your discerning eye in recognizing talent, the Dao Academy would have been missing a nascent soul true monarch, and I might even have already passed away in obscurity. Yu Tianguang was just about to say that with Chen Mobai's talent, he would have achieved what he has today even without his recommendation, when he heard Cheng Xuan's words, and his eyes widened immediately. What? Transformation into a deity. It's only been 100 years since he reached the nascent soul stage. He's already reached the divine realm so quickly. Chenyang, Yu Tianguang's voice trembled. He was already very moved that Chen Mobai, as the Lord of the Righteous Law Hall, had come to pick him up from prison. Now that he knew that this person was actually the top nascent soul true monarch of the immortal sect, he was so frightened that he could not speak clearly. I owe my achievements today to Master Yu's help in transforming my pure yang spiritual power using the burning lamp technique, which laid the foundation for the pure yang scroll, a nascent soul cultivation technique. Chen Mobai smiled slightly after hearing this, showing great humility. You flatter me, Your Excellency. I only offered a tiny bit of help. Yu Tianguang was still self-aware. At that time, he saw that Chen Mobai's combat ability was outstanding, and that he might become the face of the Dance Weapon Academy like Lan Haitian in the future, so he thought of recruiting him into the academy. But he only thought that at most he could reach the nascent soul stage, who knew that he would have already reached the deity stage. Let's not talk about that anymore. What are Xiao Yu's plans for the future? Cheng Xuan laughed. In any case, Chen Mobai is now the leader of the Dance Weapon Academy, the towering tree of their lineage. After listening, Yu Tianguang repeated what he had said to Chen Mobai. In that case, you can find a simple job in Chicheng Cave Heaven, or you could go to the Heavenly Crafts Factory. With your core formation foundation, becoming a senior consultant shouldn't be a problem. Cheng Xuan proposed a good plan. Yu Tianguang is quite skilled in weapon crafting, and now that he has been unsealed, he has recovered to the core formation stage. The Heavenly Weapon Factory is directly under the Dance Weapon Academy, and its current director is Zhou Tiangong, an acquaintance of Chen Mobai. I think it's better for me to live in seclusion. Although I have two true lords as guarantors, I still don't want to cause trouble for the Taoist Academy. Yu Tianguang shook his head. He was already very satisfied to be able to come out and breathe free air. If he went to Tiangong Machinery Factory, the entire factory would be placed on the Law Enforcement Department's key list, and various inspections would be frequent. In that case, why don't you go help guard the gate on the back mountain? After listening, Chen Mobai shared his thoughts. The back mountain isn't that. Cheng Xuan didn't react at first, but then his eyes widened and he looked at Chen Mobai in disbelief. Well, Zing has been guarding the gate for so many years and feels that he is the only one who doesn't have a vacation. He complained to me a while ago. After Master Yu went there, the two of them were assigned to work one day and rest one day, which was just right. Moreover, the back gate is not open and no students go there, so it is very quiet and peaceful. Chen Mobai nodded and explained why he did it. The reincarnation of Kaingsing had already reached the foundation establishment stage under his arrangement, but because he was addicted to games, he was unwilling to give up his job as a gatekeeper and had been doing it for more than 10 years. But no matter how leisurely the job is, you can't stand not having a vacation for more than 10 years. When Deng Daiyun celebrated his nascent soul formation, all the staff of Wuki Dao Academy were given a holiday. Kaingsing's reincarnation also came to the banquet and casually mentioned it to Chen Mobai. Chen Mobai certainly took his former boss's affairs seriously. Originally, they planned to recruit from outside, but before they could instruct Zhuang Jialan, they heard that Yu Tianguang had been released. Someone with a criminal record like him would be perfect as a doorman or security guard. Moreover, the reincarnation of Kaingsing had also taught himself the devouring god technique, so Chen Mobai felt that the two of them were a perfect match as partners. Xiao Yu, would you like to be a doorman? Cheng Xuan nodded after hearing Chen Mobai's explanation via telepathy. He then asked Yu Tianguang, who thought about it for a moment and agreed that it was indeed the most suitable option for him. Subsequently, two nascent soul true lords from the Wuki Dao Academy personally led Yu Tianguang to his workplace for a visit. Principal, former principal, what brings you all here today? They had just flown down from the sky when they were spotted by the reincarnation of Kaingsing, who was sitting in a recliner playing on his phone. The latter immediately pressed the pause button and asked with a curious look. Didn't you say that, Zing? It's too tiring for one person to work shifts from morning till night, so we found you a new person. Chen Mobai smiled as he spoke with the boy in front of him. Cheng Xuan, standing beside him, also looked amiable and occasionally chimed in, asking the boy how he was doing and whether he was satisfied with the treatment and accommodations. Great, someone's finally here. Let me make it clear, I've been here a long time, so I'm definitely going to be the foreman. The reincarnation of Kaingsing is named Chen Xingxing. Due to her long-term addiction to the internet, she has a somewhat eccentric and straightforward personality. Seeing that Yu Tianguang looks old, she decides to first secure her leadership. Of course, you're a senior employee with a lot of experience. This is Xiao Yu's first time working outside, so he might not be used to it in many ways. I'll have to trouble you to guide him. Cheng Xuan stood to Chen Xingxing's right, smiled and nodded, then pointed at Yu Tianguang and said. Chen Mobai also had the same kind expression. This puzzled Yu Tianguang greatly. He wondered if Chen Xingxing was also a nascent soul cultivator, or if he had a very powerful background, but no matter how powerful he was, could he be more powerful than a nascent soul cultivator? Why are the two nascent soul cultivators from the Dance Weapon Academy being overly polite? Xiao Yu, get to know a Xing better and you can start working here tomorrow. Cheng Xuan spoke to Yu Tianguang, who nodded and then introduced himself to Chen Xingxing. By the way, what's your number? I'd like to add you as a friend. Chen Xingxing nodded, picked up her phone and asked. Yu Tianguang was immediately embarrassed. He had just been released from prison and hadn't had time to buy a cell phone yet. We came in a hurry, and Xiao Yu probably forgot her phone in the interview office. Xing, could you give me your number? We'll have Xiao Yu add you when we get back. Cheng Xuan immediately came up with an excuse, and Chen Xingxing didn't suspect anything. She casually said a string of numbers and then stared straight at them. Chen Mobai immediately understood that he was going to play games and that they were getting in the way, so he quickly took Cheng Xuan and Yu Tianguang and said goodbye. Halfway there, Chengxuan left first, heading to the deepest part of the Wanbao cave. A few years ago, Deng Daiyun refined a Dao fruit from the Dan Ding Jade tree and was now preparing to upgrade his natal magic weapon. Chengxuan was busy giving him guidance, wanting to lay a fifth-order foundation for Deng Daiyun's natal magic weapon. After Chen Mobai brought Yu Tianguang back to his office, he asked Zhuang Jialan to help purchase a new mobile phone. He then used his true form, the Azure Bird Primordial Spirit Dharma form, to unleash the pure Yang Dao, illuminating Yu Tianguang's entire body and helping him stabilize his realm. This scene made Yu Tianguang feel the great power of the divine transformation True Lord, and his expression became even more respectful. Your natal magic weapon is still sealed in the enforcement department's warehouse. I've already sent someone to retrieve it, and it will be delivered in a few days. Get along well with Ah Xing. He has exceptional talent, and perhaps he will be the one to support the academy after me. Chen Mobai didn't want to mention Kaixing's identity, so he said it tactfully. I see, no wonder. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianguang suddenly realized that, just as he had expected, he possessed the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator. This also greatly excited him. The thought of possibly witnessing the emergence of the third nascent soul true monarch in the Dance Weapon Academy filled him with anticipation. These spirit stones, although you have been delayed for 100 years, when the divine imperial pavilion master descended into your body in order to unleash greater power, he also expanded your danshan to the level of perfect core formation. Now that it has been unsealed, it has been stabilized by me with the pure Yang Dao. From now on, you only need to absorb spiritual energy to improve your spiritual power, and you will be able to reach the 9th level of the golden core in the shortest time. As Chen Mobai spoke, he handed a box of high-grade spirit stones that he had prepared beforehand to Yu Tianguang. The latter's understanding of the value of spirit stones from the immortal sect was still based on his experience before he was imprisoned, and he refused the box repeatedly upon seeing so many. Take it, don't worry about it being too precious. I'm a nascent soul cultivator now, so these things are irrelevant to me. Chen Mobai handed it directly to Yu Tianguang, who then sheepishly accepted it into his domain. The back mountain is peaceful and there's nothing to do. You should cultivate diligently. If you can catch up in the future, I'll see if I can arrange an opportunity for you to form a nascent soul. Chen Mobai said that, although Yu Tianguang looks very old, he is actually only 330 years old. After graduating from the Dance Weapon Academy, he only waited 64 years before he was able to successfully form his core. It was for this reason that Chengxuan had high hopes for him. Afterwards, he served as the governor of Danxia City for over 100 years and was imprisoned for another 100 years. Considering his age, there is still a glimmer of hope that he can achieve the nascent soul stage. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianguang was extremely excited and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. At that moment, Zhuang Jialan returned with a new cell phone. Chen Mobai asked her to take Yu Tianguang to pick up his security guard uniform and arrange accommodation, etc. Watching Yu Tianguang leave, Chen Mobai suddenly felt a sense of relief. Although his cultivation level hadn't improved, he felt a step closer to the Great Tao. His connection with Yu Tianguang began when he was 18, and it has only just ended more than 100 years later. This also made Chen Mobai understand why Kaixing and Beiguang, after transforming into gods, stayed at home on Wufeng Immortal Mountain and rarely showed their faces unless it was a major event. Some things are like threads. If you can untie them, that's fine, but many are intractable knots. For example, Bai Guang's regrets about his parents were ultimately transferred to Shi Wanyu through the method of subtraction to achieve emptiness, which finally brought an end to the regrets. However, for Chen Mobai, fewer lines are better, but he's not afraid if he really can't solve them. After all, the Yiyuan Dao Palace has a method in its lineage to transfer one's own lineage to a disciple. Of course, to make things easier for his disciples, Chen Mobai planned to divide his thread into two parts. One part would be given to Jiang Xingheng along with the Dao Law fruit, and the other part to Zhuo Ming. Both of them were highly talented, had the potential to reach the nascent soul stage, and were able to handle the burden. Liu Wenbai and Luo Yixuan should just focus on their cultivation, and not take on such a heavy responsibility. Thinking of this, Chen Mobai remembered that he hadn't yet asked the great Chun tree for 2 pieces of its heartwood to make a wooden spirit talisman, so he picked up his phone to call Wenren Zuwei. But then he remembered that he had hung up on her the night before. Master Peach Blossom has something to say. Since we're going to Jumeng Taoist Temple, let's meet up. Chen Mobai has a good relationship with the Jumeng lineage. His ability to comprehend the pure Yang Dao was largely due to the fifth-order myriad transformations thunder water that gave birth to the five-cornered ancient maple. For this reason, Peach Blossom Master should be given a chance to speak. Amidst the flashing silver light, Chen Mobai had already teleported to the location of the great Chun tree. Before long, Wenren Zuwei, having received his message, also used the void shift technique to arrive from the immortal sect. Having entered the consciousness space of the great Chun spirit with practiced ease, Chen Mobai told the girl with emerald eyes about her transformation. Once the immortal sect has survived the great calamity of the next war, and I have reached the void realm, I will release the heavenly curtain and earthly network array to free you, senior. Although the outcome was not as desired, compared to the endless prison she had been in before, at least now there was hope for freedom. So the girl with emerald eyes stood up and gave Chen Mobai a slight bow to express her gratitude. Then I look forward to the day when the true Lord reaches the void realm. Chapter 11, 17 Pei Qingshuang's father. Chapter 11, 17 Pei Qingshuang's father. When Chen Mobai left the consciousness space of the great Chun tree spirit, he had two dark blue wooden plaques in his hand, which were the heart of the great Chun tree. For a talisman to possess a celestial spiritual root, it also needs innate essence of the corresponding attribute. Originally, Chen Mobai did not have one, so he did not intend to get a sixth-order tree heart. However, not long ago, two experts, Yuangsu and Sanju, made a major breakthrough while researching the art of mending the heavens. They discovered that the innate essence representing the heavenly spiritual root could be artificially created. The key lies in the immortal spiritual energy that Chen Mobai had Yuan Su research before. This energy possesses the properties of primordial energy and can be artificially guided and transformed into any kind of essence. Of course, it is not enough to transform it with immortal spiritual energy alone. It is also necessary to inject the power of the great Tao with the five elements during the transformation process. Only by combining the two can the innate essence representing the heavenly spiritual root be synthesized. The discovery of this was not only due to the immortal technique of mending the heavens, but also because Yuangsu had thought of the formula for the celestial water purification. The latter was created by the spirit venerable by condensing the power of the great Tao of water. He then spread this theory to the five elements, and after tens of millions of simulations in the Fangkun book, succeeded. Chen Mobai also highly praised this achievement. If this were done in the heavenly river realm, even with the same conditions, it would probably take thousands or tens of thousands of years to achieve such results. However, although it has been theoretically completed, it has not yet been tested on living individuals. Therefore, it may take some time for the immortal sects to ensure that this method of artificially creating celestial spiritual roots is safe and reliable. This matter was entrusted to Sanju, who was more professional than Yuangsu. As for Chen Mobai, he only needs innate wood element essence to refine two fifth-order wood spirit talismans. I'll go and inform Principal Tao Hua. After coming out, Wenren Zuwei spoke to Chen Mobai, and after the latter nodded, she turned into silver light and disappeared from the spot. Chen Mobai took this opportunity to call Yu Yi and schedule a time to meet her. Whenever you are ready, true lord, I am available anytime. Upon hearing what Chen Mobai said, Yu Yi, unlike her previous hesitation, agreed without a second thought. Over the years, Yunhai, Chengxuan, and Kingping have all reached the nascent soul stage, which has greatly spurred her on. Yu Yi believed that although her talent was not as good as Chen Mobai's, it was no worse than the other three. Moreover, after the last war, she also obtained the corresponding resources and her cultivation advanced further, reaching the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. Naturally, she longed to take the next step, the divine transformation stage. Within the immortal sects, the allocation of resources for nascent soul cultivators definitely requires connections at the upper levels. Yu Yi and Chen Mobai have the most exchanges and collaborations, and over the years they have almost become a lineage of dance weaponry. Well, I still have some things to take care of at Jumeng Taoist Academy. I'll come find you after I'm done. You should prepare the materials and tools for making talismans first. As Chen Mobai spoke, two streaks of silver light landed on the lake's surface. They were Peach Blossom Master and Wenren Zuwei. They saw him making a phone call and waited for him instead of coming over. After ending his call with Yu Yi, Chen Mobai went to the two women. Greetings, true lord. The respectful attitude of Master Peach Blossom was something Chen Mobai had never seen before. You're too kind, venerable master. I wonder what brings you here. I was giving guidance to a friend in his spiritual practice last night and couldn't find the time. Chen Mobai was very polite, and Master Peach Blossom nodded in understanding. Before long, the three of them arrived at a pavilion in the Jumeng Taoist temple, where Wenren Zuwei began to brew tea with practiced ease. My lord, please look. This is a bird that accidentally wandered into the island where my true form resides a few years ago. After I captured it, I discovered some things about you. Chen Mobai had just sat down when he thought that Peach Blossom Master had come to talk to him about the Chaos Pearl, or about helping Pei Qingshuang compete for the position of Master of the Righteous Law Hall. However, he did not expect that she would put a birdcage on the table with her slender hands. Although the bird in the cage had grown much bigger, Chen Mobai recognized it at a glance. Kong Feikin. When he visited Qingnu at Ju Mangdao Academy and suppressed all the foundation establishment prodigies of the immortal sect, he encountered a flying bird entrusted with 2 parts of Kong Feikin's divine magic. The latter gave him what was said to be a devouring serpent transformed from Yang Jing's miscellaneous thoughts. But after doing this, shouldn't you just disappear? After all, Kong Feikin was a member of the Ascension sect. Was it because he wanted to protect Qingnu from the shadows? But after Qingnu graduated, she was basically in Wangwu Cave heaven. Even if he wanted to protect her, shouldn't she still be staying at Jumeng Academy? Chen Mobai was completely baffled, frowning as he coldly stared at the caged bird. The only saving grace is that he is now a nascent soul true monarch, so even if his connection with Kong Feikin is exposed, Qi Yuheng and the others won't say anything. True lord, there's no need to worry. After I discovered the scene of the bird's consciousness contacting you through my soul control technique, I stopped looking at it. Seeing Chen Mobai's expression, Master Peach Blossom thought he had stumbled upon a secret that Chen Mobai didn't want others to know, and immediately explained. After hearing this, Chen Mobai tentatively believed it. He noticed that the bird in the cage seemed to have lost its soul, standing there blankly with empty eyes. He couldn't help but ask, "Did you seal its soul?" "It is my true form that attracts wandering souls, purifying them to strengthen myself. This bird's soul is very special, almost equivalent to a core formation cultivator, but it seems to have suffered severe injuries and lost its own consciousness. So, in a daze, it flew into the island where my true form is located." Master Peach Blossom recounted how he discovered the bird. She doesn't absorb living things, so her curiosity got the better of her, and she wanted to see what was so special about a mere bird that it could possess such powerful spirituality. However, the bird's sea of consciousness seemed to have collapsed and shattered, and the memories inside were like a mess. But occasionally, some fragments could still be seen, which should be things that left a deep impression on the bird and were engraved in its heart. For the majority of the scenes, the subject was a beautiful young woman with a refined and elegant demeanor. Master Peach Blossom recognized her as Qingnu, a former student of the Jumeng Dao Academy. Although Master Peach Blossom disliked meddling in affairs, he still remembered those with heavenly spiritual roots. The most crucial point is that this student disappeared more than 100 years ago, and the last person to see her was Chen Mobai. After realizing this, Master Peach Blossom realized that he might have discovered something extraordinary. Immediately afterwards, from the bird's memory fragments, she saw a scene where it landed on the lake outside Jumeng Academy and talked with Chen Mobai. Upon seeing this, Master Peach Blossom hesitated. Although her instinctive curiosity made her want to continue reading, she stopped, considering the current situation of the Jumeng lineage and knowing that the truth contained within might be beyond her comprehension. She was also very conflicted about whether or not to inform Chen Mobai, because if it really was a secret that the nascent soul true monarch wanted to hide, then she would inevitably be targeted by this number 1 person in the immortal sect. Unable to make a decision himself, Master Peach Blossom informed Wenren Zuwei, who, knowing Chen Mobai's character, felt it was best to tell him the truth. "That's why I received that sudden phone call that night. This bird is Kong Feikin, who was once bewitched by the Ascension sect and left the immortal sect. He cultivated 2 parts of divine arts, and half of his spiritual consciousness is residing in it. I don't have any connection with him, but his sister Qingnu is my best friend, so we can be considered acquaintances. Back then, out of respect for Qingnu, I didn't report him, but I never imagined that he would have been hiding all this time, across thousands of mountains and rivers. Chen Mobai did not hide anything. At his current level, even if all the information about his contact with Kong Fiken were made public, it would not shake his leadership position in the immortal sect. I see. Upon hearing this, Master Peach Blossom suddenly realized what was happening. Then, at Wenren Zuwei's prompting, he handed the birdcage to Chen Mobai. In that case, please, true lord, deal with this bird. Chen Mobai hesitated for a moment, not accepting it immediately. In the end, he thought of Qing Nu, sighed, and accepted Kong Fiken. I will remember this favor. In the future, once Kingping has mastered the Chaos Pearl and the immortal sect has no shortage of spiritual energy, I will have Yunhai release your true form from the heavenly curtain and earthly network array. Chen Mobai's words brought a smile to Peach Blossom Master's face, and he thanked him repeatedly. The immortal sect transformed De Chun and Peach Blossom Master's true forms into the spiritual cores of the celestial canopy and earthly network. As long as the Great Formation exists, they will never be able to break free. While Qi Yuheng and others disagreed with De Chun's position as the central core, Peach Blossom Master's words were no longer a major issue for the current immortal sects. By the way, I have a question that may be presumptuous, and I wonder if the Venerable Master could answer it. Chen Mobai accepted the tea offered by Wenren Zuwei, and a question that had been weighing on his mind for over 100 years came to mind, so he couldn't help but ask. Does True Lord wish to ask who Qyer's father is? To everyone's surprise, Master Peach Blossom seemed to have foreseen the future, and asked in return with a smile as bright as a flower. Not bad, Chen Mobai said with curiosity. This matter was not recorded even in the 3 great halls of the immortal sect. All that was known was that Peach Blossom Venerable suddenly became pregnant, and after the miraculous healing of 3 absolutes venerable, she gave birth to Pei Qingshuang. Our peach trees are all self-pollinating. I am both Qyer's father and Qyer's mother. Master Peach Blossom answered, and Chen Mobai was both surprised and enlightened after hearing it. The answer was so simple. After finishing their tea, Chen Mobai remembered that Master Yu was still waiting, so he took Kong Fiken and left first. Then Wenren Zhu also returned to Wangwu Cave. After only one person remained, Peach Blossom Master's expression calmed down. After a flash of silver light, she arrived at the island where her true form was located. The peach tree is a spirit suppressor, but no one knows that within its body lies the soul of its master. Chapter 11:18, The Great Vehicle Heavenly Book. Chapter 11:18, The Great Vehicle Heavenly Book. True Lord, everything is ready. Master Yu took the 2 6th-tier tree heart pieces and placed them on the workbench. He pointed to the various talisman inks, talisman pens, and other tools on the workbench and said respectfully, "Then I'll trouble you. I'm going to the attic to read a book for a while. Call me when you're done drawing." Chen Mobai nodded and stopped grinding the ink. He is a person of great fortune. As long as he participates in this talisman making, he can bless Yu Yi with good luck, making her success rate higher. Even with the ability to print small books, it would take Yu Yi a lot of time and concentration to draw 2 wooden spirit talismans. Chen Mobai certainly wouldn't just wait on the sidelines. He could simply symbolically grind some ink to show that he had contributed something. Yes, true lord, I will go and help you unseal the heavenly book. After hearing this, Master Yu prepared to get up, but Chen Mobai shook his head. I can also break the restrictions on the heavenly book now, so you don't need to expend your energy. After Chen Mobai finished speaking, he picked up the birdcage that was placed in the corner and went to the Heavenly Book Pavilion. On the way to the Heavenly Book Academy, Chen Mobai had already checked on Kong Fiken's situation. It seemed that the consciousness of his main body had been destroyed, and the birds that the 2 divine arts were entrusted to were also in a state of scattered consciousness. This is also the biggest flaw of the devouring God technique. Once the main body dies, all the divine seeds will dissipate, or even turn into nourishment for the person who planted the divine seeds. However, the 2 parts of the divine art might be a little different. The parts that Kong Fiken and Yang Jing cut off, even though their original bodies perished, remained alive. The immortal sect hadn't studied this aspect much, and Chen Mobai planned to have Yuan Su research it when he had time. Chen Mobai had mixed feelings about Kong Fiken's current situation. Although their relationship was not particularly close, he was at least King Nu's younger brother, and his original intention was to save Yangjing. However, his lack of experience and ability led to this tragic end. If possible, Chen Mobai still wanted to save him, But unfortunately, in Kong Fiken's condition, medicine was no longer effective. But in any case, at least I'm still alive. This is a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Chen Mobai stepped into the bottom floor of the Heavenly Book Pavilion, put down the birdcage in his hand, and gently sensed the bird's condition. Seeing its almost shattered purple mansion sea of consciousness, he sighed. For the sake of our past acquaintance, I will not tell Qingnu this news, so as not to hurt her. Chen Mobai said this to the flying bird. Qingnu had finally come to terms with the fact that her younger brother and sister were dead over the years. If she were to find out that her brother had turned into a plant-like bird, her Tao heart would probably shatter once again. Unfortunately, the caged bird was oblivious to this, its eyes vacant. Chen Mobai stretched out his finger, a wisp of spiritual light flowing from his fingertip, and gently landed on the bird. After using the burning lamp technique to treat it, he stepped onto the top floor of the pavilion. Every time Chen Mobai saw the 7 heavenly books, he felt a sense of anticipation. Because there is a lot of knowledge in it that he has not yet grasped. Aside from the moment of breaking through to a higher realm, what makes Chen Mobai happiest is when he absorbs new knowledge that he didn't know before. Learning makes people happy. He reached out and placed his hand on the universal book of heaven. A restriction immediately appeared, and under the state of the 5 tones of law, he slowly comprehended and understood the mysteries of this 5th-order restriction. If it weren't for the need to reseal the heavenly books before leaving, he could have used the Chaos Pearl to nullify all the restrictions on the 7 heavenly books. After a while, as several beams of spiritual light flickered at his fingertips, the restriction enveloping the universal heavenly book vanished instantly. Chen Mobai smiled slightly, reached out and picked up the heavenly book, then opened it. Happy times always pass too quickly. Before he knew it, Chen Mobai had read through all 7 heavenly books. With the blessing of the 5 tones, he had grasped the essence of the other 6 books, except for the Mahayana heavenly book. Even the Mahayana heavenly book had revealed some clues to him. The universal heavenly book records the fundamental principles of the void. The purple and green heavenly book represents the life force of the yin and yang cycle, as well as the mysteries of creation. The Phoenix script heavenly book is a force that guides all living beings with wisdom, spirit, will, and virtue. The Tao Law heavenly book records the laws governing the operation of all things and phenomena in the universe. The Taiyuan heavenly book represents the existence of all things, all kinds of primordial energy, and all matter. The Book of Life and Death describes the cycle of reincarnation for all beings, and the destruction of everything, returning to the end of nothingness. Void, creation, spirit, laws, existence, destruction. These combined constitute the most fundamental world, namely the Dharma realm. It was after realizing this that the Mahayana heavenly book, which Chen Mobai had never been able to understand, began to shine with a bright light and reveal its profound mysteries. Only by comprehending the 6 great heavenly books can one attain the Mahayana. When Chen Mobai comprehended the innate yin and yang, the 5 Thai scriptures, the lectures given by the Purple Cloud Taoist, and the contents of the heavenly book in his mind showed a tendency to be integrated, but he lacked a main framework to connect them. But now, this step has been completed within the profound mysteries of the Mahayana heavenly book. The so-called Mahayana Buddhism actually records the methods for creating the universe. The Dharma realm is the most basic world, but the Mahayana heavenly book contains more and more perfect methods for creating worlds than the Dharma realm. By using the great Tao recorded in the 6 great heavenly books as a guide, one can glimpse the role of the other innate great Taos in the process of creating the universe, and ultimately evolve the 3,000 great Taos in the newly created universe. Once the 3,000 great paths are completed, it becomes Mahayana. Chen Mobai found this somewhat puzzling, because theoretically, this part of the content should only be known to his senior sister. And now, even on the remote and desolate planet of the universe, there are celestial books recorded there. Could it be that, after teacher Zixel left, the senior sister leaked this part of the content due to pressure from the other students? However, upon further reflection, Chen Mobai discovered that the Mahayana heavenly book only recorded the methods for creating the universe and evolving the 3,000 great Taos, but lacked the crucial part on fusing the 3,000 great Taos to obtain the power of creation. This gave him a slight sense of relief, as he had thought that the secret teachings of his Zixel lineage had been leaked throughout the entire universe. But immediately, a sense of disappointment welled up inside him. After all, he didn't receive this instruction when he was attending classes at Zixel Palace. If he could learn it from the Mahayana Heavenly Book, his status as a direct descendant of Zixel would be even more worthy of the title. In the following time, Chen Mobai put the other 6 heavenly books back and resealed them, focusing only on studying the Mahayana Heavenly Book. However, perhaps due to limitations in his cultivation, or perhaps because he had not yet mastered the Dharma realm, he gained nothing more than the initial glimpses of its mysteries. That day, Yu Yi sent a text message, saying that the 2 Fifth Order Wood Spirit talismans had been drawn, and were only missing the final step of injecting innate wood elemental energy. After putting the Mahayana Heavenly Book back and reapplying the original restriction, Chen Mobai picked up the birdcage on the first floor and went to find Yu Yi. Carrying 2 fifth-tier Wood Spirit talismans, Chen Mobai left the Heavenly Book Academy and returned to the Dance Weapon Academy. Since they don't intend to let Qing Nu know about Kong Feiken's situation, they need to find a quiet place within the immortal sect to recuperate. Chen Mobai originally intended to hand it over to Zhuang Jialan, but considering that she already had enough to do, he decided not to add any new burden to her. After much thought, Chen Mobai thought of the back mountain of the Taoist temple. Coincidentally, Chen Xingxing and Yu Tianguang both cultivated 2 parts of divine arts, as did Kong Feiken. The 2 people and the bird coming together can be considered a kind of fate. After thinking about it, Chen Mobai immediately went to the back mountain. Ah Xing, this is a strange bird that I found when I was doing my morning exercise this morning. You 2 must be bored when you take turns guarding the gate, so I thought I'd bring it to keep you company. Chen Mobai was talking to the reincarnation of Kaixing, who was on duty today when he placed the birdcage in his hand on the edge of the window of the guardhouse. All right, but I'm not going to feed it. I can't even eat a meal every day myself. Don't blame me if this bird starves to death in the future. Chen Xingxing glanced at the birdcage, saw the silly bird with a blank look in its eyes, but didn't pay it any mind. Her fingers, which were behind her back, kept tapping the phone screen, controlling her character to pass the level. It's nothing. I mainly came to see you. I'll talk to Lao Yu about feeding the birds. Chen Mobai said in a friendly tone that he would take his leave immediately, so as not to interfere with Kaixing's operation. After returning to the principal's office, Chen Mobai called Yu Tianguang, who was off today, and told him about the flying bird. The latter was much more respectful and said that he would definitely raise the bird sent by the true lord to be plump and healthy. After dealing with this matter, Chen Mobai was about to go to the eastern wilderness to send out the 2 wooden spirit talismans when he received another piece of bad news. Yu Huiping also passed away. Hearing his daughter's tearful voice on the phone, Chen Mobai sighed and immediately rushed to Wanggu Cave. When he arrived, many people from the Wuki lineage were already waiting. Although Yu Huiping was not well known among the immortal sects, as Bai Guang's only direct disciple, his status was extremely important. Moreover, on the surface, Chen Mobai is Bai Guang's husband, so Yu Huiping can also be considered his disciple, Chenyang Zhenjun. As Chen Mobai stepped into the hospital bed, he saw Chen Ziohe holding Yu Huiping's aged hand, tears streaming down his face. True Lord, you have arrived. Hua Zijing was also there. When she saw Chen Mobai come in, she greeted him and then immediately went out to stand guard at the door. True Lord, my life was already complete when my master left. But when you achieved the nascent soul stage and saw Ziohe grow up, that was another kind of joy beyond mere perfection. Yu Huiping faced her final moments with a smile. For her, the rest of her life was without any regrets. Raising Ziohe, in particular, fulfilled her expectations as an elder. Previously, Yu Huiping's proudest and most memorable experience was being Bai Guang's disciple. But now, she feels that seeing the beautiful and carefree Ziohe is what makes her most proud. Although her own life is about to end, as long as Chen Ziohe is still alive, the traces of her existence will not disappear. Her existence will continue in the people around her the moment she closes her eyes. Do you have any last words? I hope I will be able to see her in the future. Chen Mobai asked softly. Yu Huiping naturally knew who Chen Mobai was referring to when he said she. Then I'll trouble you, true lord, to tell my master that I was very happy during the days I spent with her on the mountain. Although she's not very mature, and I took care of her most of the time, I've always regarded her as my mother. Chen Mobai's words seemed to evoke Yu Huiping's memories. As she spoke, her eyes gradually drifted, and images of the hundreds of years she had spent with Bai Guang appeared before her eyes, a smile appearing on her lips. "Daughter, there's something I've never told you. Your mother actually has another identity." Seeing that Yu Huiping's breath was getting weaker and weaker, and that she was about to die, Chen Mobai felt that she might have regrets in her heart that Xiao Hai did not know that his mother was Bai Guang, so he decided not to hide it anymore and told her the secret. "You said that Mom is the reincarnation of the white light ancestor." As expected, Chen Xiaohei's eyes widened in shock after hearing this, and she muttered to herself in disbelief. But then she remembered how Yu Huiping had carried her up Wangxian Peak when she was a child, and how figures like the Three Absolutes Master were always at her beck and call when her 9 yin meridians flared up. She was even able to easily borrow the 5th-tier Ling Xiao jade pendant from the Taiyuan Academy. Her face lit up with realization. At that time, her father, Chen Mobai, had not yet reached the nascent soul stage. He was merely a rising star in the immortal sects and did not have such great influence. It turns out that it was because her mother was Bai Guang. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" After figuring it out, Chen Xiaohe shouted it out. "Little Black, I hope you won't blame your master for abandoning you and your father in pursuit of a higher realm." At this moment, Yu Huiping, who was barely clinging to life, saw Xiao Hai, who was losing control of his emotions, and had no choice but to hold on and hold Xiao Hai's hand to plead for his master. After all, no matter who you look at it from, Bai Guang's departure is seen as her abandoning her husband and daughter, and she was in the wrong first. "I was afraid you wouldn't be able to accept it, but she loves you." Chen Mobai also spoke well of Bai Guang. After all, before she left, she gave her mother the fire essence inner core and left her daughter the finger profound sword. She left the immortal sect because there was no way forward here. Compared to her being trapped in the immortal sect and eventually dying of old age, Chen Mobai would rather she go out and make her own way. And it was precisely for this reason that she became the first cultivator in the history of the immortal sects to truly reach the void refinement stage. "Mother-in-law, I don't blame her. I just didn't expect that mother would still be alive." Seeing Yu Huiping's wide eyes and disordered breathing, Chen Xiaohe immediately grasped her hand and began to comfort her. Hearing this, Yu Huiping breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed completely. "Little Black, if you ever see your master again, I hope you can call her Mom. This is my last request." Chen Xiaohe nodded repeatedly, fearing that Yu Huiping would die with regrets. "Master, the mother and daughter are alike in temperament, both somewhat childish and immature. If your family of 3 is ever reunited in the future, I would like to ask you." Yu Huiping was exhausted halfway through her last sentence, and her eyes glazed over. But Chen Mobai understood what she meant. "Don't worry, I will take on the responsibility of being the head of the family." Upon hearing his words, Yu Huiping nodded and finally breathed her last with peace of mind. Chapter 11:19, The 6 Imperial Scriptures. Chapter 11:19, The 6 Imperial Scriptures. At Yu Huiping's funeral, almost all the prominent figures from the immortal sects attended, including the nascent soul cultivators. Only Qi Yuheng was missing, because he was tasked with guarding the 5 Peaks Immortal Mountain. As a family member, Chen Mobai took it upon himself to personally handle all of Yu Huiping's funeral arrangements with Chen Xiaohe. Because Yu Huiping was a member of the Yu family of Yumu City, that place was also chosen as her final burial site. It suddenly started raining that day, and Chen Xiaohe cried his eyes out. Master Yu passed away peacefully. She had no regrets in her life, and we should be happy for her. Chen Mobai cast a water-repelling spell to comfort his daughter, who nestled in his arms, sobbing incessantly. Because of this incident, Chen Mobai stayed at the immortal sect for a period of time to help his daughter overcome the grief of losing her loved one. Half a year passed quickly. Chen Xiaohe's personality seemed to have suddenly matured. He became more self-reliant, stopped slacking off at work, and even took the initiative to practice the finger profound sword after returning home. This made Chen Mobai very happy, because he was afraid that Chen Xiaohe would become lawless after he found out that Bai Guang was her mother. Now, things are actually moving in a better direction. The child has grown up. At this moment, Chen Mobai, who had been worried that his daughter might go astray without her elders by her side, couldn't help but feel relieved. After spending another 6 months with him, it was Chen Xiaohe who urged Chen Mobai not to stay at home any longer before the latter felt at ease and returned to the Dance Weapon Academy. Of course, before leaving, Chen Mobai went to see Qi Yuheng. After comprehending the Mahayana heavenly book, he had understood the principles of the Dharma realm. During the year he spent with his daughter, he was not idle. He spent most of his time discussing the 6 imperial scriptures with Qi Yuheng. Among the immortal sects, this nascent soul transformation technique involves the most and richest knowledge related to the Dharma realm. The contents recorded in the Mahayana heavenly book are equivalent to a perfect pattern in the final stage, but it does not specify the steps to draw this pattern. Therefore, Chen Mobai needs the 6 imperial scriptures to complete the Mahayana path. With Chen Mobai's current level of cultivation, coupled with the 5 elements of music, he easily deciphered the 6 imperial scriptures, which are known as the most obscure and profound texts in the immortal sects. However, understanding something is one thing, but mastering it is another. The foundation of the Dharma realm is the great Tao recorded in the 6 great heavenly books. The 6 imperial scriptures take a different approach, using the 6 primordial energies to evolve into all phenomena and energies, grasping the laws and changes of the universe at their fingertips, allowing the primordial spirit to evolve into an endless realm, sublimating into the Dharma realm. For Chen Mobai, this was a detour, because he had already mastered the great Tao of the 4 heavenly books: universe, purple and green, phoenix script and Tao law. As long as he could comprehend and master the 2 heavenly books, Taiyuan and life and death, he could directly ascend to the heavens and achieve the Dharma realm of the 6 imperial scriptures' great perfection. But in the entire history of the immortal sects, there is only one person like him. The rest, even those as brilliant as ancestor Zhongli, cultivated step by step through arduous practice, mastering the 6 primordial energies recorded in the 6 sections of the 6 imperial scriptures, and then slowly absorbing and evolving them with their primordial spirit. But even so, they did not sublimate into a true Dharma realm. For Chen Mobai, the simplest way to achieve the Dharma realm is to cultivate diligently. Qi Yuheng believes that with Chen Mobai's talent, he will eventually be able to fully comprehend the Taoist principles recorded in the 2 heavenly books, Taiyuan and Shengmi. If there was no other way, this was the only thing Chen Mobai could do. But with Qi Yuheng's successful example of taking shortcuts right in front of him, Chen Mobai was not so keen on cultivating himself step by step through hardship. The membrane of heaven and earth contains the essence of a realm. Once refined, it's equivalent to having the foundation of the Dharma realm complete. Although he had already promised to give it to Narcissus, Chen Mobai could use it to comprehend what he needed before giving it to her. Therefore, over the past year, Chen Mobai has been constantly asking Qi Yuheng about his experience in refining the heaven and earth embryo membrane, and the latter has answered him in detail. It was during this period of communication that Qi Yuheng realized just how terrifying Chen Mobai's talent for comprehension was. He spent a lifetime studying and cultivating the 6 imperial scriptures to reach his current level, while Chen Mobai only needed a year. Although the latter's current nascent soul stage and his superior understanding played a role, it should be noted that the 6 imperial scriptures did not offer such a level of comprehension for Yunhai, who was also at the nascent soul stage. According to the records of the immortal sect, there are about 14 years left until the Zixel Palace descends. At that time, Lin Dayaming will definitely not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We can also get rid of this thorn in our side before we start the war. Qi Yuheng mentioned something that caught Chen Mobai's eye. Zixel Palace. I wonder if the seat he used to sit in during class is still there. The Zixel Palace was moved from the depths of the universe, along with the changes in the celestial sphere and the movement of the sun, moon, stars, and the earth. Theoretically, we should now be able to observe the changes in celestial phenomena caused by its movement in this direction. Chen Mobai had collected all the information about Zixel Palace from the immortal sects, and when he heard Qi Yuheng mention it, he spoke with a serious expression. I'll notify the relevant people to come over. Qi Yuheng nodded slightly and took out his phone to send a few messages. Before long, all 3 masters of the Wangwu Grotto Heaven arrived at Jixian Peak. Besides them, there was also Master Plum Blossom from the Star-Gazing Academy. After the star-gazing technique, he was the most knowledgeable about the changes in stars and celestial phenomena in the entire immortal sect. Yes, true Lord, I will keep a close eye on the stars from now on. When Master Mayhew heard about this matter, his expression became solemn, and his eyes revealed a hint of excitement. The Purple Cloud Palace descends once every 1,200 years. As a nascent soul cultivator, Whether one can wait for this opportunity depends on luck. The three of you work together with Plum Blossom. If you discover anything, report it immediately. Qi Yuheng addressed the three hall masters, and all three nodded in agreement. Among them, the head of the Zhengfa Hall has been changed from Wenren Zuwei to Zhongli Tianyu. At the Kaiyuan Hall conference at the end of last year, although the Jumeng lineage made a rare effort to help Pei Qingshuang compete, they were still defeated by the tacit cooperation of the Kunpeng and Bushan lineages. In this competition, the Wuqi lineage, following Chen Mobai's instructions, maintained neutrality. However, Pei Qingshuang did not come away empty-handed. At least she secured the position of Deputy Hall Master of the Hall of Righteous Law. This foreshadows potential future disputes within the Hall of Righteous Law. However, with so many nascent soul true monarchs above them, the struggle between the two nascent soul cultivators won't escalate too much. Zhongli, you should also keep a close eye on the Ascension sect. This war is going to be a life-or-death struggle, so there's no need to leave these minor problems unresolved. Chen Mobai added, ever since he cultivated his second primordial spirit and turned the Ascension sect's headquarters planet into cosmic dust, these ancient evil sects, apart from old fogies like the Dragon Tiger Ancestor and the Divine Imperial Pavilion Master, have become insignificant and no longer serve as a catalyst for the immortal sects. Let's just eliminate them completely before the war even begins. Zhongli Tianyu nodded heavily after hearing this. He had just taken office as the master of the Righteous Law Hall and needed to prove himself with some achievements. Even if he couldn't compare to Chen Mobai, he at least had to surpass his predecessor, Wenren Zuwei. If you find those old fogies like the Dragon and Tiger Ancestors, you can notify me so I can take action myself. After leaving those words, Chen Mobai stood up and bid farewell to Qi Yuheng. Then, he waved to everyone and disappeared in a flash of silver light. Upon returning to the Dance Weapon Academy, Chen Mobai found everything in perfect order, as if nothing had changed with or without him. After giving Deng Daiyun his instructions, Cheng Xuan returned to the armory and led the official weapon refiners of the Immortal sect to upgrade the war artifacts. When Chen Mobai returned, Deng Daiyun had just finished upgrading his natal magic weapon. Director Deng, the main reason I took over as principal was that there was no suitable person in the dance weapon lineage besides myself. Now that you have successfully formed your nascent soul, it is time for you to take on greater responsibilities. Chen Mobai had no desire to cling to power, and was about to hand over the Dance Weapon Academy to Deng Daiyun. True Lord, I have only just formed my nascent soul. Why don't you sit for a while longer? Deng Daiyun shook his head repeatedly, indicating that he might not be able to maintain order in his current position as principal and would need some time to adapt. All right, the next 10 or 20 years will be a turbulent time. After the Zixil Palace descends, I will be fully prepared to wage war. I will then abdicate and hand over the throne to you. Chen Mobai nodded, accepting Deng Daiyun's suggestion and upholding the virtue of accepting advice. Thank you, Principal. Deng Daiyun quickly expressed his gratitude. As a member of the Dance Weapon Academy, Deng Daiyun had already anticipated this scene after achieving Nascent Soul stage. He was both looking forward to it and feeling apprehensive. After all, the previous three principals had all reached the level of deity. Bai Guang once served as the principal of the Wuqi Dao Academy when it was in decline, and he only stepped down from this position after Chengxuan reached the nascent soul stage. Deng Daiyun was self-aware enough to know that he was no match for Bai Guang and Chen Mobai, two unparalleled geniuses, and even compared to Cheng Xuan, he was slightly inferior. I just hope to ride on the coattails of the fact that the Dance Weapon Academy has produced 3 nascent soul stage principals in a row, and have the opportunity to try my hand at the nascent soul stage in the future. After legitimately handing over all matters of the Dao Academy to Deng Daiyun, Chen Mobai went to check on the only place he was concerned about, the back mountain, to make sure that the old man, the young boy, and the bird were getting along harmoniously before returning to the eastern wilderness with peace of mind. Huanglong Cave. Chen Mobai summoned his eldest disciple Liu Wenbai, explained the function of the wood spirit talisman, and then personally helped him refine it. This item is a secret treasure that only the holy sons and daughters of the longevity sect can use. It is extremely precious, and you must never tell anyone about it. Upon hearing Chen Mobai's words, Liu Wenbai nodded repeatedly, deeply moved, and swore an oath on the spot. He was well aware that if the talisman that could grant a cultivator a heavenly spiritual root were to spread, even if he were a disciple of Chen Mobai, a nascent soul cultivator, he would likely be targeted by all the tribulation cultivators in the world. It's even possible that the major sects in the East might send people to take action. For us cultivators, the most important thing in the end is our own cultivation. Now, you can hand over the less important matters to your disciples. Liu Wenbai is over 200 years old, but because he cultivates the Longevity Sutra, he has extended his lifespan by 2 cycles of 60 years, so he is still at his peak. However, due to limitations in his spiritual root comprehension and aptitude, his cultivation level was only at the mid-stage of core formation, the lowest among the 4 disciples. However, this was also because he was obedient and never took any pills to improve his cultivation, relying solely on refining spiritual energy through arduous cultivation. With such a solid foundation, and now with the wood spirit talisman, there was at least a glimmer of hope for him to reach the nascent soul stage. Your disciple kowtows in gratitude to your master. After Liu Wenbai went down, King Nu, who had received a telepathic message from Chen Mobai, also came out of seclusion. Chapter 11, 20 Failure of Earth Virtue Transformation into a Divine Being. Chapter 11, 20 Failure of Earth Virtue Transformation into a Divine Being. Back when I was in the academy, I envied senior sister Wenren. I never thought I would have the chance to refine a wooden spirit talisman one day. King Nu accepted the gift from Chen Mobai, feeling both delighted and deeply moved. With her innate talent as a heavenly spiritual root, she was recommended to the Jumeng Dao Academy. She originally thought she would be able to learn something and even hoped to cultivate the everlasting spring technique, but the reality was very cold. Because of her background, she was secretly monitored even within the Taoist Academy. After joining the Skymending group, he lost even more freedom. Fortunately, fate did not give her complete despair. In her darkest moment, Chen Mobai held her hand and gave her a new life. And now, there's even a 5th-tier wood spirit talisman that I've always dreamed of. After you refine this, consume some ingredients and spiritual items to enhance your earth elemental root, and at the same time cultivate the earth gathering technique. Chen Mobai explained his plan to use his immortal arts to mend the heavens, and King Nu was even more excited after hearing it. Although the Black Emperor Abyss scripture she is currently practicing is also a nascent soul cultivation technique, if she can master the everlasting spring technique, she will have fulfilled a dream. Moreover, Changchun Gong has a path of cultivating emptiness. Qing Nu's original values for the 3 spiritual roots of metal, fire, and earth only add up to 11. Although she has eaten rare and precious herbs such as immortal peaches and loquats over the years, the combined effect is still not as good as that of fox meat. The most effective one was the 9 earth vein pills. Although it wasn't as lucky as Chen Mobai's, it still increased her earth spirit root by 24 points. This time, Chen Mobai prepared for her a life-giving stone, the essence of Earth's creation, and other earth elemental materials. The latter was refined by him using Zhu Ming's cauldron. After refining all of them, she would be able to increase her earth spirit root by at least 30 points. In that case, the gap would be at most around 10 points, and if we're lucky, it might be in the single digits. That is, the time required for several layers of the earth gathering technique. I wonder what kind of opportunity I, with my immortal earth spiritual root, will receive upon hearing the Tao. After refining the wood spirit talisman, Qing Nu began to look forward to it. She had always admired Zhu Ming's all-encompassing spiritual power. It certainly won't be inferior to your myriad transformations and dark fusion. Chen Mobai could only say that, and King Nu was very happy to hear it. By the way, I remember you learned about the Tao of immortal earth spiritual root from the immortal sect. What kind of supernatural power did you obtain? King Nu suddenly remembered that Chen Mobai had never mentioned this matter, and couldn't help but ask curiously. I was a bit unlucky. I only managed to obtain a trace of innate earth elemental essence. Chen Mobai didn't want Qing Nu to worry, so he didn't mention the world-destroying mill, only talking about the secondary gains. And what about your other 3 spiritual roots this time? Qing Nu asked again. When Chen Mobai mentioned the immortal technique of mending the sky, he had already told her that he had cultivated the 5 elements immortal spiritual root. The immortal water spiritual root allowed me to enter the innate yin-yang great Tao, as well as a strand of innate water element essence. The immortal metal spiritual root allowed the falling treasure golden light, which was originally only at the fourth level, to break through its shackles, and also had a strand of innate metal element essence. Finally, the immortal wood spiritual root perfected my longevity technique, enabling me to permanently increase my lifespan by 1/3 to the maximum extent, and also allowed me to glimpse the origins of the heavenly venerable, and also came with a strand of innate wood element essence. Chen Mobai didn't hide anything from these things, and told them everything truthfully. As the person who has heard the Tao more times throughout the history of the immortal sect, Chen Mobai is guaranteed to obtain a piece of innate essence corresponding to the 5 elements every time he hears the Tao. This is because he is a person of great fortune. The Imperial Medical Academy and the Heaven Mending Academy have papers related to immortal spiritual roots. They summarize all the recorded immortal spiritual root seekers in the immortal sects. The vast majority of those who survived were those who made decisive breakthroughs and insights in the process of seeking the Tao, based on their obsession with certain techniques or methods. A small number of people, like Zhuo Minqingnu, can obtain the supernatural powers of heaven and earth, such as the spiritual resonance of all things and the fusion of all transformations. Some are lucky enough to directly obtain a strand of innate 5 elements essence, or even transform it into an innate spiritual body. Chen Mobai, on the other hand, seemed to have a cheat code, with a guaranteed amount of innate essence. After hearing this, Qingnu looked on with envy. She's had bad luck since she was a child. When she took the Earth Vein pill, she only gained 4 points of Earth Spirit root twice at most, mostly 2-3 points, and even only 1 point once. Sometimes, she even felt that she was an unfortunate person. You don't need to rush to switch to the Changchun Gong. The highest level of mastery of this technique is only the Qi refining stage. Moreover, without the blessing of the great Tao of life from the great Chun tree, its power cannot be fully realized. You have now refined the water element Tao fruit passed down by the longevity sect. This item is perfectly compatible with the Black Emperor Abyss scripture and is sufficient to support your cultivation to the peak of the nascent soul stage. The void refinement realm is still a distant prospect for us at the moment. We just need to make some preparations. Chen Mobai instilled his cultivation philosophy into Qingnu. He always prioritized cultivation level. Although the everlasting spring technique had higher potential than the Black Emperor Abyss scripture, he would definitely choose the latter if given the choice. Qingnu used to be a staunch supporter of the foundation, but after being around Chen Mobai for many years and experiencing the tragic deaths of her younger siblings, she has gradually begun to change. After listening to what Chen Mobai said, she nodded slightly, indicating that she would listen to him. The 3 patriarchs of the Juming lineage were the 3 spiritual plants of the Great Chun, the Pan Tao, and the Huangzhang Li, all of whom were at the 6th level. However, probably because the great Tao of life was occupied, there are no legends of them merging with the Tao. And most importantly, the great Tao of life in the heavenly river realm also has an owner. That is the celestial venerable. It's even possible that the celestial venerable has already mastered the power of life and death, and has cultivated the innate great Tao of life and death. That is why Chen Mobai did not want Qingnu to waste her hard work. However, the great Tao of life is the most useful great Tao for cultivators, because once mastered, one can absorb the vitality of the great Tao. Even if one cannot achieve immortality, increasing one's lifespan several times over is still possible. If one were to reach the 6th level of cultivation like the Great Chun, one could continuously refine the power of the great Tao of life. As long as one does not experience tribulations, one would essentially be immortal. After completing this task, Chen Mobai and Qingnu spent several days together in close companionship. If Yuan Zhen hadn't come to deliver new immortal spiritual energy, Chen Mobai really wouldn't have wanted to leave Huanglong Cave. Sect leader Chen, Master already knows about the matter of borrowing the primordial water control flag from the Water Mother Palace, but because the ancestor was summoned by the Heavenly Emperor to the Golden Palace for a meeting, it may take some time. After Yuan Zhen retrieved the Azure Mirage bottle and presented the Northern Profound Void Cauldron, he immediately began discussing the important matters they had discussed during their last meeting. In that case, we can wait a little longer. After hearing this, Chen Mobai sighed inwardly, but there was nothing he could do. After all, whether it was the Heavenly Emperor or the 9 Heavens demon-subduing ancestor, they were both powerful figures who were no less than his classmates in the first row of Zixia Palace. Yuan Kink would never summon the Nine Heavens demon-slaying ancestor back from the Golden Palace, just for the sake of the mere Xuanjiao royal court in the lower realm. But Yuan Zhen also had some good news. After Master became a disciple of the ancestral master, the Northern Whirlpool Heavenly Lord of the Jellyfish Palace in the upper realm came to offer congratulations. She's one of the last 3 ancestral masters of the Jellyfish Palace in the Heavenly River realm to ascend to immortality. If we can persuade her, we won't need the ancestral master to intervene. Chen Mobai had heard of this matter. Before the great changes in the world of Tian realm, 3 cultivators from the Shuimu Palace ascended to the void refinement stage in a single day, but the names of these 3 people were not known to the public. Then I'll have to trouble you, Senior Yuan. At this moment, Chen Mobai realized the benefits of having a powerful background. The Jellyfish Palace was located in the Tian realm and basically did not leave Tianhai. Even as a holy land, it had no way to communicate with this lineage. Yuan Kink, however, was in the Linkang immortal realm, so she could easily contact him. I hope Master can persuade Lord Baixuanshan. Yuan Zhen also looked hopeful. After the last siege by the Xuanjiao royal court and the demonic path, the reputation of the Nine Heavens demon suppression sect in the eastern continent has plummeted, and it is now recognized as the bottom of the 4 holy lands. The best way to restore its prestige is to destroy the Xuanjiao royal court. Therefore, within the Nine Heavens Demon Slayer sect, the desire to fight is still very strong. In particular, the current sect leader is Yi Qing. Although he appears gentle and refined, he is a true sword cultivator at heart. Needless to say, Yuan Zhen almost died because of this, and she wished she could skin and tear the dragons apart. After sending the immortal energy this time, Yuan Zhen was not in a hurry to leave, because the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect was now on the right track, and she, as the Holy Maiden, was no longer so busy. Moreover, it just so happens that the new batch of enlightenment tea is ready to be harvested this year, and Chen Mobai promised to give some to the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression sect last time. Chen Mobai entrusted this matter to Kingnu. Since the enlightenment tea was made public, Chen Mobai has also released the channels for purchasing it. Like the Foundation Establishment 3 Treasures and Core Formation Elixirs, it requires a lottery system. Currently, Wudao tea has become the undisputed top-selling item at Dangxia Pavilion, and it sells out instantly as soon as it's released. Because Chen Mobai advocates fairness and justice, some rogue cultivators in Baiyuan City became rich overnight after winning the lottery to purchase enlightenment tea. After Chen Mobai's Nascent Soul Banquet, most of the Nascent Soul forces in the eastern lands bought houses here, so they were able to secretly operate as soon as the lottery results came out. In other places, there might be threats and robbery, but in Baiyuan City, everyone knows Chen Mobai's character, and no one dares to do so. The reputation for integrity that the 5 Elements sect has built over a century has led all cultivators to acknowledge and abide by the results of the lottery. As a result, the already high housing prices in Baiyuan City rose by several percentage points again, due to the appearance of the enlightenment tea. This also allowed the 2 nascent soul cultivators, Pao Long and Peng Feng, who had just entered the real estate speculation market, to make a considerable profit. Of course, unlike ordinary forces and independent cultivators who need to draw lots, holy lands have direct quotas. Just like the 3 lights divine water of the Star Heaven Dao sect, Chen Mobai was willing to do this favor. After Yuan Zhen, Zhang Pengkong and Qi Jiansu also arrived in Baiyuan City. After personally hosting the guests, Chen Mobai then sent Kingnu to handle the matter. That day, Chen Mobai was refining immortal spiritual energy on the top of Baiyuan Mountain, when he suddenly sensed Su Zilu's aura flying rapidly toward him. Sect leader, urgent intelligence has arrived from 5 Emperors Mountain. Before long, Su Zilu arrived at the entrance of his courtyard and called out loudly. Chen Mobai nodded slightly, teleported in front of her, and took the communication talisman from her palm. This was sent by Chen Lingaming, and it only contained one thing. The Earth deity failed in his attempt to forcibly break through to the nascent soul stage and is now in critical condition. After reading it, Chen Mobai couldn't help but sigh. 2 centuries of arduous cultivation and forbearance have yielded such an outcome, making Chen Mobai once again feel the difficulty and cruelty of cultivation. The resources of the Heavenly River realm far surpass those of the immortal sects. However, the number of pills and spiritual items that can assist in the nascent soul stage is extremely limited. Tuda, as the former Grand Elder of the Holy Land, still holds the Hunyuan Dao fruit and has the insights and experiences of the past generations of nascent soul cultivators in the One Yuan Dao Palace. However, he was unable to even trigger the nascent soul heavenly tribulation and failed in the step of transforming from nascent soul to nascent soul. The message talisman Chen Lingaming carried the words, "life hanging by a thread," indicating that Tu did not choose to burn all his essence and spirit to break through to the nascent soul stage at the last moment. Perhaps it was centuries of forbearance that caused him to lose his ambition. But it's also possible that he knew he was too far from achieving the nascent soul stage, so he decided to stop and prepare for his passing. "I'm going to the east." Chen Mobai used the teleportation instrument to inform Qing Nu, and then hurriedly teleported Su Zilu to the One Yuan immortal city. Greetings, sect leader. Outside the teleportation array of the One Yuan immortal city, Lion Shui was already waiting with Yan Huo and Xuan Shui. The latter too had returned with Tuda after the morality coin ranking was finalized in the Eastern Tomb immortal city. Currently, the one in charge of the Canwei territory in the Dongling domain is Shui De, who previously went there. It seems that he did not want to return to Wudi Mountain and clash with Zhao Yuli and Chen Lingaming, so he chose to establish a branch sect there. After informing Chen Mobai of this, Zhao Yuli did not choose to stop it. The only requirement is that the branch temple established by Shui De must take the Eastern Wilderness Five Elements sect as its main lineage. Shui De originally wanted to bring Lion Shui and Xuan Shui, the brother and sister, together to create the Yuan Shui sect. Xuan Shui was very tempted. After all, she had talked about Chen Mobai behind his back before, and she was afraid that this matter would reach Chen Mobai's ears. If she could leave, she wouldn't have to worry. Moreover, she conquered many of the key territories in the Eastern Mausoleum region. Unfortunately, after assessing the situation, Lion Shui felt that the future was brighter in Yiyuan Immortal City. Moreover, after several interactions with Chen Mobai, he knew that the sect leader was a virtuous person who wouldn't care about Xuan Shui's gossip. Therefore, he politely declined the temptation to become the founding patriarch. "Yes, I'm going to see Tud one last time." Chen Mobai nodded slightly to the three people from Lion Shui, and after walking out of the teleportation array, he instantly teleported to Mount Wudi. Upon hearing his words, Xuan Shui shuddered. Although senior brother Tu De failed to reach the nascent soul stage, he is not on his last breath. It seems that the sect leader's words mean that he is sending senior brother Tu De on his way. "Brother, didn't you say the sect leader was a virtuous person?" Xuan Shui looked at Lion Shui with a worried expression, conveying his inner thoughts. The latter also wondered to himself, could it be that the sect leader has long disliked senior brother Tu De? This time, senior brother failed to transform into a god and has no value, so he stopped pretending. Chapter 11:21, Obtaining the Primordial Dao Fruit. Chapter 11:21, Obtaining the Primordial Dao Fruit. The moment Chen Mobai stepped into the Five Emperors Mountain, his nascent soul aura was sensed by everyone on the mountain. Soon Zhao Yuli and the other nascent soul cultivators flew out together. "Greetings, sect leader. I was heartbroken to hear that my senior brother Tu De failed to reach the nascent soul stage, so I came here specifically to see him." Chen Mobai spoke up, saying that Chen Lingaming said Tu De's life was in danger, and he thought Tu De was about to pass away. "Yes, sect leader, Elder Tu De is recuperating in the back mountain. I'll take you there." Chen Lingaming immediately gave directions, as he was very familiar with the back mountain. Before long, the two arrived at a stone house nestled against the mountain. Tu De also sensed Chen Mobai's aura and, despite his severe injuries, leaned against the doorway to wait. "Sect leader." When Tu De saw Chen Mobai, he gave a bitter smile and struggled to bow, but Chen Mobai stopped him. "You failed to reach the nascent soul stage, and your nascent soul's essence is almost exhausted. If it's not dealt with promptly, your nascent soul will instinctively draw upon your vital energy to replenish itself and prevent it from dissipating." Under Chen Mobai's fifth-level empty valley sound, he instantly knew the current situation of the earth virtue. His life was indeed in danger. However, if he could harden his heart and dissipate the nascent soul, then with his foundation, he could still live for quite a while. At most, his remaining lifespan would be reduced. "Once my nascent soul dissipates, my 837 years of cultivation will be destroyed in an instant." Tude was aware of his situation, and he spoke with a pale face, clearly unwilling to give up. "I respect your choice." Chen Mobai did not try to persuade him further. He came today only because he was worried that Tude would take the Hunyuan Dao fruit with him before he died. Since Tude wants to die, he certainly won't stop him. "Sect leader, may I ask you a question?" Tude sat down on the lintel, trembling, and asked with hope in his eyes. "Go ahead," Chen Mobai said. "If I had the true spirit pill of the saintly realm, do you think I could achieve the divine transformation?" Even now, Tude was still thinking about achieving the divine transformation. Maybe, but less than 20%. To be honest, although Tude had profound cultivation and the primordial Tao fruit in hand, his foundation was only so-so in his opinion. Moreover, he only knew the one Yuan Tao scripture and had not comprehended it like he had. The Tongsheng Zhenling Dan is not a panacea. Even someone like the palace master of Biluo Palace failed. Whether it was Chen Mobai, Shengxi, or Na Yuanzhang, the main reason they were able to successfully transform into gods was their profound foundation. Only 20%. Tude's face turned ashen upon hearing this, seemingly unwilling to believe it. A 20% chance is already the highest probability. You're still a long way from reaching the nascent soul stage. Chen Mobai spoke the cold, hard truth. Tude's foundation is the earth element technique. Only after obtaining the primordial Tao fruit did he switch to cultivating the one Yuan Tao scripture. He was a latecomer to the path and could only use the primordial true chi freely. He had only mastered the primordial 5 elements extinction, divine thunder, and other supernatural abilities. With such limited qualities, the desire to transform into a deity using the one Yuan Tao scripture can only be described as a sign that the earth virtue simply couldn't wait any longer. After all, his own lifespan is at most a few decades. Well, Tude seemed to have finally accepted reality. He lowered his head and sighed deeply. Then, with great difficulty, he circulated his divine sense and pulled a dusty Tao fruit from between his eyebrows. "Sect leader, this is the primordial Tao fruit. Since I have failed to transform into a nascent soul cultivator, I am naturally no longer qualified to keep this item." Seeing this scene, Chen Lingaming couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Having inherited the legacy of the Yiyuan Dao Palace, Tude retreated in every confrontation with Chen Mobai and finally lost all his chips. This incident also taught Chen Lingaming a lesson. The first time you lose is actually the beginning of an avalanche. Don't delude yourself into thinking you can win back the last round. Do you have any last wishes? After receiving the primordial Tao fruit, Chen Mobai did not pursue the matter to the bitter end, but instead asked a question. "Let me spend the rest of my life here in the back mountains." Having lost everything, Tude seemed to have finally come to terms with it. He slapped his forehead with a palm, dispersing the almost transparent nascent soul in his sea of consciousness. He looked as if he had aged decades and accepted his fate. "Lingaming, remember to come and visit your senior brother Tude during festivals in the future." Chen Mobai nodded and agreed to the request, even assigning him someone to take care of him in his old age. "Yes, sect leader." Chen Lingaming nodded in agreement. "Can the one Yuan Dao Palace be left behind?" Just as Chen Mobai turned to leave, Tude suddenly asked another question. Now that the Yiyuan Dao Palace is a branch of the 5 Elements sect, if Chen Mobai wants to completely annex the Yiyuan Dao Palace and inherit everything from this former holy land, no one on the 5 Emperors Mountain side can stop him. After all, this is the lineage left behind by the first ancestor in the East. As long as I am still here, I will not let this name disappear. Although Chen Mobai enjoys fighting and killing, he is not the greedy type who wants to devour everything his opponent has. The 5 Elements sect currently has a pretty good territory, managing the 3 border regions of the eastern continent, and then planning to expand outwards to the adjacent Xuanhai and Huanghai. The eastern land, the core of the eastern continent, has been managed by the 3 major holy lands, including the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect, for tens of thousands of years. If the 5 Elements sect tries to force its way in, they might become wary of it. Keeping the Yiyuan Dao Palace branch here can serve as a buffer. Moreover, the one Yuan ancestor is still in the spirit void immortal realm. When Chen Mobai ascends to heaven in the future, he may have to meet with his ancestor. If the Yiyuan Dao Palace is destroyed in his hands, the two of them will probably have to fight each other. As a sage of the eastern continent, your word is as good as gold. With your words I can rest assured. After losing everything, Tu remembered the kindness he had received from the sect in his life, and did not want the Yiyuan Dao Palace to disappear in his hands. He breathed a sigh of relief after receiving Chen Mobai's promise. The one Yuan Dao Palace in my hands will be more renowned and prestigious than any patriarch in history. Chen Mobai said this last sentence. After all, he is now the leader of all the One Yuan inheritances. Apart from the Five Elements sect, the One Yuan Dao Palace can also use his name. After he finished speaking, he asked the spirit of the Hunyuan Bell if it wanted to see Tu one last time, but the latter shook its head. After refining the primordial Dao fruit, the first thing Tu did was to communicate with the primordial bell. At that time, the primordial bell had already realized that his chances of becoming a nascent soul cultivator were extremely slim, so it did not respond. The fact that Chen Mobai had previously given Tu a chance to become a nascent soul cultivator was already a consideration for his centuries of hard work. After receiving a response from the Hunyuan bell, Chen Mobai nodded and left the back mountain with Chen Lingaming. Inside the Yiyuan Hall, all the nascent soul cultivators of the Yiyuan Dao Palace gathered together. Chen Mobai sat at the head of the table with Su Zilu standing behind him. Xiao Yuli and Chen Lingaming sat on the futons to his left and right, respectively. Then came the Mountain Lord of Mude, Lion Shui, Xuan Shui, and Yan Huo. Senior brother Tu failed to reach the nascent soul stage and is no longer able to wield the primordial Dao fruit. I will temporarily take care of it. Chen Mobai mainly wanted to talk about this matter. Yes, sect leader. All the nascent soul cultivators present nodded in unison. Although according to the rules of the Yiyuan Dao Palace, the Hunyuan Dao fruit should be refined by the palace master or the grand elder, no one dared to bring it up at this time. Even Xiao Yuli and Chen Lingaming simply assumed that there was no such rule. After I advanced to the sixth-order weapon refiner, I planned to assist Senior Hunyuan Zhang in advancing to the next level. At that time, I will absorb 8 or 9/10 of the sixth-order spiritual veins of the Five Emperors Mountain. You should all make preparations. Chen Mobai then announced this matter. Xiao Yuli and the others looked distressed, but dared not object and nodded again. The Yiyuan Dao Palace has the true teachings of weapon crafting left by the founder. However, due to the passing of the former palace master and the 5 bright elders, and the failure of senior brother Tu to reach the nascent soul stage, it no longer lives up to its reputation as the #1 weapon crafter in the Eastern continent. I happen to have some expertise in weapon crafting, and I plan to craft some 5th-tier magic weapons in the future. If you are interested, you can help me start a fire. Having a few more nominal 5th-tier weapon refiners would at least save face for our ancestors in the upper realm. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Yan Huo immediately raised his hand to sign up. He is currently the highest-level weapon refiner in the Yiyuan Dao Palace, but he is only at the 4th level. If I could get a chance to join in, I could claim to be a 5th-order weapon refiner. Perhaps, in the process of assisting Chen Mobai in refining weapons, I could even comprehend the true essence of 5th-order weapon refining. But he wasn't the only one who thought this way. All the nascent soul cultivators present thought the same way. Chen Mobai was speechless as he watched everyone raise their hands, including Su Zilu behind him. Don't the weapon refiners here have that strong mentality of having to refine a 5th-order magic weapon to break through? No wonder the weapon refining skills of the Yiyuan Dao Palace have declined with each generation. But Chen Mobai only thought these words to himself, saving face for everyone present. Once the time is confirmed, I will have Elder Su inform you. After saying this, Chen Mobai got up and left. Su Zilu immediately followed him out of the Yiyuan Hall. Along the way, Yan Huo and other nascent soul cultivators from the Yiyuan Dao Palace quickly got up and stuffed their communication talismans into Su Zilu's hand. Saintess Su, I may have been a little impolite when you visited Yiyuan Immortal City before. Please forgive me. After giving her the message talisman, Lion Shui secretly transmitted a message that made Su Zilu sigh inwardly, realizing that one must indeed follow the right master. After returning to the eastern wilderness, Zhang Pengkong happened to be there, so Chen Mobai talked to him about the weapon forging. He had not forgotten what he had promised the palace master of Biluo. Chapter 11:22 Purple Cloud Heavenly Palace. Chapter 11:22 Purple Cloud Heavenly Palace. Zhang Pengkong, as expected of Chen Mobai's good friend, gave him an idea after learning about the matter. In the Heavenly River realm, even a title of 5th-tier cultivation skill is extremely valuable, since there is no risk in helping others refine it here. Whether successful or not, one will receive benefits. However, when it comes to crafting the same magical artifact, a 5th-tier artifact crafter will definitely charge more. This is precisely why, with access to 5th-tier cultivation techniques, many cultivators stuck at the peak of the 4th tier are willing to pay a high price. According to the rules of the Heavenly River realm, the level of the title you want to claim depends on the level of treasures you offer. For example, if Chen Mobai is refining a 5th-order magic weapon, anyone who wants to help him by stirring up the fire must at least provide a piece of 5th-order ore. The person who can get the palace master to intercede must be from the Central Plains Holy Land. Some of the most precious resources in the entire Heavenly River realm are there. I'll go and find out who it is for you. They'll definitely come over via our Teksu Misty Palace's intercontinental teleportation array. I'll give you a hint in advance, and maybe you can easily obtain those materials you've been wanting to find out. Chen Mobai, a man of high moral character, had never used connections to help others gain promotions, so he was genuinely unaware of this rule. Upon hearing Zhang Pengkong's explanation, he suddenly understood, but also felt somewhat embarrassed. This isn't quite right after all, it's about the palace master of Biluo's face. Don't worry, you don't need to get involved in this matter. I'll handle it. If we don't send a gift, it would be that the people over there don't know the rules, and the palace master, as the introducer, would lose face. As the Taoist master of the Eastern continent, Zhang Pengkong frequently traveled between the 5 continents of the Milky Way and was very familiar with such matters. Over the years, he had also drunk a considerable amount of Chen Mobai's enlightenment tea, so he readily took charge of this. However, this also reminded Chen Mobai that the 5-element sect had been collecting 5th-tier peak or even 6th-tier materials needed for the Daoshui 8 scenery lantern in his name for many years, but had not made any progress. This was because spiritual materials of this level were treasures kept at the bottom of any power, and would never be taken out without a special reason, and would not even be known to others. What if we're exposed, and the 5-element sect comes and steals it? Although Chen Mobai has a good reputation, the locals have always been cautious. However, if these spiritual materials could be used to obtain the title of a 5th-tier weapon refiner, some nascent soul cultivators would probably be tempted. After seeing Zhang Pengkong off, Chen Mobai immediately instructed the Yiyuan Dao Palace to spread the word in the eastern lands that he was going to refine a 5th-order magic weapon. He specifically instructed that it be revealed unintentionally. Soon, someone came looking for them. Although Chen Mobai didn't recognize him, he had heard of him. He was the Crimson Master of the Blazing Flame sect, one of the 5 lineages of Burning Heaven. He had been stuck at the 4th-order weapon refiner for hundreds of years and dreamed of getting a glimpse of the mysteries of the 5th-order weapon refiner. In the entire Eastern continent, the few 5th-tier weapon refiners in the last 1,000 years have all been from the Holy Land. They are unwilling to even mentor members of their own sect, and their skill level is unstable. Moreover, they only know how to forge 5th-tier magical artifacts in their most proficient way. For example, Shang Kunjian of the 9 Heavens Demon Suppression sect has only successfully forged 2 low-grade 5th-tier flying swords, and he has attempted to forge 5th-tier flying swords at least dozens of times. There was also the 5th Elder of the Yiyuan Dao Palace. The only time he successfully crafted a 5th-order magic weapon was in a very mysterious state, and he never succeeded again after that. Chen Mobai was already a renowned weapon refiner in the Eastern continent, and after breaking through to the nascent Soul realm, he was widely recognized as the #1 weapon refiner in the Eastern continent. Over the years, in the shops of Xi'an Enshin in the Eastern land, any magical artifacts he crafted would be bought by the cultivators waiting in the shops the moment they were put on the shelves, no matter how high the price. One of the 4th-tier robes was purchased by Venerable Jingchai. Burning Heaven Pure Land is also famous in the Eastern continent for its weapon crafting. The Blazing Flame sect inherited most of the weapon crafting knowledge of the Holy Land, so the weapon crafting level of Master Jingchai is actually the best in the Eastern continent, no worse than 5th-order weapon crafters like Shang Kunjian who were nurtured by the Holy Land with resources. However, after carefully examining the Crimson Flame robe that Chen Mobai had crafted in imitation of the Pure Yang Dharma robe, he felt as if he were looking at a celestial book. This 4th-tier robe, from its crafting techniques to the tempering and stitching of the materials, and even the formation of the restriction array, was so incredible that even he, a peak fourth-tier weapon refiner, found it unbelievable. He could only understand what materials it was made of. But it was precisely because he understood the materials that Master Jingchai knew that Chen Mobai's weapon refining skills were absolutely among the best in the history of the Eastern continent. Because the Crimson Flame robe was made of third-grade superior fur, but under Chen Mobai's ingenious weapon refining skills, it was transformed into fourth-grade fur when it was finally completed. All other fifth-tier weapon refiners in the Eastern continent are illusory. Only this turtle immortal is real. He might not only be the #1 in the Eastern continent, but also the #1 weapon refiner in the Heavenly River realm. After realizing this, Master Jingchai accidentally discovered that the Yiyuan Immortal City had begun to frequently collect materials needed for sewing magic robes. He asked his disciples to inquire and learned from a secret channel that Chen Mobai was going to refine a fifth-order magic weapon, and had also given some slots to the Yiyuan Dao Palace to serve as fire-starting boys. This made Master Jingchai somewhat uneasy. He knew very well that he would never be able to reach the divine realm in this lifetime. His only obsession was to advance to the fifth-order weapon refiner and glimpse the mysteries of fifth-order weapon refinement. However, he also knew that the 5 sect and the 5 lineages of burning heaven were considered opposing forces. In particular, in recent years, he has become quite close to the sun-bathing sea and the fire cloud palace. But with the most likely opportunity to advance to the fifth-tier weapon refiner right in front of him, Master Jingchai had to consider whether this was his only chance in this life. After 3 days of deliberation, Venerable Jingchai gritted his teeth and approached Yan Huo of the Yiyuan Dao Palace. Both were peak fourth-tier weapon refiners. They had often communicated over the past 100 years, and both wanted to break through to the fifth-tier weapon refiner. They could be considered friends. However, when he went to find him, Yan Huo dodged the question and said that there was no such thing. It wasn't until Master Jingkai presented the evidence in front of him that Yan Huo reluctantly nodded. That is true, but this is a benefit that the sect leader has given to us branch sects. As a nascent soul cultivator of the burning heaven 5 veins, you shouldn't even think about it. Seeing that Yan Huo had an opportunity to advance but was unwilling to take him along, Master Jingkai cursed him inwardly for being disloyal, but outwardly he still made a polite request. I heard that your sect leader Chen is collecting some high-grade refining materials. The Blazing Flame sect happens to have a 5th-grade Peak 9 Yang True Fire Stone, which my great-grandfather brought out of the treasure vault when the family split up. Upon hearing Master Jingchai's words, Yan Yuo's eyes lit up. If this matter were accomplished, he felt that his spot as the fire-tending boy was definitely secure. Sai, considering our friendship over the years, I'll go to the eastern wilderness and talk to the sect leader about this matter. Upon hearing Yan Huo's words, Master Jingkai breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, I need to check the items. If I go to the sect leader and you can't produce them, I definitely won't be treated well by the sect leader in the future. Yan Huo is always very meticulous in his actions. Even though he and Master Jingkai are longtime friends, he still made sure to lay out the unpleasant things up front. All right, but this matter can only be known to the 2 of us, and also to your sect's sect leader Chen. Since Venerable Jingchai had come today, he must have already come to his senses. When he heard that Yan Huo wanted to inspect the goods, he did not object at all and directly took him back to the Blazing Flame sect and into the treasure vault. Agree to his request and ask him if he has any other requests. I will try my best to fulfill them. After hearing Yan Huo's words, Chen Mobai did not hesitate at all. Sect leader, it is enough to let him tend the fire and observe the process of fifth-order weapon forging. Yan Huo felt that Chen Mobai was being too easy to talk to. Although the 9 Yang True Fire Stone at the peak of the 5th rank was precious, it was not worth the seriousness of a nascent soul true monarch. Your branch's problem is your poor service, which is why your reputation has declined with each generation. Seeing Yan Huo's puzzled expression, Chen Mobai shook his head and couldn't help but start lecturing. It can only be said that the cultivators in the Heavenly River realm who have some skills in cultivation are living too well. No matter how high the skill level is in the immortal sects, if the service is not good, they will definitely go out of business in less than a year. Although he was a nascent soul true monarch, he had accepted Jingkai Shangren's fees. Even if he was an opponent of the burning heaven 5 veins, he should still exchange knowledge about weapon crafting with him in a friendly manner. If the latter had any questions, he would not mind giving them some pointers. The Five Elements sect enjoys a far better reputation in the Eastern continent than any other force, because Chen Mobai has set an example for over 100 years. Yes, the sect leader is right. After hearing this, Yan Huo lowered his head and accepted the scolding, but inwardly he didn't take it seriously. It's obvious that Master Jingchai is asking them for a favor. According to local custom, in this situation, they would definitely try to take advantage of them and squeeze them for a large sum of money. But now that Chen Mobai is the sect leader, Yan Huo can only obey his orders. After hearing what he had said, Master Jingchai became apprehensive. I really just wanted to observe the weapon forging process. Although I wanted to get a glimpse of Master Chen's unfathomable weapon forging skills, I would never be greedy. Chen Mobai's service-oriented attitude from the immortal sect made the locals very uncomfortable. Even Jingchai Shangren suspected that this nascent soul true monarch would come from the eastern wilderness at any moment and directly steal his 9-yang true fire stone. Think it over carefully. The formal weapon forging will take place in a month because we need to wait for the people from Jiangzhou. The sect leader said you can go to the eastern wilderness in advance, and he will arrange for someone to receive you. Yan Huo relayed Chen Mobai's words, then began packing his belongings in one Yuan immortal city, intending to head to the eastern wilderness immediately. Because of the matter concerning Master Jingchai, Yan Huo had made a contribution, and Chen Mobai directly promised him a spot as a fire-starting boy, so he was somewhat impatient. Upon hearing this, Venerable Jingchai did not hesitate and went with him to the eastern wilderness. After arriving in Baiyuan City, the two were amazed by this emerging city, which was so different from the major immortal cities in the eastern continent. This is the Heavenly Heart Sword Talisman drawn by the sect leader. It's the qualification certificate for participants in this weapon forging event. They were greeted by Su Zilu, who handed them 2 talismans that only Chen Mobai could refine, and then told them the location for the weapon refining. Chen Mobai chose the Fire True Immortal City. Over the years, following his guidance, the major immortal cities in the eastern wilderness have begun to develop in different directions. For example, the Myriad Transformation Immortal City has gathered all the medicinal herb merchants from the 3 regions of the eastern continent's border. As long as the products are good, Danxia Pavilion will buy them. Even many of the major merchant guilds from the east have set up branches in Wanhua Immortal City, just to do business with Danxia Pavilion. Currently, Wanhua Immortal City in the eastern continent is the second largest market for elixirs after Wuwei Immortal City of the Moral Sect, supporting countless cultivators in the upstream and downstream of the elixir industry. In comparison, the development of the other immortal cities in the eastern wilderness is somewhat unsatisfactory. Chen Mobai decided to give them another helping hand. Taking advantage of the opportunity to refine fifth-order artifacts, we will build Fire Immortal City into the #1 artifact refining city in the eastern continent. After all, the 1 Yuan Immortal City has declined, and although the other Holy Lands also value weapon crafting, they are not willing to spend a lot of money on it. Yan Huo and the other didn't say much about it. After all, in the eastern wilderness, teleportation arrays were everywhere, and one could travel back and forth between Baiyuan City and Huazhen Immortal City in an instant. However, their desire for fifth-order weapon forging surpassed everything else. Knowing that Chen Mobai had already gone to Huazhen Immortal City, they did not linger here and immediately followed the disciples arranged by Su Zilu to the teleportation array. In the following period, the previously quiet Fire True Immortal City suddenly became incredibly popular throughout the entire eastern continent. Any weapon refiner with a modicum of skill had heard the news that Chen Mobai was going to refine a fifth-order magic weapon, and they all rushed to the eastern wilderness immediately, and then went to the Fire True Immortal City. Refiners are generally quite wealthy, so in Fire True Immortal City, they usually rent the best cave dwellings. Chen Mobai had already activated the Heavenly Curtain and Earthly Network Array, raising the spiritual veins here to the 5th level. Huazhen Immortal City is considered a rural area in the eastern wilderness, and housing prices are not yet outrageous, so some weapon refiners who are not short of money simply buy houses outright with cash. Because they also realized that this immortal city would definitely become famous throughout the eastern continent because of this incident, and the property prices would definitely rise in the future. It even attracted real estate speculators like Shen Shanking from Baiyuan City, causing the housing prices in Huijian Immortal City to skyrocket in a short period of time, reaching almost one-fifth of the average price in Baiyuan City. That day, Chen Mobai received a message from Zhang Pengkong, saying that Yuan Beiaji, the Taoist of Xiantian, had arrived in Dongzhou by taking the super teleportation array of Taixupayo Mill Palace. Accompanying them was the mother of this Taoist, namely Ao Yuxia, the divine transformation true lord of Xiantian. So he's the son of a nascent soul cultivator. No wonder the palace master of Biluo Palace personally interceded for him. Upon learning this, Chen Mobai's expression suddenly became clear. Then he began to recall the information about the sacred land of Xiantian. Yi Qing had told him that it was an ancient sect with a long history in Jiangsu, and the current Grand Elder, Ziki Zhenjin Yuan Yin, was one of the four true ones. Wait, Yuan Yin, Yuan Beiaji. Could they be father and son? End of this chapter. Chapter 11:23, The Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. Chapter 11:23, The Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. As Jingchai Shangren and Yanhuo walked down the street, they looked at the shops related to weapon crafting and the endless stream of cultivators around them, and felt a vibrant sense of development. After walking through this street, you'll reach the square in Fire True Immortal City, which has been specially designated for setting up stalls. Some people are hawking their wares, while others are squinting and waiting for customers. All sorts of refining materials are displayed on the stalls, some of which even the two nascent soul cultivators consider precious. However, with the discerning eye of a fourth-tier weapon refiner, they quickly realized that many of them were counterfeit. However, the stalls are usually a mixed bag. After each of them bought some ores that they liked, they arrived at the easternmost part of the Immortal City. This is the place Chen Mobai chose for refining weapons. It is close to the core of the fire vein, and there is a stream. Specially customized smelting equipment stands on the open fire eyes, continuously drawing on the true fire from the Earth's core to refine all kinds of precious minerals. Please, seniors. When Tan Rong saw the two of them approaching, she verified the Heavenly Heart Sword Talisman and immediately activated the restriction to let them in. These days, Chen Mobai has been preparing to refine a fifth-order magic weapon, and Jingchai Shangren and Yanhuo, who are qualified as fire-starting boys, often come to help. Chen Mobai had always liked to teach others, and told the two of them to feel free to ask if they didn't understand anything. At first, the two were very reserved, until later when Master Jingchai saw Chen Mobai draw over 1,000 blueprints and couldn't help but ask why it was so complicated. Before refining, solve all the problems on the blueprints. This way, you can handle the refining process with ease and avoid any accidents. This was Chen Mobai's answer, and it was also one of the principles of weapon crafting in the immortal sects. True Lord, isn't this preparation work too redundant, and will it limit the inspiration of the weapon refiner? Master Jingchai is the most typical weapon refiner in the Tian realm. He believes that if one wants to reach the pinnacle of weapon refining, one must first not be bound by rules and regulations, but have a free and imaginative mind. Therefore, the only requirement for crafting magical artifacts in the Heavenly River realm is functionality. For example, if a sword cultivator wants a sword, they will forge a flying sword based on the materials. As for all the details, it is up to the weapon refiner to handle, and the client cannot offer any opinions. Chen Mobai, on the other hand, was different. Before refining it, he used hundreds of drawings for the design of the shape, including plan, elevation, section, perspective, and even three-dimensional drawings, from all angles, making sure not to miss any detail. There are even more drawings for the rest of the assembly, combination, process flow, etc. As a weapon refiner, the first priority is to be responsible to the client. I believe this is the most basic professional quality and ethics. If you want to unleash your inspiration, you can collect the materials yourself. Chen Mobai explained the concepts of the immortal sects he had been taught since childhood, saying that the knowledge of cultivation arts in the Tian realm was limited, which made those who had achieved mastery of these arts live too comfortably. The virtue of the true Lord puts me to shame. After listening to Chen Mobai's answer, Master Jingchai looked on with emotion. Although I had heard that this Master Chen had the demeanor of an ancient sage, I only realized after getting to know him that even a sage could not match his virtue. It's just basic morality. Chen Mobai shook his head and said this. Next, when Master Jingchai asked questions, they were all related to specific operations and hands-on practice. Chen Mobai answered selectively, basically telling him everything except for some key techniques of the immortal sects. The more they communicated, the more the two nascent soul cultivators felt their own level was inadequate. On this day, Chen Mobai, who was explaining a method of mineral refining, suddenly stopped and looked up in the direction of Baiyuan City. He sensed a powerful aura no less than his own and arrived there. He was a true lord of transformation, whom I had never met before. It must be Ao Yuxia from Xiantiang. A guest has arrived, I'll go greet him. Chen Mobai put down the sample in his hand, stood up, and transformed into a streak of silver light, disappearing from the spot and instantly teleporting outside the large teleportation array of Baiyuan City. A bright-eyed young man in fine clothes and a jade belt stood outside the teleportation array. He looked relaxed, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and a hint of curiosity on his face. When he saw Chen Mobai, he couldn't help but be slightly startled. Chen Mobai, however, looked past him and towards the boy's back. A beautiful woman with jet-black hair and a tall, slender figure just stepped out of the teleportation array. Her features were exquisite, her eyebrows were like willow leaves, and her eyes were like deep pools, faintly flashing with sharp light. The moment Chen Mobai's eyes met hers, their unique auras belonging only to the nascent soul stage, clashed, yet separated in an instant. Greetings, sect leader Chen. This is my good friend, Jade Cloud True Monarch Ao Yuxia of Purple Cloud Heavenly Palace. Just as the two were in silence, unsure of how to begin, the palace master of Biluo Palace stepped out of the teleportation array and immediately introduced herself to Chen Mobai. Greetings, true Lord Yuxia. Chen Mobai smiled slightly and greeted the nascent soul cultivator from Jiangsu before him. I have long heard of the name of the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness, and seeing him today, I can confirm that his reputation is well-deserved. Ao Yuxia was equally polite, with her left hand behind her back and her right hand forming a mudra, as she raised it to greet Chen Mobai with a Taoist salute befitting a fellow Taoist from Jiangsu. The Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. Chen Mobai was somewhat surprised by this title. Sect leader Chen, you may not know this, but after you displayed the potential of a near 5th-tier weapon refiner at the Big Dipper tournament, you already caught the attention of the Central Continent Impermanence sect. The palace master of Biluo Palace explained that the Wuqingjai in Jiangsu is the most mysterious holy land, mainly engaged in the intelligence industry, and they have people all over the world. In Dongzhou, Tianqinlu can be considered to have a connection with Wuqingjai. Pao Feng once mentioned this to Chen Mobai. However, as a sacred place, Wuqingjai mainly focuses on high-level intelligence. The titles of the top nascent soul true monarchs in the Heavenly River realm, and so on, all originated from their work. For example, in the Eastern continent, after Chen Mobai demonstrated the level of a near 5th-tier weapon refiner, he came into the sights of the Wuqingjai for the first time. At that time, he used the pseudonym Chen Qingdi, the Taoist of 1 Yuan, and Wuqingjai also used this as a code name for his intelligence files. Subsequently, Chen Qingdi gradually grew in the Eastern continent, revealing his true identity and making everyone aware that he was the 5-element sect master. Until he achieved the nascent soul stage, the information about him was given the highest priority by Wuqingjai and compiled into a document. For information about individuals, Wuqingjai usually uses a combination of place name and personal name. After Chen Mobai transformed into a god, many forces in the Central Plains purchased information about him from Wuqingjai, and the first 4 characters of that information were Eastern Wilderness Azure Emperor. Gradually, Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness became the title used by the major powers in the Central Plains to refer to Chen Mobai. I see. After listening to the explanation from the palace master of Biluo Palace, Chen Mobai suddenly understood. Although he had stumbled upon the name Wuqingjai by chance, it suited his taste perfectly. After all, his official name on the Immortal sect website is Azure Emperor. Now it's truly well-deserved. This is my son, Yuan Biaji. He has been interested in weapon crafting and puppetry since he was a child. However, my husband was very strict with him, and he only had time to study the various arts of cultivation after he reached the nascent soul stage. Fortunately, he has good talent, and his success rate in crafting 4th-order magic weapons has reached 30%. I hope that by following fellow Taoist Chen this time, he can get a glimpse into the mysteries of fifth-order weapon crafting. At this moment, Aoyuxia also pulled the young man in brocade robes and jade belt to her side and introduced him to Chen Mobai. What a young prodigy! Chen Mobai offered a token compliment. It wasn't that he had any prejudice, but rather that both his parents were nascent soul true monarchs. Given the abundant resources in the Heavenly River realm, Yuan Beiaji estimated that even someone with mixed spiritual roots of 4 attributes could be helped to reach the nascent soul realm. He had previously heard Yi Qing say that the quality of Taoist disciples and saintesses in the central continent was generally higher than that in the eastern continent. Many of them who came to the eastern continent were able to be compared to Yi Qing. Among this generation, there were even some who had already reached the nascent soul stage. Yuan Beiaji, under Chen Mobai's guidance, only had the cultivation level of the mid-nascent soul stage. In the eastern continent, this was considered above average, but in the central continent, he was definitely a bottom-tier Taoist. Fellow Taoist Chen, this is a gift to mark our meeting. Please accept it. After the introduction, Aoyuxia took out a jade box and handed it to Chen Mobai. At first, he naturally declined, but after being persuaded by the palace master of Biluo Palace, he reluctantly accepted it. Upon opening it, they discovered that inside was a 5th-tier peak white glass crystal. With this and the 9 Yang True Fire stone given by Master Jingchai, all that's missing is the purple gold flame copper before we can try to upgrade the Duluo 8 scenery lamp to the 6th tier. Zhang Pangkong is really efficient. Chen Mobai happily put the jade box into his pocket, then led his guests to Baiyuan City with a big smile on his face. I never expected that there would be such a bustling and well-organized immortal city in the eastern continent. Aoyuxia and Yuan Beiaji were also very surprised by the bustling Baiyuan City. There were many immortal cities in Jiangsu that were larger and more populous than this, but none of them were as well planned and clearly laid out as Baiyuan City. If the same population were to flood into the immortal cities of Jiangsu, it would probably be in chaos by now. However, in Baiyuan City, the various zones and traffic systems were well organized, making the traffic flow smooth and efficient. Even in crowded areas, Aoyuxia's first impression was not one of congestion and chaos, but rather of vitality. "Excuse me, what's that?" Yuan Beiaji pointed to the long, rectangular puppet that was being driven by cultivators and carrying many people on the street, and asked with a curious expression. These are carriage puppets, because cultivators below the core formation stage are not allowed to fly in this immortal city. These puppets are set up to operate between the main streets. Each time you get on a carriage, it only costs 1 5 elements coin. Chen Mobai took the initiative to speak, and Yuan Beiaji's eyes lit up immediately. He asked how to exchange the 5 elements coins. "Gu Yan, you should give your guests a good experience." Chen Mobai spoke to the maid beside him, who immediately nodded, took out a handful of 5 elements coins from her storage bag, and came to the parking sign to wave and stop the car puppet. Yuan Beiaji turned to look at Aoyuxia, who hesitated for a moment, then nodded, letting him follow Gu Yan. She herself did not move, clearly uninterested in the matter. "I've heard that fellow Taoist Chen's enlightenment tea can capture the mysteries of creation. I wonder if I'll have the honor of tasting it today." After Yuan Beiaji got into the carriage and the puppet left, Aoyuxia suddenly asked a question. "It's my pleasure." Chen Mobai nodded with a smile, and then invited Aoyuxia and Palace Master Biluo to the top of Baiyuan Mountain. "Fellow Taoist Chen, this dragon vein in the eastern wilderness is the most vibrant I have ever seen. But logically speaking, a dragon vein of this scale should have already developed sentience long ago." Just as Chen Mobai was brewing tea, Aoyuxia looked towards the capital of the eastern wilderness and said something like this. "Perhaps the light of civilization is not enough." Chen Mobai naturally wouldn't mention that he had been worried about the celestial and earthly Quenji instruments of the moral sect reacting, so he had been trying to weaken and suppress the dragon vein. Although Jiang Zhengheng was no longer involved, the dragon vein still lacked a trigger to develop sentience. "I have a method that can transform a dragon vein into a spirit. If fellow Taoist Chen needs it, I can help you for free." Aoyuxia's words made Chen Mobai frown slightly. However, he had heard Yi Qing say that because of the fierce competition in Jiangsu, the major sects basically operate in a similar way to businessmen, and everything they do has a price. Let this matter take its natural course. Besides, in our eastern continent, we are quite superstitious about dragon veins becoming spiritual. Chen Mobai did not believe that Ao Yuxia was unaware of the past of the Eastern Imperial Court. As he spoke, he was somewhat unsure of the purpose of the Central Plains' nascent soul cultivator before him. Oh, it seems fellow Taoist Chen is unaware of this. Ao Yuxia was slightly taken aback after hearing his words, and then looked at the palace master of Biluo beside her with some surprise. Our Taixupayo Male Palace is not Wuqingjai. Moreover, after the Eastern Imperial Court was destroyed, the Heavenly Emperor was furious. Therefore, the secret information about the royal family was sealed within our holy lands in the Eastern continent. Only a handful of people know about it. Upon hearing what the palace master of Biluo said, Chen Mobai became even more curious. He's now the leader of the Eastern continent Holy Land, a nascent soul true monarch, so he should be qualified to know. The royal lineage of the Eastern Imperial Court originates from the Yuan clan of our Purple Cloud Heavenly Palace. Ao Yuxia didn't hide anything and directly told Chen Mobai a truth that shocked him greatly. Isn't the royal family of the Eastern Imperial Court surnamed Zhao? Chen Mobai was aware of this. The Purple Cloud Heavenly Palace was originally the Heavenly Emperor's palace in the Heavenly River realm. The Yuan clan are descendants of the Heavenly Emperor. However, in the Central Plains, many lineages were left by Tao lords of the upper realm, and even the Heavenly Emperor has to give them face. It is precisely because of this that the descendants of the Heavenly Emperor could not ride the 6 dragons to heaven when they reached perfection in the Central Continent. So they began to split into 4 branches and migrate to the other 4 continents to pass on their knowledge. In order to avoid attracting attention, all 4 branches changed their surnames. Among them, the descendants of the Heavenly Emperor in the Eastern Continent changed their surname to Zhao. Because they received the protection of the Heavenly Venerable and the assistance of sages such as Dao de Dan Mo, they gradually overcame all obstacles and established the Eastern Imperial Court. Chapter 11:24 Proposal. Chapter 11:24 Proposal. Descendants of the Heavenly Emperor. After listening, Chen Mobai pondered the meaning of those 4 words. He truly hadn't expected that the Purple Cloud Heavenly Palace would have such an origin, but once he thought about how it was an ancient holy land in the Central Plains, he understood. After all, its benchmark is the Taixupayo Male Palace and the Kainkyu Brush and Ink Forest. If that's the case, then Yuan Beiaji is not only the son of 2 nascent soul cultivators, but also a descendant of the Heavenly Emperor. They have a very powerful background. Besides asking fellow Taoist Chen to help train my son in weapon crafting skills, there's another matter I've come to Dongzhu for. When Ao Yuxia got to this point, she suddenly became a little embarrassed. Chen Mobai was puzzled. What is it? The Heavenly Emperor's bloodline flows in the Yuan clan, and it can only be improved by being accompanied by a true dragon. The simplest way is to find a dragon wife. Sect leader Chen's yellow dragon is a primordial true spirit. I wonder if our 2 families can form this marriage. After hearing this, Chen Mobai refused without hesitation. As someone from a cultivation sect, he completely disapproved of arranged marriages. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint true monarch Yuxia's good intentions, because my Huanglong has homesickness and doesn't like being too far from home. However, considering that the opponent was a nascent soul cultivator, he still made up an excuse to save face for Ao Yuxia. My son can stay in the Eastern Wilderness. I heard that fellow Taoist Chen is collecting some 6th grade spiritual materials. My Purple Cloud Heavenly Palace, as the Heavenly Emperor's palace, has many treasures left by the Heavenly Emperor. If our 2 families were to become related by marriage, the dowry would definitely satisfy fellow Taoist Chen. Ao Yuxia's words touched Chen Mobai, but when he thought about exchanging little yellow dragon girl's life for it, he still shook his head. Then why not let my son become fellow Taoist Chen's disciple, giving him a chance to get to know Huanglong? The Heavenly Emperor's bloodline is also very beneficial to the true dragon bloodline. Of course, the apprenticeship ceremony will not be inferior to the dowry. Ao Yuxia once again compromised, seemingly setting her sights on Huanglong, wanting to create opportunities for her son. Let's not talk about this again. Chen Mobai went all out and spoke harshly, his face hardening as he slammed his teacup down on the corner of the table, expressing his resolute attitude. Across from him, Ao Yuxia's expression turned cold and her eyes narrowed when she saw his rudeness. A terrifying aura, unlike anything in human form, emanated from her body. Recalling what she had just said, Chen Mobai realized that she was not human but a dragon. Could it be that the gentian pill is meant to be administered to her? Thinking of this, Chen Mobai's eyes lit up with excitement. The enormous myriad sword's Dharma body appeared behind him, and the heaven-slaying sword domain spread out silently, encompassing Ao Yuxia's explosive aura the instant it collided with her. This enlightenment tea is truly extraordinary. I feel a great sense of gain every time I drink it. At this moment, the palace mistress of Biluo suddenly spoke up. She was sweating profusely, but on the surface she was smiling and kicked Ao Yuxia under the table. Although Chen Mobai has just reached the nascent soul stage, his combat strength is comparable to the top nascent soul stage cultivators in the heavenly river realm. Even if Ao Yuxia is a true spirit, she should still be more discreet on the territory of the Five Elements sect. Otherwise, if she were ripped off, she, as the matchmaker, would definitely have a huge headache. I apologize for my presumption, fellow Taoist Chen. Ao Yuxia seemed to recall Chen Mobai's achievements, and after being reminded by the palace master of Biluo Palace, she actually yielded first. The weapon forging will take place in Fire True Immortal City in 7 days. This is the talisman for entry. At this moment, Chen Mobai had no desire to communicate with Ao Yuxia, who harbored ill intentions. After putting down the 2 Heavenly Heart Sword talismans, he left under the pretext of having something to do. Didn't I tell you? Although this man seems amiable since he debuted in the Eastern Wilderness, every sect and force that has opposed him has been wiped out. The number of lives lost at his hands is at least in the millions. He is an absolute god of swordsmanship. When only the 2 of them remained, the palace master of Biluo earnestly persuaded Ao Yuxia that if she hadn't owed the latter a great favor, she really wouldn't have wanted to get involved in this matter. Don't worry, I won't mention this again. After Ao Yuxia made her assurances, Palace Master Biluo felt somewhat relieved, but still decided to stay with her for the time being to avoid any uncontrollable situations. Chen Mobai did not leave Baiyuan City. After all, if Ao Yuxia were to make a move, only he could suppress her. Fortunately, he was able to cultivate to the nascent soul realm. Even though he was not human, his willpower was strong enough. After Yuan Beiaji returned, Ao Yuxia took him and Palace Master Biluo directly to the Fire True Immortal City. The day for crafting the magical artifact arrived quickly. Besides Jinchai Shangren and Yanhuo, Chen Mobai also called Chen Lingaming and Zio Yuli over. There are also 2 people with connections. They were sent in by the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect and the moral sect. The nascent soul cultivator of the 9 Heavens demon suppression sect is named Lion Yuan. He is a rising star who is already a 4th-level weapon refiner at a young age. He wants to take this opportunity to further his skills and upgrade to a 5th-level weapon refiner. Dea Zixuan, the Taoist of the moral sect, was a renowned all-rounder in the Eastern continent. In addition to alchemy, he was also quite skilled in weapon crafting, so he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Before the weapon forging began, Chen Mobai had already given the 7 people the blueprints, ensuring that they were fully aware of every step that followed. Although Yuan Beiaji and the others did not understand at first, after they were told what was going on, they found that they had mastered the crafting methods of the 1st to 5th levels of the 5 Elements robe. It seemed that as long as there were enough materials, they could easily make it. This feeling of having mastered everything is something I've never experienced before. Refining weapons, can it be done like this? Just as Yuan Beiaji was surprised, Chen Mobai took out some high-grade 3rd-tier materials that he had prepared in advance and let them choose freely. 1,000 words are not as good as 1 action. Based on what I just explained, each of you should refine a 5 Elements robe. If you can refine it to the 4th rank, you will be considered qualified and can stand close to me while I refine it. As for those below the 4th rank, just use them for fire. Besides, it's obvious that you don't have any talent in weapon refining, so don't waste your time and materials on them in the future. Chen Mobai spoke without any politeness. After all, the 7 people in front of him were all nascent soul cultivators and experienced 4th-order weapon refiners. He had broken down his knowledge and fed them to them. If they still couldn't learn anything, they would basically never be able to refine a 5th-order magic weapon on their own in this lifetime. Hearing his words, Yuan Beiaji and the other 6 all looked solemn. Looking at the pile of 3rd-grade high-quality materials in front of them, they felt even more nervous than when they were cultivating. After all, there were quite a few other people watching besides them. For example, there was true monarch Wuchen, who was invited by Chen Mobai. After Shengxi transformed into a god, he became completely leisurely, merely sitting in the Eastern Tomb domain and occasionally exploring the crevices of the Dragon Abyss Cave with true monarch Dakong. Chen Mobai knew that the moral sect cared most about the dragon vein and was afraid that Ao Yuxia would cause trouble, so he invited her over. Originally, true monarch Dakong was also there, but he had just entered the netherworld with his puppet and did not respond. Wuchen Zhenjun and Ao Yuxia stood together, chatting happily. Beside them were many nascent soul cultivators, including those from the Five Elements sect and the three great holy lands of the Eastern Land, led by the palace master of Biluo Palace. After all, although there have been many attempts to forge fifth-tier magic weapons in the Eastern continent, none of them have been able to guarantee success. As a nascent soul true lord, Chen Mobai was given high hopes by everyone. Even so, many weapon refiners believe that the success rate is at most 60% or 70%. After all, the key to a fifth-tier magic weapon lies in its spirituality. This is a very mysterious thing, and it is difficult to master and control with skill. At this moment, Yuan Beiaji and the others had already selected the top-grade third-tier materials and came to the empty workbench next to them. They first refined the cutting tools and began to work. "Hey, what are they doing?" Ao Yuxia asked, quite puzzled. Young friend Chen is most famous for his weapon refining skills, which are using materials of the next lower tier to refine magical artifacts of the next higher tier. It seems that he really wants to pass on his skills this time. Wuchen Zhenjun said with a smile that he had once asked his disciple to purchase magic artifacts made by Chen Mobai at Xianenshan. As a nascent soul cultivator, he understood even more how outstanding such skills were. Originally, it was thought that Chen Mobai, like the previous fifth-order weapon refiners in the Eastern continent, would simply have the participants help with lighting the fire and handing over items when refining fifth-order magic weapons. Unexpectedly, he taught them the true secrets. The Five Elements robe was modified by Chen Mobai based on the blueprints of the Pure Yang immortal robe. It consists of 5 robes with the 5 elements. For example, if he has the fur of the tanuki and the golden flame suani, he can refine the earth element robe and the fire element robe. This is also the standard robe for disciples of the Five Elements sect that he plans to promote in the future. The reason he passed it on to outsiders like Yuan Beiaji was that he wanted to use it to establish the standard for robes throughout the entire Eastern continent. Time passed slowly, and soon Master Jingchai was the first to finish his fire spirit robe. He had a piece made by Chen Mobai a long time ago and studied it for a long time. He was one of the earliest learners in Husian Immortal City. Although he encountered many situations where he could understand the idea but not the technique, he was able to deal with various problems in a targeted manner because he had the blueprints in mind. The moment the fire spirit robe was completed, Master Jingchai froze on the spot. At this moment, he recalled what Chen Mobai had said and realized that preparing the blueprints in advance made weapon crafting such a simple thing. Master Chen's method of weapon crafting is correct. The weapon refining concepts that Jingchai Shang had developed over hundreds of years shattered at this moment and began to be constantly reshaped with the principles taught by Chen Mobai in recent days as the core. After Master Jingchai came Yan Huo. However, his expression was not good, because his fire spirit robe was only at the 3rd tier. Soon all the results came out. Besides Master Jingchai, Chen Lingaming and Yuan Beiaji were the only 2 who had reached the 4th level. Among them, Chen Lingaming learned from Chen Mobai, while Yuan Beiaji truly relied on his talent to learn the knowledge taught by Chen Mobai in just a few lessons. Well done. After Chen Mobai finished his examination, he nodded to Yuan Beiaji. "You 3 come with me, the rest of you stay here and tend the fire." Chapter 11, 25 Martial 9 Spirits. Chapter 11, 25 Martial 9 Spirits. As soon as Chen Mobai finished speaking, Jingchai Shangren and Chen Lingaming, their faces filled with excitement, immediately followed. Yuan Beiaji, on the other hand, remained calm, his eyes showing no fluctuation. As a descendant of the Heavenly Emperor, he had tried to participate in the forging of 5th-tier magic weapons 3 times, but all 3 attempts failed. One of those attempts even required the intervention of a nascent soul cultivator. Therefore, while he was looking forward to Chen Mobai's attempt to forge a 5th-tier magic weapon this time, he no longer felt the same eager anticipation he had the first time. Chen Mobai led them to the center of the weapon refining field, where there was a specially made workbench with the materials to be used this time already laid out. What Yuan Beiaji saw first were two complete and huge pelts. One was smooth and shiny, containing a rich earth elemental aura, while the other was covered with golden fur, like a blazing flame. As soon as he got close, he felt hot all over and sweated profusely. Recalling the previous handover of the blueprints, Yuan Beiaji knew that these were the skins of the two true spirits, Lily and Jinyan Suwani. In addition, there was a bronze frame on the side, on which various tools and two snow-white crescent-shaped fangs were displayed. However, the tuition fee this time was only enough for the 5 spirits robe, so they did not see the corresponding blueprints for forging these two fang-shaped flying swords. I'll start by crafting the Earth Spirit robe. This one is simpler. Observe carefully, listen to my instructions, and write down any questions you have. Ask me again after you've finished crafting it. Chen Mobai's voice was calm, and his demeanor was composed, as if crafting a fifth-order robe was an easy task for him. Upon hearing this, Yuan Beiaji held his breath and watched Chen Mobai's actions intently along with the two people beside him. The key to making a robe lies in the tanning of the materials. If this step is not handled properly, even if a robe can be made, it will not be durable. Chen Mobai asked Yuan Beiaji to bring the tanning agent from the workbench. This was a mixture he had prepared using materials from Dongzhou, with the main ingredient being the sap of the longevity tree, along with other spiritual plant juices. As each magic seal was imprinted into the fox fur, the tanning agents were also extracted and dissolved into it. Then, this fifth-grade low-level material began to become more restrained, and the originally unrestrained earth elemental spiritual light was locked within the fur. This process would normally take a long time, but Chen Mobai had already gone through it once before, and this was just a demonstration. After tanning, Chen Mobai took the pen handed to him by Master Jingchai and drew lines on the fur according to the blueprint. After drawing the lines, Chen Mobai took a pair of scissors from Chen Lingaming. These scissors were made of 5th-grade Xuanjin and were extremely sharp. With each crisp cut, all the necessary parts from the blueprints were cut out. Finally, it was time for assembly. Under Chen Mobai's divine sense, all the fur parts began to slowly merge on the workbench, turning into streams of light. Gradually, the outline of a robe began to appear. Afterwards, Chen Mobai gestured to the 3 people beside him to hand him the various materials on the platform. He then began to embroider patterns onto the Earth Spirit robe, while simultaneously imbuing it with restrictions and supernatural spells. His aesthetic sense was definitely superior to that of the Heavenly River realm, so after the robe was fully formed, everyone present couldn't help but marvel at it. However, many people, including Yuan Beiaji, showed disappointment on their faces, because no spiritual fluctuations could be sensed from this Earth Spirit robe. In other words, this is merely a 4th-tier peak defensive magic weapon. It seems we have failed. Just as Yuan Beiaji was thinking that Chen Mobai was undeserving of his reputation, the latter pointed a finger at the newly born Earth Spirit robe. Under the operation of the Kantanki, this robe suddenly seemed to have undergone thousands of years of time baptism, and began to emit a faint, earthy, yellow spiritual light. This spirituality is what Tanuki's fur originally carried. The fox spirit had attained enlightenment over thousands of years, and every part of its body had absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. Under the influence of the Kantong Qi, it appeared in the robe as if its fur had come to life. As the spirit of the robe appeared, an earthy yellow aura began to emanate from every part of it, illuminating all the previously embroidered patterns, making them shine as if they had come to life. This scene shocked everyone present, especially Yuan Beiaji, who had failed at the spirit awakening stage in all 3 of his attempts at 5th-order weapon refining. However, regardless of which weapon refiner initiates the awakening process, they do so with great solemnity, using various altars, formations, and even offerings. Some even go through 49 days without any reaction, ultimately ending in an embarrassing failure. However, the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness before them merely pointed a finger, causing the Earth Spirit robe to easily develop a rich spiritual energy and advance to the 5th rank. This scene made them appreciate the wonder of weapon crafting, and also made them deeply aware of the huge gap between themselves and Chen Mobai. That's about it. Have you all remembered it? At this moment, Chen Mobai withdrew his finger and asked the 3 people beside him. Meanwhile, the Earth Spirit robe continued to radiate spirituality, activating all the true spiritual properties hidden within the material. The Earth elemental spiritual energy between heaven and earth surged towards this place, urging this robe, which was already a 5th-grade low-rank robe, to advance once again. May I ask, Senior Azure Emperor, why is the spiritual awakening of this robe so simple in your hands? Yuan Beiaji couldn't help but speak first. If he could master this spirit awakening technique, he felt that he could also try to refine a 5th-order magic weapon. Upon hearing this, Chen Lingaming and Master Jingchai also perked up their ears, as this was the very question they were most concerned about. All things have a spirit, especially 5th-tier materials. Fur and the like come from true spirits. At the very least, they have absorbed and been bathed in the essence of heaven and earth, the light of the sun, moon and stars for thousands of years. We only need to activate and enlighten them a little to awaken their dormant spirit. Therefore, the key to activating a magic weapon can be bestowing, but more often it is awakening. An example of the former is the natal magic weapon, which grows together with the cultivator. However, most of the 5th-order magic weapons we refine cannot be nurtured and bestowed with the same meticulous care as the natal magic weapon, since energy is limited. Therefore, awakening is a simpler method. The higher the grade of the material, the more abundant the hidden spirituality, and the easier it is to awaken. That is why high-grade magical artifacts need spirituality. Chen Mobai simplified what he had learned in college and told Yuan Beiaji and the other two. As the ancestral home of the immortal sect's weapon crafting, Wukidao Academy has reached the pinnacle of weapon crafting research. Courses on the spirituality of magical artifacts are taught from the very beginning in order to shape all weapon crafters' understanding of the broad framework of spirituality. It's easier said than done, but you still need the right level of weapon crafting skills to actually do it. Of course, Chen Mobai was able to do this so easily thanks to the Kantanki. This is arguably the cultivation method, with the lowest threshold for nascent soul transformation among all immortal sects. All you need to do is find a high-level magic weapon that perfectly matches the cultivator's aptitude and temperament to study together. For example, Ancestor Yunya, Chengxuan, and even Xuanwu and Beiguang all started with the same foundation. Chen Mobai refined the Dao fruit from the jade tree in the pill cauldron, and his Kantong Qi was also elevated to the level of nascent soul. He even saw the mysteries of the 6th-order void refinement stage. That is why he is now almost certain to succeed in refining 5th-tier magic weapons. Many thanks to Senior Azure Emperor for your guidance and teachings. Please accept my bow. After listening to Chen Mobai's explanation about the spirituality of magical artifacts, Yuan Beiaji suddenly realized that he truly had a talent for artifact crafting. In an instant, he felt his artifact crafting skills greatly improve, and he couldn't help but become solemn and bow deeply to Chen Mobai. Thank you for spreading the teachings, sect leader. The two people standing to the side, Jingchai Shangren and Chen Lingaming, also reacted and followed Yuan Beiaji in bowing deeply. You pay the tuition I teach you. This is a matter of course with a clear price, no need for formalities. Chen Mobai waved his hand, stopping them. This kneeling might just be another turning point. It's better to settle things evenly this way. Yuan Beiaji stood up with a regretful expression, while Chen Lingaming was already thinking of an excuse to stay in the eastern wilderness for a while longer and ask the sect leader for more advanced knowledge on weapon crafting. Only Master Jingchai felt that the treasure mountain was right in front of him, but he could only dig out some superficial gains, and he looked regretful. At this moment, he greatly envied Chen Lingaming for being a member of the 5 Elements sect, so that he could consult him at any time. Senior Kingdi, the quality of the robe seems to be a bit unstable. At this moment, Yuan Beiaji pointed to the earth spirit robe suspended in midair and discovered that the awakened rich spirituality, after absorbing a massive amount of earth elemental spiritual energy and forcibly advancing to the middle grade of the 5th rank, was flickering and showing signs of falling. Chen Mobai smiled slightly, pointed again, and the power of the pure Yang Dao enveloped the earth spirit robe, quickly fixing it at the mid-grade of the 5th rank. The constantly flickering spiritual energy of the robe, under the blessing of the great Tao, condensed into a plump white pig, standing on its 2 hind legs and bowing with its front legs, repeatedly paying homage to Chen Mobai. A mid-grade 5th rank, barely passable. Chen Mobai took the earth spirit robe into his hands, and after checking its appearance, restrictions, supernatural powers, and so on, he said something that made everyone present gasp in astonishment. It should be noted that some short-lived sacred sites only possess 5th-tier treasures passed down through generations. If this earth spirit robe were to be sold, it would probably be fought over by every nascent soul cultivator in the entire Eastern continent. After all, the price of defensive magic items has always far exceeded that of offensive magic items. Even the true monarch Wuchen was somewhat tempted. As expected of the successor of the One Yuan true monarch, this weapon forging technique is truly miraculous. Alyuxia looked at the earth spirit robe in her son's hands with amazement. I feel that the weapon refining skills of true monarch Yuan are inferior to those of young friend Chen at his level. However, true monarch Wuchen spoke up, saying that the moral sect and the Yuan Dao Palace had been neighbors in the eastern land for over 6,000 years, and he was already very familiar with the Yuan Dao Palace's proud weapon refining techniques. He was certain that the Yuan Dao Palace's weapon refining techniques were no match for Chen Mobai's. I see. After hearing this, Alyuxia's eyes burned with desire, and her wish for Yuan Beiaji to become her disciple grew even stronger. At this moment, the earth spirit robe was passed around among the 7 people who participated in the refining. In the end, Xuande, being the more cunning one, carried the robe to Chen Mobai's side. After receiving it, the latter simply hung it on the platform and did not chase Xuande away, but began refining the second fire spirit robe. Because it was made for himself, Chen Mobai designed it a little more elaborately and his expression was more relaxed, but his technique was still steady and precise, and he handled each step with ease. Under his command, Yuan Beiaji and the other 3 around him began to bustle about, handing over one item after another. Not far away, seeing Xuan snuggling up to Chen Mobai to listen to the lesson, Lion Yuanyan, Zio Yuli, and the other 2 realized what was happening and were filled with regret. If only they had gone anyway, they would have gone anyway. Now that the fire spirit robe is being made, they can only watch helplessly from afar, occasionally manipulating the fire veins to guide the spiritual energy there. Soon after the fire spirit robe took shape, under the influence of the covenant of the 3, a ball of flame ignited on the robe, and then a golden flame lion stepped out from it, its eyes fierce and its spiritual power violent. Chen Mobai's face lit up with joy when he saw it. The stronger the spirituality, the greater the potential of the robe. Under the Cantong Pact, the fire spirit of the robe can only obediently follow orders and fully unleash the true spiritual power contained in the materials. As flames burned, the golden flame Suani in its spirit form grew a second head. The ancestral spirit of the Golden Lion Royal Court was a 9-headed, 5-colored lion with great supernatural powers, which once caused even the heavenly venerable to suffer. That 9-headed, 5-colored lion called itself the 9-Spirit Marshal, and when my human race first came to the eastern continent, it would come every month to devour 100 pairs of young boys and girls. The most difficult battle that my ancestor fought in assisting the human emperor to establish the Eastern Imperial Court was the confrontation with that Golden Lion Royal Court. Upon seeing the spirit form of the fire spirit robe, true monarch Wuchen recalled the contents recorded in the sect's classic texts and couldn't help but sigh. Since the Eastern Imperial Court established its legal system in the Eastern continent, it has engaged in a major war with the Golden Lion Royal Court almost every so often. It was precisely for this reason that after the human race became powerful, they basically targeted the Golden Lion Royal Court. In the end, in a battle with the 9-headed Great Sage, they completely destroyed the Golden Lion Royal Court, leaving only the Golden Flame Suani, an orphan that fled into the depths of the desolate ruins. However, they were still conquered and exterminated by the righteous sects of the Eastern continent, led by the moral sect. The bloodline of the 9-headed 5-colored lion has been wiped out by the righteous path of the Eastern continent. The concentration of the Golden Flame Suani's true spirit bloodline is estimated to be less than 50%. When Alyuxia saw the unprocessed fur of the Golden Flame Suani earlier, she had already sensed the true spiritual energy contained within it. Although it was rich, it was not very pure. But after all, they are the bloodline of martial 9 spirits, so it's better to kill them all. Wuchen Zhenjun spoke these words calmly, causing Alyuxia to narrow her eyes. She is also a true spirit. However, she was also very clear that it was no easy feat for the Eastern Imperial Court to establish its legal system in the Eastern continent. The Patriarch of Morality made great contributions to this and was even revered as the national preceptor. It is precisely for this reason that the hatred with the Golden Lion Royal Court is etched into the very bones of the moral sect throughout its history. I'm still not feeling well, so this is only one update today. Please forgive me. Chapter 11:26 Establishing Refinement Standards and Regulation. Chapter 11:26 Establishing Refinement Standards and Regulation. Just as Wu Chen Zhenjun and Ao Yuxia were talking, the fire spirit robe worn by Chen Mobai, who was also present, shone brightly and its spirituality surged. At this point, Yuan Beiaji and the others no longer cared about Chen Mobai's technique, because it wasn't a matter of technique, but rather a matter of skill level. However, after this lesson, their idea that fifth-tier weapon crafting relied on luck has completely changed, and they have established a new knowledge system. They feel that if they continue down this path, they will one day be able to independently craft fifth-tier magical artifacts and become true fifth-tier weapon crafters. At this moment, the flames of the fire spirit robe grew stronger and stronger, and the unrestrained golden flames made true monarch Wuchen nod slightly. This is the innate blazing sun true fire that the golden flame Suani is so proud of. It is an extremely powerful fifth-order flame, and even he suffered a lot from it back then. Amidst the blazing flames, the second head of the golden flame Suani became increasingly clear, its eyes gleaming with a fiery and vibrant light. Clearly, the true spiritual power within the robe had been activated, causing its sentience to fully awaken. All the weapon refiners present were shocked by this scene. They never expected that, after the spirit was successfully awakened, its spirituality could increase again. It's important to know that in the Heavenly River realm, there were previously fifth-tier magic artifacts that were crafted, but once they were imbued with spirituality, they would essentially remain unchanged. At most, they could only be improved later by nurturing them with their natal magic artifacts. In Chen Mobai's hands, the birth of spirituality was only the beginning. Later, it could even enhance the material of the magical artifact by activating its potential. Such weapon forging techniques are unheard of. Chen Mobai seemed to know they wouldn't understand, so he explained again. The key to refining weapons lies in the quality of the materials. No matter how skilled you are, without high-grade materials, I cannot refine a fifth-grade magic weapon. Materials of the fifth grade and above contain very rich spiritual energy. If you only awaken a portion of it during the spirit awakening process, the rest will be lost over time. Therefore, it is essential to completely awaken them and give them life when the weapon is completed and its spirit is awakened. As soon as the words were spoken, the golden flame lion on the fire spirit robe suddenly let out a deafening roar. The golden flame surged again, almost filling the sky above the entire plaza. Its body began to swell, and a third head, surrounded by almost endless fire vein power, began to vaguely appear and disappear. Everyone present felt a strong sense of oppression. Even the two nascent soul true monarchs, Wuchen True Monarch and Ao Yuxia, had solemn expressions. They felt as if they were facing a living true spirit. Seeing this, Chen Mobai nodded slightly and continued to activate the Cantong Qi. Intricate golden-red patterns appeared on the fire spirit robe, outlining lifelike golden flame lions. As he finished his last movement, the golden flame lion pattern on his robe seemed to come alive, and the third head of the artifact spirit, which was standing on golden flames in midair, also became completely stable at this moment, and the two achieved a kind of wonderful resonance. Finally, the surging golden flames carried the three-headed artifact spirit as it rose and fell. The flames on the robe were no longer simply burning, but formed a scroll woven from flames, with all the light and flames merging into it, restrained yet flowing. Not bad, just as I expected. It's a high-grade fifth-tier item. Chen Mobai took off the fire spirit robe with satisfaction, checked it as usual, and then handed it to Yuan Beiaji and the others who were eagerly waiting. The four stepped forward at the same time, and each grabbed a corner of the fire spirit robe. After exchanging glances, the four of them started watching together. Roar! However, their actions seemed to greatly displease the spirit of the robe. With a roar, the lifelike golden flame patterns on the back of the robe seemed to leap out and bar its fangs at them. This scene shocked and delighted Yuan Beiaji and his companions, as it indicated that the spiritual power of this robe far surpassed that of any fifth-tier magical artifact they had ever seen before. Is this really a fifth-tier high-grade item? Yuan Beiaji asked in disbelief. He also possessed a high-grade fifth-tier defensive magic artifact, but its spiritual power was like that of a lion compared to a kitten compared to the robe before him. You guys have decent talent in weapon crafting. If you study hard in this field, you can reach this level in the future. Chen Mobai concluded with a word of comfort. There are quite a few fifth-tier materials in the Tian realm. With the status and position of these people, they might not be able to succeed on every single one of these high-end materials, but they should be able to succeed on at least one or two. Finally, he waved to Zio Yuli and the other two who were not far away, and they came over as well. After everyone had studied the fire spirit robe, the weapon forging was considered complete. From then on, Chen Mobai was undoubtedly the #1 weapon refiner in the Eastern continent, and could even compete for the #1 spot in the Heavenly River realm, since none of the nascent soul cultivators in this realm had ever successfully refined a 6th-order magic weapon. Next, Chen Mobai will forge the Tanuki Fang double hook sword, but he won't reveal this to the public. After all, they aren't his disciples, and he can't really teach them everything. After finishing the weapon forging, Chen Mobai put the 2 robes into his pocket and then invited True Monarch Wuchen and others to have tea in the high-rise building that had been prepared in advance. In addition to the 2 nascent soul cultivators, the palace master of Biluo Palace and other sacred lands were also invited. During the conversation, True Monarch Wuchen asked about weapon crafting first, and Chen Mobai answered selectively. Even so, the knowledge he shared was still a new world that weapon crafters in the Eastern continent had never heard of before. Young friend, I have a premonition that in the next few hundred years, the weapon refining industry in the Eastern continent will flourish because of your teachings today. Wuchen Zhenjun said with a smile that after Yuan Kink left, he originally thought he would have to struggle to support the righteous path of the Eastern continent, and his hair had turned much whiter from worry. Who would have thought that such an amazing junior as Chen Mobai would appear so soon, making his pressure disappear instantly? This unprecedented public demonstration of refining a 5th-tier magic weapon has shown many weapon refiners in the Eastern continent, who had been working in seclusion, the right direction to take. At least the 7 weapon refiners who participated this time will be able to improve after they return and digest what they have learned. It wouldn't be surprising if 1 or 2 of them become 5th-tier weapon refiners. An industry that stagnates will certainly not progress. I intend to publish a book on the standards of weapon crafting in the near future to establish a fair and transparent standard for magical artifacts in the Eastern continent. This way, all cultivators can use this standard as a basis for setting prices, etc., when trading or even commissioning magical artifacts. Chen Mobai talked about something he had wanted to do for a long time. The grade of magical artifacts in the Eastern continent is often very subjective. Some magical artifacts can unleash the power of a 2nd-tier artifact. Even if they are incomplete or their restrictions are not working properly, they will still be classified as 2nd-tier. Of course, some people will not recognize this, and if a transaction is attempted, disputes will ensue. Once Chen Mobai sets the standards and norms for all magical artifacts, there will be a basis for comparing the quality of magical artifacts in future transactions. The originally chaotic artifact refining industry will then have a guiding Bible. This is a good thing, just like the ranking standards that our ancestors set for the alchemy industry. Upon hearing this, True Monarch Wuchen knew exactly what Chen Mobai wanted to do, as the latter, as a nascent soul cultivator from the Eastern continent, was qualified to do so. Actually, when Yiyuan Zhenjun was still around, he had thought about doing this, but because it was too complicated and cumbersome, he ultimately only set the standards for 4th and 5th-tier magic weapons, leaving the rest to be decided by the market. But the alchemy industry is different. The moral sect has a clear catalog and standards that specify what kind of pills, what kind of effects, how much material to use, and so on, and give a comprehensive score. 90% of the pills can be graded according to these standards. Even if they are not covered, you can go to the moral sect's thatched cottage for appraisal, and they can give you a standard. In the entire Eastern continent, only the elixir industry has such clear standards and regulations. This is not something that can be accomplished once and for all. Rather, it requires continuous improvement and refinement over time. Because the Dayad sect has been a sacred place since ancient times, its standards for each update over tens of thousands of years have been universally accepted. If Chen Mobai is willing to regulate the weapon refining market, True Monarch Wuchen would be happy to see it happen. After I master the Tanuki Fang double hook sword, I will begin preparing this manual of weapon crafting specifications and standards. After Chen Mobai communicated with Wuchen Zhenjun, there were basically no obstacles to this matter. After all, the entire Eastern continent is ruled by these 4 holy lands. The Taixu Misty Palace is only concerned with monopolizing teleportation arrays, while the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression Sect is probably interested in flying swords. When Chen Mobai publishes his book, he can invite Yi Qing and others to write a few articles on the specifications and standards of sword-shaped magical artifacts for reference. After listening to the conversation between the two nascent soul cultivators, the weapon refiners present, including Master Jingchai, looked at Chen Mobai with eyes full of awe. If this succeeds, Chen Mobai will undoubtedly become the greatest legendary figure in the history of weapon forging in the Eastern continent. I admire fellow Taoist Chen's grand ambitions. My son's weapon refining skills have improved greatly this time, and he has successfully advanced to the 5th-level weapon refiner. I have no way to repay him, but I happen to have a 6th-level purple flame gold copper on hand, so please accept it as a thank you gift. Aoyuxia suddenly spoke up and took out a jade box. Purple flame gold copper is the same as purple gold flame copper from the immortal sect. Although the names are different, the nature is the same. Obviously, it wasn't just a coincidence, but rather something that was prepared in advance. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai immediately stopped himself from uttering the words of refusal he was about to say. With this, his Toshida 8 Views lantern can be upgraded to the 6th rank. But to accept such an expensive gift for no apparent reason is bound to cause an effect. The Nine Heavens Demon-Slaying Sect's gift of the Nine Heavens Profound Thunder Gold was only given as a token of gratitude, and Chen Mobai accepted it without hesitation. Recalling what Aoyuxia had said earlier, Chen Mobai pondered for a moment. In the end, he shook his head and refused. I cannot accept a gift without having done something right. The gift that true monarch Yuxia gave me before was already enough. End of this chapter. Chapter 1127, A Man of High Morals. Chapter 1127, A Man of High Morals. With Chen Mobai's cultivation level, even without 6th-tier materials, the Daoshui 8 Scenery Lantern can still be upgraded. At most, it will just waste some time. But by accepting Aoyuxia's gift today, this connection may never be severed in the future. Even though it could be passed on to disciples and the sect, Chen Mobai did not want Zhu Ming or Jiang Xingheng to bear such a heavy burden. This purple gold flame copper was probably mentioned by Zhang Pengkong, but Aoyuxia only brought it out now, which shows that she wasn't sincere from the beginning. In that case, it's better to have less contact. Everyone present was surprised upon hearing Chen Mobai's words. After all, 6th-grade spiritual materials are already the best in the Heavenly River realm. Even in the treasure trove of an ancient holy land like the Morality sect, there are only a few pieces. Moreover, it is almost common knowledge that the 5 Elements sect is acquiring this spiritual material. Under these circumstances, Chen Mobai's decision to refuse left everyone feeling incredulous. They hadn't considered the implications beyond the line, since for a nascent soul true monarch in the Heavenly River realm, these unresolved debts were routinely passed down to disciples and sects. Fellow Taoist Chen, you are truly a man of noble character and integrity. Aoyuxia hadn't expected anyone to refuse a 6th-grade spiritual material, so she could only manage a weak smile and take the jade box back. Since Chen Mobai refused the gift, it was hard to say what would happen next. She originally intended to use this as a gesture to ask Yuan Beiaji to stay and learn weapon crafting from Chen Mobai. That way, even without the formal title of master and disciple, they would at least have the reality of being master and disciple. Moreover, it's possible that as time goes on, Yuan Beiaji's talent for weapon crafting might impress Chen Mobai, leading him to truly become the disciple of this Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. Then, privately, he could use other treasures to discuss with Chen Mobai the true purpose of his visit. If things go smoothly, marrying the little yellow dragon girl will be a piece of cake. However, this plan stalled at the very first step. This was the first time Aoyuxia had met someone as aloof as Chen Mobai. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Wuchen Zhenjun immediately spoke up to smooth things over and change the subject. Young friend Chen, your tea is really good. If you like it, please take a bag with you when you leave. Chen Mobai said with a smile that the Enlightenment tea is now known to almost all high-level cultivators in the Eastern continent. Although it only has an effect when you drink the first few cups, it is already an unparalleled treasure for all cultivators. In the Eastern continent Holy Land, many nascent soul cultivators have come to understand the doubts that have troubled them for many years because of a sip of Enlightenment tea. Some have directly broken through their bottlenecks, some have comprehended the cultivation techniques, and there was even a nascent soul cultivator from the Morality sect who used it to draw a fifth-order talisman and became a fifth-order talisman maker. It is precisely for this reason that, although Wu Dao Ti is only at the 4th level, it is already on par with the 5th-level Shumei Ti, and is known as one of the 2 great immortal teas of the Eastern continent. Many nascent soul cultivators bought them and stored them away, planning to consume them when they broke through their cultivation level. Moreover, because there is only one enlightenment tea plant and the annual production is limited, many nascent soul cultivators from various sects who have tasted it still eagerly purchase it, since they can give it to their disciples even if they don't use it themselves. Countless cultivators who have reached the peak of core formation are stuck at the very last step of nascent soul formation. If they had this, they might be able to overcome that hurdle and allow their sect to have a new nascent soul cultivator, ensuring that there are successors. This was Yuan Baiage's first time drinking tea, but he had heard Zhang Pengkong mention it before, so he was fully prepared. As soon as the tea entered his throat, he closed his eyes and began to recall the many doubts that had accumulated in his mind when he watched Chen Mobai forge weapons. Besides him, the same applies to Venerable Jingche and others. After a cup of tea, most of the people present closed their eyes and meditated. Chen Mobai smiled slightly and continued his conversation with true monarch Wu Chen. Since Ao Yuxia had mentioned the dragon vein earlier, he took the opportunity to say, "Senior, after over 100 years of governance by our sect, the eastern wilderness is peaceful and prosperous, with harmonious governance and a thriving populace. This has led to the earth's veins beneath the capital unknowingly transforming into a dragon vein. True monarch Yuxia said a few days ago that it's about to develop sentience." After listening, Wu Chen Zhenjian's expression became solemn. He immediately stood up and looked in the direction of the capital of the eastern wilderness Great Zhao dynasty. Although he did not bring the heavenly and earthly Quanji instrument, his ability to observe qi was also superb. After observing and calculating with his fingers, he basically found out the current situation of the eastern wilderness dragon vein. What a vibrant new dragon vein! And it's not just the eastern wilderness. The human fortune of the eastern Wu and eastern Yi regions is also slowly converging here, already showing a hint of the former imperial court of the eastern lands. The words of true monarch Wu Chen caused all the cultivators present to change their expressions drastically. Those who can cultivate to the nascent soul realm basically know what kind of hardship cultivators endured back in the days of the eastern imperial court. Even for the 2 holy lands, the moral sect and the 9 heavens demon-slaying sect, the leaders of each generation had to first serve as subjects of the eastern imperial court for a period of time to establish their status before taking office. Having grown accustomed to their current freedom, they would certainly be unwilling to return to being under control. This is also my fault. I thought that having a unified mortal government under the sect would make it easier to manage, so I pushed for it. But who knew that the territory of my 5-element sect would grow bigger and bigger, while I spent most of my time in seclusion cultivating and never paid attention to the dragon vein, allowing it to grow to its current state. Chen Mobai looked apologetic and took the blame upon himself first. After all, he was a righteous cultivator who had transformed into a deity, so true Lord Wu Chen certainly couldn't afford to turn against him. Our Dayad sect has an ancestral secret technique for slaying dragons, which can cut and divide this dragon vein in the eastern wilderness. As expected, true Lord Wu Chen did not pursue the matter, but directly stated his method of handling it. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai thought that this would definitely not work. He had worked hard to cultivate the dragon vein to its current state, just waiting for it to give birth to spirituality. Regardless, the 6 dragons riding the heavens scripture is a path to refining one's spiritual cultivation. Although his foundation is the pure Yang scripture, he still sincerely wants to refer to it. Even if he doesn't use it himself, it can still provide the immortal sects with another great path. It's not that I don't want to, but the dragon vein is related to the fortune of the mortal dynasty. If it is cut off, it may lead to the destruction of the country, the destruction of the family, the chaos of war, and the suffering of the people. Currently, the total population of all the territories under my 5-element sect is about 80 million. If you, senior, take action to cut off the dragon, the backlash of this evil power may affect your ascension. When Chen Mobai uttered the figure of 80 million, Wu Chen Zhenjian was completely dumbfounded. Are there that many? It should be noted that the entire eastern land has a population of just over 50 million ordinary people. This is the most precious territory inherited from the original Eastern Imperial Court, a vast and fertile land where any crop can yield a bountiful harvest. The last time Wu Zhenjian learned about the population here, it was only a few million. He never expected that in the more than 100 years since Chen Mobai took office, the population would increase by more than 10 times. This means that the lives of mortals under the Five Elements sect are simply too good. That means it can't be killed. After thinking it over, true monarch Wuchen felt that his own ascension was more important. Although this karmic force could be transferred to his disciples or sect, he felt that if he really did that, even if he ascended, he would probably be kicked down by the patriarch of the upper realm. How about I take action and use the celestial and earthly Xuanji instrument to seal this dragon vein? If we can't kill it, we can only seal it. When Wu Zhenjian offered his idea, Chen Mobai thought to himself, what kind of seal could possibly stop him, a sixth order array master? He immediately and generously agreed that there was no problem. Fellow Taoists, may I make a deal with you? But at that moment, Ao Yuxia suddenly spoke up. She sent a telepathic message to Chen Mobai and True Lord Wuchen, which surprised them slightly. Nephew Tan, arrange a private room for him. Chen Mobai said to Tan Rong, who was waiting outside, that this time it was in Huijian Immortal City, a place she was quite familiar with. A short while later, to everyone's astonishment, the three nascent soul cultivators left the hall and went to the private room next door. The palace master of Biluo Palace vaguely guessed something and steered the conversation toward the group who had just awakened from the effects of the Enlightenment tea. Instantly, the atmosphere in the hall became lively again. My son is able to cultivate the 6 dragons riding the heavens scripture, but the dragon vein that the purple cloud heavenly palace in the central plains has not yet recovered, so we need to find a suitable one outside the central plains. This eastern wilderness dragon vein is quite good. If you two are willing to help me with this, the purple cloud heavenly palace will surely reward you handsomely. Having reached the nascent soul stage in cultivation, there was no need for beating around the bush, so Ao Yuxia directly stated her plans. After hearing this, Chen Mobai suddenly realized why he had mentioned the dragon vein from the start. It turned out he was coveting it. Before he could even refuse, true monarch Wuchen had already shaken his head. Please don't make things difficult for me, true Lord Yuxia. You can ride the 6 dragons riding the heavens scripture when you cultivate in other continents, but you can't do that here in my eastern continent. Chen Mobai simply remained silent. If Ao Yuxia couldn't persuade Wu Zhenjian, it would save him the trouble. Suddenly, in front of Chen Mobai, Ao Yuxia transmitted her voice to Wu Zhenjian. No one knew what she promised, but Wu Zhenjian's expression changed instantly, and his originally firm expression began to waver. Young friend Chen, what do you think of this matter? After the two finished talking, Wu Zhenjian seemed a little undecided and turned to ask Chen Mobai for his opinion. Chen Mobai was very curious about what benefits Ao Yuxia had given him that could cause such a drastic change in Wu Zhenjian's attitude. This matter is probably not appropriate. Chen Mobai thought for a moment and then gave this answer. If fellow Taoist Chen is willing to relinquish this dragon vein, I'm not only willing to offer 6th grade purple flame golden copper, but I can even provide 6th grade white glass heavenly crystal and 6th grade 9 yang true fire stone. Ao Yuxia's telepathic message reached Chen Mobai's ears, almost causing him to tremble uncontrollably. How many treasures did the heavenly emperor leave behind in the purple cloud palace? No wonder true monarch Wuchen couldn't maintain his stance. With so many great things coming at you, anyone would hesitate. What do you think, senior? Chen Mobai once again passed the buck to Wu Zhenjian. He was torn between wanting and not wanting it. With these 6th-tier materials, his Daoshui 8 scenery lantern might become the first 6th-tier superior grade acquired treasure in his hands. But once you accept it, there will definitely be a lot of trouble. Although it's a transaction where the goods are exchanged, if you and Bayaji were to use this to master the 6 dragons riding the heavens scripture, or even achieve great success in the future, the causal relationships and connections involving the eastern wilderness dragon vein, its source, would likely be immense. However, compared to a 6th grade superior treasure, Chen Mobai felt that it was not impossible to exchange for it. With such a treasure to suppress the sect, even if the 5 element sect's nascent soul stage ends in extinction in the future, they can only rely on this treasure to maintain the majesty of the Holy Land. After all, the number 1 treasure of the eastern continent, the heavenly and earthly Xuanji instrument, is only a 6th grade high-quality item. Wuchen Zhenjun and Chen Mobai looked at each other, then lowered their heads, seemingly considering the gains and losses involved. The conditions offered by Ao Yuxia were all ones that they could not refuse. However, in doing so, true monarch Wuchen would have to violate his own principles, and Chen Mobai would also place the heaviest burden on his disciples or sect. After a long silence, Chen Mobai sighed and decided it was better not to accept it. Although I really want the 3 profound jade dragon pill, after thinking about it, I still have several hundred years to break through, so there is no rush for now. Just as Chen Mobai was about to speak, true monarch Wuchen politely declined. 3 mysterious jade dragon pill, what kind of pill is that? Although Chen Mobai was a nascent soul cultivator, he certainly didn't know about the pills that were only passed down among nascent soul cultivators in this world. However, what could move true monarch Wuchen was probably a pill that could help him break through his bottleneck. If fellow Taoist Chen agrees to my request, with the combined strength of our 2 sects, we have nothing to fear from the morality sect. My husband can even come personally to help fellow Taoist Chen confront the morality sect. At that time, the 3 profound jade dragon pills given to him can also be yours. After Wuchen Zhenjun refused, Ao Yuxia's voice transmission reached Chen Mobai's ears again, and even added a note. Chen Mobai's eyelids twitched after hearing this. Over the years, he still hasn't gotten used to the local people's personality. The true Lord Wuchen was sitting right next to him, and Ao Yuxia was already trying to incite him to be hostile to the moral sect. If he agrees, will he then join forces with her so that true monarch Wuchen doesn't have to leave the eastern wilderness? I will listen to Senior Wuchen. As a person of high moral character, Chen Mobai would never do something so ungrateful as to betray his teammates, so he decisively refused. Ao Yuxia looked disappointed. He never expected that Chen Mobai could resist such temptation. Of the 2 nascent soul true monarchs before her, the only one she actually wanted to win over was Chen Mobai. The moral sect, where true monarch Wuchen resides, appeared to stand idly by when the Eastern Imperial Court was destroyed, but according to Xian Tiang's speculation, it must have been one of the masterminds behind the scenes, so Ao Yuxia instinctively distrusted it. Before she arrived, true monarch Ziki had also read the files about the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness in Wuqingjai and thought that he was an ambitious young man. If they could join forces with him, they might be able to overthrow the moral sect and the 9 Heavens demon-slaying sect and rebuild the Eastern Imperial Court in the Eastern continent. However, whether it is worthwhile to cooperate with Xian Tiang or not still needs to be seen in person. After observing Chen Mobai for some time, Ao Yuxia believed that with his talent, he would eventually become one of the top cultivators in the Heavenly River realm, or even ascend to the Void Refinement realm. So after this weapon forging, she brought out all the trump cards she had prepared, one by one, to target Chen Mobai. Unfortunately, all their trump cards combined failed to break down Chen Mobai's moral bottom line. This left Ao Yuxia, who was used to seeing people betray their principles for personal gain, extremely perplexed. There are such noble and aloof people in the world. End of this chapter. Chapter 11:28, The Throne of the Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 11:28, The Throne of the Heavenly Emperor. Ao Yuxia left the private room in disappointment. Senior, what is the 3 profound jade dragon pill? Chen Mobai asked the dustless true monarch beside him. This is a pill that can help nascent soul cultivators break through their bottlenecks. Knowing that Chen Mobai didn't know much about things outside of the Eastern continent, true monarch Wuchen explained in detail that this pill was useful for overcoming bottlenecks at all stages of the nascent soul realm, but it was most effective the first time it was taken. It was also the most famous pill in the Purple Cloud Heavenly Palace. Legend has it that the true form of the Heavenly Emperor is the Jade Dragon. Before he attained the great Tao of Destiny, he was called the Jade King. Later, he was guided by a great supernatural being, merged with the Tao of Destiny, became the pivot of all living beings in heaven and earth, and ascended to the throne of the Heavenly Emperor. The position of Heavenly Emperor is second only to the great merit of creating heaven and earth. Therefore, after that, the Heavenly Emperor also obtained the great Tao of Merit. The 2 paths were unified, and he attained the pure Yang realm. Apart from the transcendent jellyfish, the great void true king and other great creators, he can be considered the one with the highest cultivation in the spirit void immortal realm. The 3 mysteries refer to the bottlenecks before, during, and after the nascent soul stage, while Jade Dragon represents the Heavenly Emperor. This is the origin of the elixir's name. After Wu Zhenjian's explanation, Chen Mobai's attention was entirely focused on the first two paragraphs. The Heavenly Emperor is indeed a powerful being of pure yang. But immediately, another problem came to mind. Transcendence, does it refer to a state of being beyond pure yang? Chen Mobai asked curiously, knowing that in the immortal universe, transcendence refers to beings like Zixiao Daozun who have attained eternity. At the very least, it requires a ninth-order cultivation level. If the jellyfish and the true king of the void have transcended, then the water of the heavenly river realm is even deeper than the immortal universe. Not exactly. According to the ancestors of the upper realm, one can transcend this world once one reaches the pure yang realm. The Heavenly Emperor is unable to transcend this world because he bears the great Tao of destiny and carries the fate of countless lives, unless he relinquishes his own great Tao. But if he does that, he will no longer be in the pure yang realm, so he is stuck there. As expected of the true Lord Wuchen, who is a nascent soul cultivator from the ancient Holy Land, the morality sect is clearly able to contact the ascended ancestors of the upper realm, just like the Nine Heavens demon-slaying sect, and even knows such secrets. But in any case, the Heavenly Emperor is pure yang. Chen Mobai knew that the pure yang realm was the ultimate in cultivation, and the creations beyond pure yang could already transcend and attain eternity. If the Heavenly Emperor possessed such cultivation, then the destruction of the Eastern Imperial Court back then would be somewhat inconceivable. The position of the Heavenly Emperor is both a great merit and a constraint. Even if the Heavenly Emperor is of pure yang nature, he is still bound by fate. If fate decrees someone's death, even the Heavenly Emperor cannot save him. It seemed that true Lord Wuchen knew what Chen Mobai was thinking, and said something meaningful. If that's truly the case, then the Heavenly Emperor's pure yang realm is probably not a complete pure yang realm. Chen Mobai compared the contents of the 8th level of the Pure Yang Scroll that Zixiao Daozun had passed on to him, and came to the following conclusion. The true Pure Yang realm possesses boundless magical power and limitless supernatural abilities. Even the complete Great Tao is merely a part of it. However, in any case, the Heavenly Emperor is a powerful figure that Chen Mobai cannot afford to offend at present. Hopefully, rejecting Ao Yuxia this time won't cause any trouble in the future. Thinking this, Chen Mobai and Wu Zhenjian got up and returned to the hall next door. After the public weapon forging session ended, the weapon forgers from the eastern continent who had gathered in Huijian Immortal City did not leave, because everyone knew that Chen Mobai would be forging the Tanuki Fang double hook sword next. Although it won't be made public this time, that doesn't stop them from waiting for the new 5th-tier flying sword to be born. After Ao Yuxia's talks with the two nascent soul cultivators of Dongzhou broke down, she didn't linger and left with Yuan Beiaji the next day. Chen Mobai was delighted with this, and even personally escorted the mother and son to the large teleportation array, insisting on watching them leave before he felt at ease. It's clear that Yuan Beiaji was very reluctant to part with it. He wanted to wait for Chen Mobai to finish refining the 5th-tier flying sword, even if it couldn't be publicly displayed, just to admire it after it was completed. Unfortunately, Ao Yuxia had the final say. Senior Kingdi, if you ever come to Zhangzhou in the future, please allow me to treat you well. Before leaving, Yuan Beiaji gave his communication talisman to Chen Mobai, who accepted it very politely. The person who introduced them, Palace Master Biluo, also left with the mother and son. In any case, she had already achieved her initial goal of obtaining the 5th-tier weapon refiner title, so she left with a smile on her face, thanking Chen Mobai repeatedly. Soon, only Wu Zhenjian and Chen Mobai remained in front of the large teleportation array. Young friend Chen, I'd like to discuss something with you, what do you say? Wu Zhenjian was originally invited by Chen Mobai so that he could mediate or even help if he and Ao Yuxia got into a fight. However, the matter that Ao Yuxia raised this time gave Wu Zhenjian a new idea. You're too kind, senior, please go ahead. Chen Mobai was also very curious as to why true Lord Wuchen had to wait until Ao Yuxia left to talk about it. When the Eastern Imperial Court was destroyed, although our moral sect did not appear to have committed any wrongdoing, we still offended the Heavenly Emperor. Our ancestor in the upper realm was summoned and reprimanded. However, our ancestor had a bad temper. After being scolded, he simply resigned and became a hermit in the immortal realm. He then ordered his younger disciples in the eastern continent to slay dragons whenever they encountered any dragon veins with spirits. Wu Zhenjian then explained why their Dayad sect had been targeting the dragon vein for tens of thousands of years. Chen Mobai was even more surprised after hearing this. The Heavenly Emperor is a pure Yang being, an ascension from the Taoist sect. At most, he's probably only at the level of Tao integration. How dare he be so disrespectful to the Heavenly Emperor? It seems that the relationships between the various powerful beings in the spirit void immortal realm are quite complex. The reason for targeting the dragon vein, according to my speculation, is that the Heavenly Emperor wants to transcend, so he needs to cultivate a successor to inherit his destiny or the great Tao of merit. However, the position of the Heavenly Emperor is the foundation of this world. Once the position is taken away, it may cause turmoil in the 3,000 great Taos, or even affect the great beings who have already merged with the Tao. Therefore, many forces in the 5 continents and 4 seas have tacitly agreed to kill the dragon to prevent more descendants of the Heavenly Emperor from ascending to the Golden Palace. The celestial realm of Spirit Void is the battlefield of the Heavenly Emperor and all the powerful Tao Lords. Our holy land in the lower realm is merely a pawn in their hands. The return of the true King of the Void this time is very likely to expose this battle that was originally kept in the shadows. It is estimated that the Heavenly Emperor or the great Tao Lords will have to decide a winner. Chen Mobai hadn't expected that true monarch Wuchen would tell him these things. They really don't treat him like an outsider. What instructions do you have, senior? I am all ears. With his cultivation level, Chen Mobai was definitely not capable of participating in such a high-level struggle in the spirit void immortal realm, so he immediately consulted true monarch Wuchen to see what he wanted to do. Young friend, why don't you keep this dragon vein for now? I will bring the celestial and earthly Xuanji instrument from the sect to study it. Even if it develops sentience, I will pretend I don't know. If before my ascension, the struggle in the upper realm ends in a victory for the Heavenly Emperor, then this dragon vein can be given to the Purple Cloud Heavenly Palace as an apology. Upon hearing Wuchen Zhenjian's words, Chen Mobai inwardly called him an old fox. Before even ascending to immortality, they're already betting on both sides. But this is actually a good thing for him. After all, although his dragon vein was not easy to cultivate, it would not be worth turning against the moral sect for it. Now that true monarch Wuchen has offered to help him cover it up, he will definitely agree. This must be the great fortune bestowed by the Holy Virtue Avenue. Thank you for your guidance, senior. I understand what you mean. Chen Mobai nodded in agreement. Young friend, please visit the Eastern Mausoleum domain more often when you have time. After hearing Chen Mobai's words, Wuchen Zhenjian smiled, picked up a packet of enlightenment tea, and stepped into the large teleportation array, leaving the eastern wilderness. Amidst the flashing silver light, true monarch Wuchen had already teleported to Wuwei Immortal City. He went directly back to the headquarters of the morality sect, using the excuse that he needed to use the celestial and earthly Xuanji instrument to investigate the ancestral veins of the desolate ruins, and took away this sect's most treasured artifact. Shangxi did not suspect anything, and even personally escorted Wuchen Zhenjian to the Eastern Mausoleum domain. Not long after, in a desolate area outside Dongling Immortal City, the figure of true monarch Wuchen quietly appeared in midair. After waiting for about half an hour, a strong wind arose in the sky, dark clouds filled the sky, and soon there was lightning and thunder, and a torrential rain fell, making the world full of misty water vapor, as if the Milky Way had a gap and was pouring down on the earth. Amidst this obscured celestial phenomenon, true monarch Wuchen leisurely clasped his hands in greeting to the continuous dark clouds overhead. Fellow Taoist Tao, I have already persuaded young friend Chen to preserve the dragon vein. Words are useless, only oaths will do. A voice like thunder resounded from within the dark clouds, and a long, narrow dragon-shaped creature appeared and disappeared within them, but no trace of its presence could be detected. As expected, there is still a lack of trust between us. Although Wuchen Zhenjian said that, he still raised his hand and swore an oath, indicating that he had done it. Very good, this 3 mysterious jade dragon pill is yours. If the dragon vein is harvested in the future and my son has mastered the riding the 6 dragons to rule the heavens scripture, there will be even more benefits for you. A jade bottle shimmering with light fell from the dark clouds like a star in the rain. After receiving the bottle, true monarch Wuchen opened it and checked the pills inside. Once he confirmed that there were no problems, he nodded in satisfaction. Then I'll offer my best wishes in advance, fellow Taoist. that your son will one day inherit the throne of the heavenly emperor. After receiving the benefits, true Lord Wuchen said the following: I don't have such extravagant hopes. I just hope that my son will be able to inherit the purple cloud heavenly palace after my husband and I ascend to immortality. Yuxia knew her son very well. Although his talent for cultivation was decent, it was still inferior to that of a true genius. Her elaborate schemes were solely aimed at cultivating her son to the nascent soul realm. In that case, she could ascend to heaven with peace of mind and accompany her husband to the immortal realm to compete for the position of heavenly emperor. End of this chapter. Chapter 11, 29 Clan Marks and Continental Marks. Chapter 11, 29 Clan Marks and Continental Marks. Chen Mobai was unaware that he had been outmaneuvered by true monarch Wuchen. However, Teng Xianji did not issue a warning, which meant that it would not do him any harm. After seeing off the nascent soul true monarch who was someone he was wary of, Chen Mobai continued refining weapons. Although it's not open to the public, insiders are still allowed to enter. All the nascent soul cultivators in the 5 Elements sect who had free time did not miss this opportunity, and Chen Mobai also treated everyone equally, allowing Chen Lingaming, Zhao Yuli, and Yan Huo to participate. This excited them greatly, especially Yan Huo, who had thought that his previous performance would lead to the sect leader abandoning him. When Yan Huo received this news, he was very fortunate, as Yi Yuan Dao Palace was a branch of the 5 Elements sect. What's the use of someone like Master Jingchai having better grades than him? He can only watch with envy and jealousy from the sidelines as Master Jingchai goes in. After entering the weapon refining area with his head held high and chest out, Yan Huo immediately lowered his head and followed Chen Lingaming and Zhao Yuli to a corner in a very low-key manner. Apart from them, everyone else present was a nascent soul cultivator from the 5 Elements sect. The only 2 core formation cultivators are Tan Rong and Zhu Ming. Tan Rong is the guardian of Huazhen Immortal City, while Zhu Ming is the user of the Tanuki Fang double hooks. Although her weapon refining skills are not good enough to participate, observing the weapon refining process can at least give her more insights. Therefore, Zhu Ming was the closest to Chen Mobai during this weapon forging process, and she had already put on the Earth Spirit robe. Most of the people in the room looked at her robe, which shimmered with 5th-order spiritual light, with envy and jealousy. Why weren't they so lucky to be able to become Chen Mobai's disciples? Master, this 5th-tier robe is too powerful. Even using the incantation you taught me, I only managed to refine 1% of it. Zhu Ming said with a mixture of joy and trepidation that the reason her Earth Spirit robe was so radiant was mainly because the spirit of the artifact was not of one mind with her, but only willing to let her wear it because of Chen Mobai. It's all right, given enough time, the spirit will discover your merits. Chen Mobai wasn't worried about this at all. Zhu Ming's talent in Earth Element was the best he had ever seen. She had just put on the Earth Spirit robe and didn't know this yet. Once she found out, she would probably treat him the same way she treated the purple lightning sword. Thank you, Master. Zhu Ming felt relieved after hearing this. After all, this is a mid-grade 5th-order magic robe. In the entire 5 Elements sect, apart from Chen Mobai and his wife, she is the first cultivator to possess a magic artifact of this grade. Zhou Yi, standing to the side, was so envious her eyes were almost red. Senior sister Sheng, come and give me a hand. Chen Mobai called out to Sheng Jiaxi, who was the second closest to her. With the help of the sea soul agate offered by Ryu and Lilong of the Flying Sand sect, she was fortunate enough to have the opportunity to become a nascent soul cultivator, and then naturally advance to the 4th-level weapon refiner. He is currently the second-best weapon refiner in the 5 Elements sect after Chen Mobai. Even compared to Yan Huo, Sheng Jiaxi's skill level is far inferior. However, she is one of our own, so we definitely need to focus on training her, and we are also counting on her to refine the 5 Elements sect's war artifacts. Thank you, Master. Sheng Jiaxi thanked him repeatedly, then came to Zhu Ming's side. Then Chen Mobai called over 3 people from the Yiyuan Dao Palace. The weapon refining skills of Chen Lingaming and the other 2 were the true teachings of the Yiyuan Dao Palace, and even among the immortal sects, they were capable of passing the examinations for 4th-level professional titles. The 3 of them are the ones who can truly help with this weapon forging. Chen Lingaming and the other 2 were very excited about this. Under Chen Mobai's guidance, The forging of the Tanuki Fang double hooks was completed with ease. The moment the two crescent-shaped jade-white hook-shaped flying swords took shape, a very fierce weapon spirit appeared. Its appearance was almost exactly the same as that of Tanuki, except that compared to the round and cute earth spirit robe, this weapon spirit had a fierce look on its face, and its body appeared very strong and brave. But in front of Chen Mobai, no matter how fierce the spirit of the artifact is, it must behave obediently. Not bad, mid-grade 5th rank. If the two swords are combined, they can unleash the power of a peak mid-grade 5th rank. Chen Mobai used the Taoist scripture of 1 yuan to evolve the earth element true power most suitable for the Tanuki Fang double hook sword, pushing this newly forged magical weapon to its limit. It transformed into two snow-white streaks that flew into the sky and crisscrossed for a while, announcing to the outside world that the magical weapon had been forged. He then recalled it with some satisfaction. Sheng Jiaoxi was the first to get the chance to appreciate it. She held the jade-white double hooks in her palm with fascination in her eyes and examined them carefully from beginning to end several times. Chen Lingaming and the other two surrounded her. During the process of assisting Chen Mobai in refining the weapon, they had already seen that Sheng Jiaoxi was all show and no substance, and her weapon refining skills were among the worst in the 4th rank. But since she was a nascent soul cultivator of the 5-element sect and the sect leader's senior sister, they could only patiently wait for her to finish admiring the weapon. Zhuo Ming was the last one present to receive the Tanuki tooth double hooks, but once she received them, she didn't have to return them. Chen Mobai personally helped her refine the pair of flying swords. Although the flying sword spirit showed some resistance, it had no choice but to give way under Chen Mobai's suppression, allowing Zhuo Ming to imprint his mental mark into the deepest part of the spirit. Besides defense, the Earth Spirit Robe can also assist in cultivating Earth element techniques. You are only one step away from the 4th level of body tempering. With this, you will definitely be able to achieve it after several years of seclusion. Chen Mobai spoke to Zhuo Ming, who had refined 2 5th-tier magic artifacts. The latter nodded repeatedly, stood up, and thanked Chen Mobai solemnly once again. Chen Mobai accepted the challenge of becoming an apprentice without hesitation. After finishing this task, Chen Mobai stayed in Husian Immortal City for a while longer. He used the updated magical artifact specifications and standards of the Immortal Sect, version 347, as the main framework, and incorporated the local magical artifact content of the Heavenly River realm into it, and began to set local specifications and standards. In fact, he had already set the sect's standards a long time ago, but at that time, the 5-element sect disciples did not use many different types of magical artifacts, so the work was relatively simple. Now, the scope needs to be expanded to the entire eastern continent, meaning that all kinds of strange and unusual magical artifacts need to be included. These niche types are more troublesome. Fortunately, his crafting of a 5th-tier magic weapon attracted almost all the top weapon refiners in the eastern continent. No matter how strange the magic weapon was, it could be found in the current true immortal city by a cultivator who had crafted it. As a nascent soul cultivator, Chen Mobai openly sought out talented individuals and accepted advice, stating his intention to establish standards for magical artifacts in the eastern continent. Naturally, this attracted 99% of the artifact refiners. However, considering the limited knowledge transmission in the local area, Chen Mobai did not think many people would be willing to contribute their knowledge. That was indeed the case at first. Many weapon refiners were tempted, but out of caution, they did not take any action. Only a few elderly people, or those like Master Jingchai who are extremely dedicated to reaching higher levels of weapon crafting, responded to this. Chen Mobai personally received the first batch of weapon refiners, and even condescended to answer many of their questions about weapon refining. The benefits of spending a fortune to buy horse bones quickly became apparent. The first group of weapon refiners who had gained a great deal from Chen Mobai went out and told him about it. Soon, weapon refiners from Husian Immortal City flocked to him, wanting to exchange their knowledge for the opportunity to receive guidance from Chen Mobai on weapon refining. However, with more people involved, the content naturally becomes a mixed bag. Chen Mobai kept Chen Lingaming and Yan Huo, who were of decent skill, behind to help with the initial screening of the manuscripts before making the final decision himself. As the master of the Yiyuan Dao Palace, Zhao Yuli had no choice but to return to the eastern land to take charge of the overall situation. Xiao Yuli felt very sorry about this. When she left, Chen Mobai asked her to convey a message, asking the other fourth-tier weapon refiners of the Yiyuan Dao Palace to come and help collect data and formulate the Eastern Continent standards. As a major sect in weapon crafting, the level of any nascent soul cultivator in the Yiyuan Dao Palace is above that of Sheng Jiaoxi. Although they couldn't participate in the entire process of refining a fifth-order magic weapon like Yan Hu, Lion Shui, and the others still rushed over immediately upon receiving Chen Mobai's order. Thanks to everyone's hard work, Chen Mobai quickly upgraded the original Zheng Biao to Xiao Biao. During this period, Yi Qing was also invited to write a manuscript on the understanding of sword-shaped magical artifacts. After the Continental Standard was completed, Chen Mobai sent it to the other 3 holy lands as soon as possible. Among these 3 holy sites, there are also some capable people who feel that some parts are not appropriate and have put forward some minor suggestions for modification. As a virtuous and wise man, Chen Mobai naturally accepted all advice. After several revisions, the first edition of Dongzhu Ritual Implement Specifications and Standards was officially printed. He brought over old equipment from a printing factory from the Immortal sect and printed enough books in a very short time. In order to promote the standard to the entire Eastern Continent as quickly as possible, Chen Mobai distributed the book to every force in the Eastern Continent for free. In any case, as long as the standard is sent over, if any powerful cultivators do not follow this standard in the future, it will be considered that they are not giving face to the 5-element sect or even the 4 great holy sects of the Eastern Continent. Don't make excuses about not seeing it. The items were personally delivered by disciples of the 5-element sect. Would it be disrespectful to the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness if you didn't look at them? As long as the major powers and cultivation families of the Eastern Continent adopt the continental emblem, the remaining independent cultivators will naturally follow suit. However, in order to speed up this process, Chen Mobai also trained a group of 5-element sect weapon refiners who were well-versed in the continental standards, and sent them to rural areas and markets where various independent cultivators gathered to promote the norms and standards. Dong Yi, after carefully reading through the Eastern Continent magical instrument specifications and standards brought by his disciple, the White Crow ancestor couldn't help but sigh. From now on, the 5-element sect will have the final say in the market for magical artifacts. After listening to what the White Crow ancestor said, Liu Nansheng nodded repeatedly. Their sunbathing sea lineage is inherited from the burning heaven pure land, and their weapon refining skills are also extraordinary. At least, the White Crow ancestor has independently refined a 4th-order magic weapon. Therefore, apart from taxes and revenues related to the Sun God tree, weapon crafting is the 3rd largest source of income for the sunbathing sea. If the standards for classifying ritual implements are to follow the guidelines published by the 5-element school in the future, then those that were previously used in a shoddy manner will no longer be acceptable. This will undoubtedly affect the income of Yu Rai Hai, but how could the White Crow ancestor dare to raise any objections? Although Chen Mobai has not made a move against Yu Rai Hai in recent years, Bai Wu Lao Zu is terrified every day, fearing that one day when he opens his eyes in meditation, this powerful enemy at the nascent soul stage will already be at the city gate. What angered the White Crow ancestor the most was that he actually saw the venerable Jinch on the list of personnel in the regulations and standards. We were clearly together, so how did you defect to the 5-element sect? Ancestor Beiwu was furious, yet he dared not say anything to venerable Jingchai. After all, the latter had already allied himself with the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. He knew all too well that betraying one's own people was the most ruthless act. Do you think our empire at Yu Rai Hai might one day crumble in my hands? Upon hearing Beiwu ancestor's sudden question, Liu Nansheng trembled slightly and immediately shook his head, indicating that, Master, you are in your prime, and the bathing sun sea is thriving under your leadership, so it certainly won't dissipate. HMPH, all you know is how to say nice things to fool people. Get out of here. The White Crow ancestor knew that his disciple was not being sincere, so he waved his hand dismissively and sent Liu Nansheng away. He hesitated for a long time in the main hall, then used a secret technique to quietly slip out of Golden Crow Immortal City and arrive at a reef on the sea. The White Crow ancestor activated a jet black talisman and sent it into the sea. After waiting for a while, a cultivator dressed in a black robe suddenly stood on the reef. His aura was deep and his eyes were profound. Even the white crow ancestor could not see how he appeared. This person was the cultivator from Kaiyuan Island, who had taken away the bitter bamboo. Fellow Taoist, does what you said last time still stand? When the white crow ancestor saw him, he bowed very politely and then asked. Natural numbers are used. The cultivator from Kaiyuan Island nodded, his expression serene. Okay, I agree, but I need to get those things in advance. Knowing that his life would only get harder under Chen Mobai's oppression, the white crow ancestor gritted his teeth and made a decision that he would never have made in the past. This is all I have. The rest may have to wait until the Xuanjiao royal court sees your sincerity before we can send it to you. The cultivator from Kaiyuan Island said this, then took out a storage bag and handed it to Ancestor Beiwu. After receiving the items, the white crow ancestor probed them with his divine sense, and upon seeing some of the coveted pills and resources, let out a long sigh. By taking this step, he has almost severed himself from the eastern continent, and there is even a possibility that the 5 lineages of burning heaven will also be plunged into an abyss of no return. But he couldn't care less about that now. When he entered the world of cultivation, Ancestor Beiwu knew that the most important person in this world was himself. Wait for my news. Having obtained some of the items, the white crow ancestor stopped thinking about it, and after saying those words, turned around and returned to the Golden Crow Immortal City. Watching his retreating figure, the cultivator from Kaiyuan Island quietly disappeared onto the reef. End of this chapter. Chapter 11:30 The Return of Bitter Bamboo. Chapter 11:30 The Return of Bitter Bamboo. On this day, Chen Mobai, who was working with Qing Nu to refine pills, suddenly received a message from Zhou Yi. It is said that the monks of Kongsing Valley, who had been missing for a long time, have returned. Leading the group was none other than Ku Zhu, a nascent soul cultivator, along with the core disciples of Kongsing Valley who had been taken away by him during the Great War between the righteous and the demonic. To prevent the territory of Kongsing Valley from being seized by those with ulterior motives after the Great Battle, Chen Mobai entrusted the 5 elements sect to manage it. The core 5th order spiritual vein was constantly leaking spiritual energy because it lacked a spiritual object like the 5th order pure bamboo to suppress it. After Chen Mobai conducted an on-site inspection in order to prevent the spiritual vein from falling in rank. He sealed it with his geomancer skills and left a message. It was for this reason that, after Ku Zhu returned, he immediately sent people to the 5 elements sect. Zhou Yi was in charge of the eastern Yi side. After meeting with the people of Kongsing Valley, he learned about their demands and reported the matter to them. It seems that this bitter bamboo is also a person with good fortune. After listening to the very detailed information in his hand, Chen Mobai spoke to Qing Nu beside him. Now that the people of Kongsing Valley have returned, should their territory be returned? King Nu asked this question. According to local custom, once someone leaves a place and the spiritual vein is occupied by a newcomer when they leave, the ownership of the spiritual vein is shared by both parties. In this case, we should use the most commonly used local method. Whoever has the biggest fist gets to own it. The 5th order core spiritual vein of Kongsing Valley was sealed by Chen Mobai with a restriction, but the vast territory outside the spiritual vein could not be left to decay and had long been developed and utilized by the 5 elements sect. Many of them have even been cultivated into medicinal fields and spiritual fields, filled with various medicinal herbs, spiritual rice, and so on. Qing Nu's Dangxia Pavilion holds shares in all medicinal materials related to the 5 elements sect. Therefore, she is quite concerned about this matter. That depends on whether you want the bitter bamboo or not. Chen Mobai said this with a smile. In Zhou Yi's report, he mentioned that Ku Zhu wanted to come to Dongzhou to pay his respects to the sect leader and thank him for protecting the spiritual veins of Kongsing Valley. The person who came to handle this matter in the early stages was Mingwen Zhenren, an acquaintance of Chen Mobai. She is currently waiting in Beiyuan City, just waiting for news from here, and Kuzhu will set off immediately. Clearly, although Kuzhu had just returned, he had already found out the current situation in Dongzhou and knew that Chen Mobai had already transformed into a god and was the ruler of the 3 border regions of Dongzhou. You've gone to the trouble of making the trip to Beiyuan City. Just tell her that after my wife and I finish refining this batch of pills, We'll find some time to meet with fellow Taoist Kuju, Chen Mobai said to Gu Yan beside him. The latter nodded slightly and turned to do just that. It's time to light the fire. At this moment, Qing Nu gave a reminder. Her hands continued to work, putting the already refined medicinal herbs into the pure yang cauldron. Chen Mobai nodded and gently shook the Daoshui 8 scenery lamp in his hand. The purple-blue Daoshui fire ignited and worked together. The couple is currently refining the blood-refining pill for living beings. Among the pill formulas derived from the jade tree Dao fruit in the pill cauldron, this one has relatively simpler materials, as it can be refined from the first to the sixth rank. Qing Nu had already successfully refined the first to third tiers, mainly for practice and to familiarize herself with the pill formula. This batch is of the fourth rank. If Zhuo Ming succeeds in mastering this technique, he will be able to easily break through to the 9-ren body. Moreover, because the materials were quite precious, and even with the 5-element sect's influence, they had only managed to collect enough for one furnace over the years. Qing Nu attached great importance to it and even brought in Chen Mobai to help control the fire. When the two of them work together, they are comparable to Wu Qinzhenjun, the #1 alchemist in the eastern continent. These fourth-tier life-refining blood pills were easily made into 10 pills, all of perfect quality. After King Nu was satisfied with condensing the elixir, she took the elixir to Zionan Mountain. Chen Mobai then teleported directly to Baiyuan City. Mingwen Zhenren followed Gu Yan up Baiyuan Mountain with a respectful expression. In the years since she left Dongzhou, the property prices here have risen to an unbelievable level. The building on the top of the mountain is the residence of the 5-element sect's nascent soul master, the Azure Emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. Thinking of the boy who was once her fellow core formation cultivator, who in just over 100 years had already achieved divine transformation and become one of the most outstanding cultivators in this world, true person Mingwen felt as if she had lived through another world. For cultivators, 100 years is neither a short nor a long time. But the century she lived through was like a complete upheaval. Kongseng Valley, located in the land of Dongyi, was destroyed after several major battles and had to flee to another place. Not to mention that, after she finally returned, the situation in Dongzhou had changed in a way that she had never expected. She originally thought that there was no possibility of unification between the 3 border regions of Eastern Wu, Eastern Wilderness, and Eastern Ye. But the boy on the mountaintop accomplished it with ease. Arrive. Just then, Gu Yan's gentle voice came. When Mingwen Zhenren looked up, she saw a handsome young man smiling at her in the courtyard full of green plants. Haven't seen you for a long time. As his cultivation level increased, Chen Mobai's acquaintances gradually decreased, so he was always very happy to meet a long-lost friend. Greetings, true lord. When Chen Mobai saw Mingwen Zhenren perform the grandest bow with unprecedented respect, he couldn't help but sigh slightly. Please sit down. He took the lead and sat down in the pavilion in the courtyard. Gu Yan skillfully picked up the tea set on the table and began to brew tea. While enlightenment tea wasn't necessary to entertain true person Mingwen, a 4th-grade purple cloud spirit tea was still brought out. Please forgive us, true lord, but our sect leader has just received news and is on his way to Baiyuan City. Mingwen gave a very reserved explanation. After Chen Mobai emerged from seclusion, he teleported over instantly, leaving Kongseng Valley no time to react. It's all right, let's drink some tea and wait for him. I'm actually quite interested in the years you've disappeared since the great war between the righteous and the demonic. Chen Mobai took the teacup from Gu Yan and asked Mingwen Zhenren in front of him. The true lord should also know that our Kongseng Valley lineage's patriarch once studied at the Pure Palace, and after his passing, left behind a sea chart leading to the western continent. Mingwen herself dared not hide anything, and recounted her experiences over the past 50 years. Back then, the grand formation of Kongseng Valley was breached by an almost endless stream of demonic beasts emerging from the desolate ruins. Kuju had no choice but to abandon the 5th-order spiritual vein that had been passed down for thousands of years and flee with his most precious possessions and some core disciples. Following their ancestors' sea chart, they braved the elements, crossed the Qianhai Sea, and arrived at the western continent. However, the western continent is extremely barren, and its spiritual veins are even inferior to those of the 3 border regions of the eastern continent. Although Ku Zhu managed to seize a 4th-tier spiritual vein by relying on his nascent soul cultivation, he also attracted powerful enemies. The owner of that fourth-order spiritual vein had an older brother who was a nascent soul elder at the Tianlai Zen Temple, a sacred land in the Western continent. Although Ku Zhu relied on his powerful sword cultivation skills to fight that person to a standstill, the Tianlai Zen Temple had more than one nascent soul cultivator, and even a deity transformation cultivator. Bitter bamboo and lone sword are no match for four hands. Many people from Kongseng Valley died in Zizhu, such as Yi Chenghin, whom Chen Mobai knew well. Upon hearing this, Chen Mobai sighed softly. Another acquaintance has left. In the end, thanks to the patriarch's background and the gift of some precious spiritual items, the Pure Palace intervened to mediate, and the Thunderclap Temple didn't go all out. However, they also ordered us to leave the Western continent, so we had no choice but to return. After Mingwen finished speaking, Chen Mobai was slightly surprised. According to local custom, shouldn't Tianlai Temple be completely wiped out? However, it's probably because the Qingjing Palace has a lot of influence. After all, King Feng Zhenjun is one of the four immortals. Although the divine transformation true lord of Tianlai Temple calls himself Little Thunder Immortal, he is far inferior to his founder, Great Thunder Immortal. The difference between the two nascent soul cultivators in the Western continent is roughly equivalent to that between true monarch Wuchen and Yuan King. True monarch Wuchen would definitely give face to Yuan King. It's good to be back. Returning to one's roots is definitely better than wandering aimlessly, Chen Mobai said, then thought of another acquaintance in Kongseng Valley. I wonder if junior nephew Zio is still alive. Back when Chen Mobai had just formed his corps and returned to the eastern continent, he encountered Zio Lingli being chased in the desolate ruins. They met several times afterward, and he was quite impressed by this beautiful female cultivator. Thank you for your concern, true lord. My disciple is still alive. It's just a pity that in the past 50 years in the Western continent, our sect has spent most of its time fighting and killing others. She originally had the opportunity to form her corps, but at the crucial moment, she was attacked by a hostile force and failed. Mingwen Zhenren immediately replied, also feeling deeply pained. When they met before the Beidou conference, Zio Lingli had already reached the peak of foundation establishment. Kuzhu had taken them to buy core formation elixirs, and they had successfully obtained a portion of Xuanbing's spirit liquid. However, when he was preparing to form his core, he encountered the war between the righteous and the demonic forces. He finally managed to occupy a piece of land in the Western continent, but then he attracted an even more powerful enemy. To this day, he is still only at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. That's a pity, but if I remember correctly, junior nephew Zio isn't that old, so there's still a chance. As Chen Mobai spoke, his expression suddenly changed. He had sensed a nascent soul aura that did not belong to the five elements sect at the location of the large teleportation array. He had met Kuzhu once before and recognized him immediately. I was still somewhat surprised, because Kuzhu is already in the late nascent soul stage. No wonder he was able to withstand the nascent soul elder of Tianlai Temple in Zizhu, and even wait for Qingjing Shangong to come to his rescue. After roughly calculating the time it took for the bitter bamboo to cultivate, Chen Mobai felt it was extraordinary. They're almost on par with the holy maidens and priestesses of those sacred lands. Before long, two streams of nascent soul energy flew towards Baiyuan Mountain. Another one was Zhou Yi, who would run to the eastern wilderness whenever he had the chance, often bringing Chen Mobai local specialties or novel items from the eastern barbarians. This time, accompanying Ku Zhu would allow him to openly and legitimately pay his respects to Chen Mobai, so he naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity. Greetings, sect leader. Greetings, true lord. After Zhou Yi and Ku Zhu entered, they immediately bowed to Chen Mobai. Please sit down, the tea is ready. Chen Mobai pointed to the two seats next to him, and Zhou Yi didn't stand on ceremony and sat down with Ku Zhu. However, when he saw that Gu Yan had handed him Zixia spirit tea, he was slightly disappointed. Thank you, true lord, for preserving the spiritual veins of Kongseng Valley over the past few decades. This is just a small token of my gratitude. Ku Zhu was a straightforward person. After sitting down, he immediately took out the gift he had prepared. It was a box. Although Chen Mobai did not open it, he sensed the rhythm of a rare and precious material that had been refined before under the influence of the fifth-level empty valley sound. It is a pure bamboo. Moreover, it's of a higher grade than the one he refined back then, so it can only be a fifth-grade one. For a nascent soul true lord, this is considered a pretty good spiritual object. After all, we are neighbors, and it is only right to help each other. This time, fellow Taoist Kuzhu has returned with his disciples. Is he planning to rebuild Kongseng Valley in Dongyi? Chen Mobai left the fifth-tier pure bamboo on the table without putting it away, and instead asked a question. I only ask for a place to live, so that the disciples of Kongseng Valley can settle down and no longer suffer persecution. When Kuzhu said this, his eyes became slightly gloomy, clearly indicating that his trip to Zizhu had caused some problems with his Tao heart. This is the method to lift the seal. Chen Mobai took out a jade slip that he had prepared beforehand and handed it to Kuzhu. Thank you, true lord. Chen Mobai's easygoing nature made Kuzhu, who had suffered so much hardship in Zizhu, feel that his hometown was still the best place, with such a virtuous person. Kuzhu took the jade slip with both hands and read it through. It contained the complete method for Chen Mobai to seal the spiritual veins. Kongseng Valley is famous for its array formations. Although Kuzhu is a sword cultivator, he also practices array formations. After watching it once, he understood how to break the seal. Fellow Taoist, there is something I must say beforehand. After the war between the righteous and the demonic forces ended, in order to avoid the possibility of being attacked by demonic beasts again, I installed array plates and array flags in all the spiritual veins under the jurisdiction of the 5 Elements sect. In this way, in the event of danger, a huge array can be set up to protect all humans under the sect's command. Your sect's Kongseng Valley spiritual vein is no exception. Even if it is unsealed, you cannot take out those array plates and array flags. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chen Mobai aimed to cover all the territories of the 5 Elements sect with the heavenly curtain earthly network array, and naturally, the spiritual veins of Kongseng Valley were not spared either. In addition to this, he also implanted the primordial 5 Elements extinction divine thunder, but he did not tell Kuzhu about this, lest he make him anxious and unable to meditate peacefully. Yes, true lord. Kuzhu had no bargaining chips with the nascent soul true monarch, and he was already overjoyed that Chen Mobai was willing to return Kongseng Valley to him. You should know that, when he returned and learned about this matter, he had already planned to lead Mingwen Zhenren and the others to re-establish a spiritual vein in the desolate ruins. It was Mingwen Zhenren who knew Chen Mobai's noble character. Since she had left an inscription, she would certainly not do something like usurping someone else's place. She was even willing to take the initiative to come and test him. Sure enough, she was right. The Azure Emperor of the 5 Elements sect is truly a rare sage in the Eastern continent. End of this chapter.